A Badman at 14. From Mystery Magazine, April 15th, 1924. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Badman at 14. 14-year-old Eddie Blumberg was a bad boy who preferred to die in a blaze of the peculiar kind of glory attaching to being a bad man rather than go back to the state reformatory in Kearney. Was buried in Geneva, Nebraska the other day. Eddie was a small town product and got so tough that he was sent to the reformatory. There he behaved himself so well that he was paroled to the sheriff of Fillmore County, but went bad again. He ran away from home, taking the automobile of his stepfather, Sam Wixton. He also loaded a shotgun and a revolver into the car. The next heard of him was at Smith Center, Kansas, where he stopped to have his gas tank filled, after which he drew his shotgun on the tank man and drove off. A posse followed and several times surrounded him, but his display of firearms kept the members at a respectable distance. At one time, one of his pursuers came face to face with him, and when the lad leveled his gun and told him that he would shoot to kill if the man did not move at once, he moved right away. For 2 days he kept a posse at bay, but the morning of the third day after his departure, he was found dying on the roadside. He said he had slept the night before in a schoolhouse and made up his mind to kill himself rather than go back to the reformatory. His mother was sent for, but he died before she arrived. End of A Bad Man at 14.
Daisy Miller, A Study in 2 Parts, by Henry James. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Daisy Miller, Part 1. At the little town of Vevey in Switzerland, there is a particularly comfortable hotel. There are indeed many hotels, for the entertainment of tourists is the business of the place, which, as many travelers will remember, is seated upon the edge of a remarkably blue lake, a lake that it behooves every tourist to visit. The shore of the lake presents an unbroken array of establishments of this order, of every category, from the grand hotel of the newest fashion, with a chalk-white front, 100 balconies, and a dozen flags flying from its roof, to the little Swiss pension of an elder day, with its name inscribed in German-looking lettering upon a pink or yellow wall, and an awkward summer house in the angle of the garden. One of the hotels at Vevey, however, is famous, even classical, being distinguished from many of its upstart neighbors by an air both of luxury and of maturity. In this region, in the month of June, American travelers are extremely numerous. It may be said, indeed, that Vevey assumes at this period some of the characteristics of an American watering place. There are sights and sounds which evoke a vision, an echo of Newport and Saratoga. There is a flitting hither and thither of stylish young girls, a rustling of muslin flounces, a rattle of dance music in the morning hours, a sound of high-pitched voices at all times. You receive an impression of these things at the excellent inn of the Trois Couronnes, and are transported in fancy to the Ocean House or to Congress Hall. But at the Trois Couronnes, it must be added, there are other features that are much at variance with these suggestions. Neat German waiters, who look like secretaries of legation, Russian princesses sitting in the garden, little Polish boys walking about held by the hand with their governors, a view of the sunny crest of the Dent du Midi, and the picturesque towers of the castle of Chillon. I hardly know whether it was the analogies or the differences that were uppermost in the mind of a young American who, 2 or 3 years ago, sat in the garden of the Trois Couronnes, looking about him, rather idly, at some of the graceful objects I have mentioned. It was a beautiful summer morning, and in whatever fashion the young American looked at things, they must have seemed to him charming. He had come from Geneva the day before by the little steamer to see his aunt, who was staying at the hotel, Geneva having been for a long time his place of residence. But his aunt had a headache. His aunt had almost always a headache, and now she was shut up in her room, smelling camphor, so that he was at liberty to wander about. He was some 27 years of age. When his friends spoke of him, they usually said that he was at Geneva, studying. When his enemies spoke of him, they said... But, after all, he had no enemies. He was an extremely amiable fellow, and universally liked. What I should say is simply that when certain persons spoke of him, they affirmed that the reason of his spending so much time at Geneva was that he was extremely devoted to a lady who lived there, a foreign lady, a person older than himself. Very few Americans, indeed, I think none, had ever seen this lady, about whom there were some singular stories. But Winterbourne had an old attachment for the little metropolis of Calvinism. He had been put to school there as a boy, and he had afterward gone to college there, circumstances which had led to his forming a great many youthful friendships. Many of these he had kept, and they were a source of great satisfaction to him. After knocking at his aunt's door, and learning that she was indisposed, he had taken a walk about the town, and then he had come in to his breakfast. He had now finished his breakfast, but he was drinking a small cup of coffee, which had been served to him on a little table in the garden by one of the waiters who looked like an attaché. At last he finished his coffee and lit a cigarette. Presently a small boy came walking along the path, an urchin of 9 or 10. The child, who was diminutive for his years, had an aged expression of countenance, a pale complexion, and sharp little features. He was dressed in knickerbockers with red stockings, which displayed his poor little spindle shanks. He also wore a brilliant red cravat. He carried in his hand a long alpenstock, the sharp point of which he thrust into everything that he approached: the flower-beds, the garden benches, the trains of the ladies' dresses. In front of Winterbourne he paused, looking at him with a pair of bright, penetrating little eyes. "Will you give me a lump of sugar?" he asked in a sharp, hard little voice, a voice immature and yet, somehow, not young. Winterbourne glanced at the small table near him, on which his coffee service rested, and saw that several morsels of sugar remained. "Yes, you may take one," he answered. "But I don't think sugar is good for little boys." The little boy stepped forward and carefully selected 3 of the coveted fragments, 2 of which he buried in the pocket of his knickerbockers, depositing the other as promptly in another place. He poked his alpenstock, lance fashion, into Winterbourne's bench, and tried to crack the lump of sugar with his teeth. "Oh, blazes, it's hard!" he exclaimed, pronouncing the adjective in a peculiar manner. Winterbourne had immediately perceived that he might have the honor of claiming him as a fellow countryman. "Take care you don't hurt your teeth," he said paternally. "I haven't got any teeth to hurt. They have all come out. I have only got 7 teeth. My mother counted them last night, and one came out right afterward. She said she'd slap me if any more came out. I can't help it. It's this old Europe. It's the climate that makes them come out. In America, they didn't come out. It's these hotels." Winterbourne was much amused. "If you eat 3 lumps of sugar, your mother will certainly slap you," he said. "She's got to give me some candy, then," rejoined his young interlocutor. "I can't get any candy here. Any American candy. American candy's the best candy." "And are American little boys the best little boys?" asked Winterbourne. "I don't know. I'm an American boy," said the child. "I see you are one of the best," laughed Winterbourne. "Are you an American man?" pursued this vivacious infant. And then, on Winterbourne's affirmative reply, "American men are the best," he declared. His companion thanked him for the compliment, and the child, who had now got astride of his alpenstock, stood looking about him while he attacked a second lump of sugar. Winterbourne wondered if he himself had been like this in his infancy, for he had been brought to Europe at about this age. "Here comes my sister," cried the child in a moment. "She's an American girl." Winterbourne looked along the path and saw a beautiful young lady advancing. "American girls are the best girls," he said cheerfully to his young companion. "My sister ain't the best," the child declared. "She's always blowing at me." "I imagine that is your fault, not hers," said Winterbourne. The young lady meanwhile had drawn near. She was dressed in white muslin, with 100 frills and flounces, and knots of pale-colored ribbon. She was bareheaded, but she balanced in her hand a large parasol, with a deep border of embroidery. And she was strikingly, admirably pretty. "How pretty they are," thought Winterbourne, straightening himself in his seat, as if he were prepared to rise. The young lady paused in front of his bench, near the parapet of the garden which overlooked the lake. The little boy had now converted his alpenstock into a vaulting pole, by the aid of which he was springing about in the gravel and kicking it up not a little. "Randolph," said the young lady, "what are you doing?" "I'm going up the Alps," replied Randolph. "This is the way." And he gave another little jump, scattering the pebbles about Winterbourne's ears. "That's the way they come down," said Winterbourne. "He's an American man," cried Randolph, in his hard little voice. The young lady gave no heed to this announcement, but looked straight at her brother. "Well, I guess you had better be quiet," she simply observed. It seemed to Winterbourne that he had been in a manner presented. He got up and stepped slowly toward the young girl, throwing away his cigarette. "This little boy and I have made acquaintance," he said, with great civility. In Geneva, as he had been perfectly aware, a young man was not at liberty to speak to a young unmarried lady except under certain rarely occurring conditions. But here at Vevey, what conditions could be better than these? A pretty American girl coming and standing in front of you in a garden. This pretty American girl, however, on hearing Winterbourne's observation, simply glanced at him. She then turned her head and looked over the parapet at the lake and the opposite mountains. He wondered whether he had gone too far, but he decided that he must advance farther, rather than retreat. While he was thinking of something else to say, the young lady turned to the little boy again. "I should like to know where you got that pole," she said. "I bought it," responded Randolph. "You don't mean to say you're going to take it to Italy?" "Yes, I am going to take it to Italy," the child declared. The young girl glanced over the front of her dress and smoothed out a knot or two of ribbon. Then she rested her eyes upon the prospect again. "Well, I guess you had better leave it somewhere," she said after a moment. "Are you going to Italy?" Winterbourne inquired in a tone of great respect. The young lady glanced at him again. "Yes, sir," she replied, and she said nothing more. "Are you, going over the Simplon?" Winterbourne pursued, a little embarrassed. "I don't know," she said. "I suppose it's some mountain." "Randolph, what mountain are we going over?" "Going where?" the child demanded. "To Italy," Winterbourne explained. "I don't know," said Randolph. "I don't want to go to Italy. I want to go to America." "Oh, Italy is a beautiful place," rejoined the young man. "Can you get candy there?" Rudolph loudly inquired. "I hope not," said his sister. "I guess you have had enough candy, and Mother thinks so too." "I haven't had any for ever so long. For 100 weeks," cried the boy, still jumping about. The young lady inspected her flounces and smoothed her ribbons again, and Winterbourne presently risked an observation upon the beauty of the view. He was ceasing to be embarrassed, for he had begun to perceive that she was not in the least embarrassed herself. There had not been the slightest alteration in her charming complexion. She was evidently neither offended nor flattered. If she looked another way when he spoke to her, and seemed not particularly to hear him, this was simply her habit, her manner. Yet, as he talked a little more and pointed out some of the objects of interest in the view, with which she appeared quite unacquainted, she gradually gave him more of the benefit of her glance, and then he saw that this glance was perfectly direct and unshrinking. It was not, however, what would have been called an immodest glance, for the young girl's eyes were singularly honest and fresh. They were wonderfully pretty eyes, and indeed, Winterbourne had not seen for a long time anything prettier than his fair countrywoman's various features, her complexion, her nose, her ears, her teeth. He had a great relish for feminine beauty. He was addicted to observing and analyzing it, and as regards this young lady's face, he made several observations. It was not at all insipid, but it was not exactly expressive, and though it was eminently delicate, Winterbourne mentally accused it, very forgivingly, of a want of finish. He thought it very possible that Master Randolph's sister was a coquette. He was sure she had a spirit of her own, but in her bright, sweet, superficial little visage there was no mockery, no irony. Before long it became obvious that she was much disposed toward conversation. She told him that they were going to Rome for the winter, she and her mother and Randolph. She asked him if he was a real American. She shouldn't have taken him for one. He seemed more like a German. This was said after a little hesitation, especially when he spoke. Winterbourne, laughing, answered that he had met Germans who spoke like Americans, but that he had not, so far as he remembered, met an American who spoke like a German. Then he asked her if she should not be more comfortable in sitting upon the bench which he had just quitted. She answered that she liked standing up and walking about. But she presently sat down. She told him she was from New York State, if you know where that is. Winterbourne learned more about her by catching hold of her small, slippery brother and making him stand a few minutes by his side. "Tell me your name, my boy," he said. "Randolph C. Miller," said the boy sharply, "and I'll tell you her name," and he leveled his alpenstock at his sister. "You had better wait till you are asked," said this young lady calmly. "I should like very much to know your name," said Winterbourne. "Her name is Daisy Miller," cried the child. "But that isn't her real name. That isn't her name on her cards." "It's a pity you haven't got one of my cards," said Miss Miller. "Her real name is Annie P. Miller," the boy went on. "Ask him his name," said the sister, indicating Winterbourne. But on this point Randolph seemed perfectly indifferent. He continued to supply information with regard to his own family. "My father's name is Ezra B. Miller," he announced. "My father ain't in Europe. My father's in a better place than Europe." Winterbourne imagined for a moment that this was the manner in which the child had been taught to intimate that Mr. Miller had been removed to the sphere of celestial reward. But Randolph immediately added, "My father's in Schenectady. He's got a big business. My father's rich, you bet." "Well," ejaculated Miss Miller, lowering her parasol and looking at the embroidered border. Winterbourne presently released the child, who departed, dragging his alpenstock along the path. "He doesn't like Europe," said the young girl. "He wants to go back." "To Schenectady, you mean?" "Yes, he wants to go right home. He hasn't got any boys here. There is one boy here, but he always goes round with a teacher. They won't let him play." "And your brother hasn't any teacher?" Winterbourne inquired. "Mother thought of getting him one to travel round with us. There was a lady who told her of a very good teacher, an American lady. Perhaps you know her. Mrs. Sanders? I think she came from Boston. She told her of this teacher, and we thought of getting him to travel round with us, but Randolph said he didn't want a teacher traveling round with us. He said we wouldn't have lessons when he was in the cars, and we are in the cars about half the time. There was an English lady we met in the cars. I think her name was Miss Featherstone. Perhaps you know her. She wanted to know why I didn't give Randolph lessons. Give him instruction, she called it. I guess he could give me more instruction than I could give him. He's very smart." "Yes," said Winterbourne, "he seems very smart." Mother's going to get a teacher for him as soon as we get to Italy. Can you get good teachers in Italy? Very good, I should think, said Winterbourne. Or else she's going to find some school. He ought to learn some more. He's only 9. He's going to college. And in this way, Miss Miller continued to converse upon the affairs of her family and upon other topics. She sat there with her extremely pretty hands, ornamented with very brilliant rings, folded in her lap, and with her pretty eyes now resting upon those of Winterbourne, now wandering over the garden, the people who passed by, and the beautiful view. She talked to Winterbourne as if she had known him a long time. He found it very pleasant. It was many years since he had heard a young girl talk so much. It might have been said of this unknown young lady, who had come and sat down beside him upon a bench, that she chattered. She was very quiet. She sat in a charming, tranquil attitude, but her lips and her eyes were constantly moving. She had a soft, slender, agreeable voice, and her tone was decidedly sociable. She gave Winterbourne a history of her movements and intentions, and those of her mother and brother in Europe, and enumerated in particular the various hotels at which they had stopped. That English lady in the cars, she said, Miss Featherstone, asked me if we didn't all live in hotels in America. I told her I had never been in so many hotels in my life as since I came to Europe. I have never seen so many. It's nothing but hotels. But Miss Miller did not make this remark with a querulous accent. She appeared to be in the best humor with everything. She declared that the hotels were very good, when once you got used to their ways, and that Europe was perfectly sweet. She was not disappointed. Not a bit. Perhaps it was because she had heard so much about it before. She had ever so many intimate friends that had been there ever so many times, and then she had had ever so many dresses and things from Paris. Whenever she put on a Paris dress, she felt as if she were in Europe. It was a kind of a wishing cap, said Winterbourne. Yes, said Miss Miller, without examining the analogy. It always made me wish I was here. But I didn't have done that for dresses. I am sure they send all the pretty ones to America. You see the most frightful things here. The only thing I don't like, she proceeded, is the society. There isn't any society, or, if there is, I don't know where it keeps itself. Do you? I suppose there is some society somewhere, but I haven't seen anything of it. I'm very fond of society, and I always have had a great deal of it. I don't mean only in Schenectady, but in New York. I used to go to New York every winter. In New York I had lots of society. Last winter I had 17 dinners given me, and 3 of them were by gentlemen, added Daisy Miller. I have more friends in New York than in Schenectady, more gentlemen friends, and more young lady friends, too, she resumed in a moment. She paused again for an instant. She was looking at Winterbourne with all her prettiness in her lively eyes, and in her light, slightly monotonous smile. I have always had, she said, a great deal of gentlemen's society. Poor Winterbourne was amused, perplexed, and decidedly charmed. He had never yet heard a young girl express herself in just this fashion. Never, at least, save in cases where to say such things seemed a kind of demonstrative evidence of a certain laxity of deportment. And yet he was to accuse Miss Daisy Miller of actual or potential inconduit, as they said in Geneva. He felt that he had lived at Geneva so long that he had lost a good deal. He had become dishabituated to the American tone. Never, indeed, since he had grown old enough to appreciate things, had he encountered a young American girl of so pronounced a type as this. Certainly she was very charming, but how deucedly sociable. Was she simply a pretty girl from New York State? Were they all like that, the pretty girls who had a good deal of gentlemen's society? Or was she also a designing, an audacious, and unscrupulous young person? Winterbourne had lost his instinct in this matter, and his reason could not help him. Miss Daisy Miller looked extremely innocent. Some people had told them that, after all, American girls were exceedingly innocent, and others had told him that, after all, they were not. He was inclined to think Miss Daisy Miller was a flirt. a pretty American flirt. He had never, as yet, had any relations with young ladies of this category. He had known here in Europe 2 or 3 women, persons older than Miss Daisy Miller, and provided, for respectability's sake, with husbands who were great coquettes, dangerous, terrible women with whom one's relations were liable to take a serious turn. But this young girl was not a coquette in that sense. She was very unsophisticated. She was only a pretty American flirt. Winterbourne was almost grateful for having found the formula that applied to Miss Daisy Miller. He leaned back in his seat. He remarked to himself that she had the most charming nose he had ever seen. He wondered what were the regular conditions and limitations of one's intercourse with a pretty American flirt. It presently became apparent that he was on the way to learn. "Have you been to that old castle?" asked the young girl, pointing with her parasol to the far gleaming walls of the Château de Chillon. "Yes, formerly more than once," said Winterbourne. "You too, I suppose, have seen it?" "No, we haven't been there. I want to go there dreadfully. Of course, I mean to go there. I wouldn't go away from here without having seen that old castle." "It's a very pretty excursion," said Winterbourne, "and very easy to make. You can drive, you know, or you can go by the little steamer." "You can go in the cars," said Miss Miller. "Yes, you can go in the cars," Winterbourne assented. "Our courier says they take you right up to the castle," the young girl continued. "We were going last week, but my mother gave out. She suffers dreadfully from dyspepsia. She said she couldn't go. Randolph wouldn't go either. He says he doesn't think much of old castles, but I guess we'll go this week if we can get Randolph." "Your brother is not interested in ancient monuments?" Winterbourne inquired, smiling. "He says he don't care much about old castles. He's only 9. He wants to stay at the hotel. Mother's afraid to leave him alone, and the courier won't stay with him. So we haven't been to many places. But it will be too bad if we don't go up there." And Miss Miller pointed again to the Château de Chillon. "I should think it might be arranged," said Winterbourne. "Couldn't you get someone to stay for the afternoon with Randolph?" Miss Miller looked at him a moment, and then, very placidly, "I wish you would stay with him," she said. Winterbourne hesitated a moment. "I should much rather go to Chillon with you." "With me?" asked the young girl with the same placidity. She didn't rise, blushing, as a young girl at Geneva would have done, and yet Winterbourne, conscious that he had been very bold, thought it possible she was offended. "With your mother," he answered very respectfully. But it seemed that both his audacity and his respect were lost upon Miss Daisy Miller. "I guess my mother won't go, after all," she said. "She don't like to ride round in the afternoon. But did you really mean what you said just now? That you would like to go up there?" "Most earnestly," Winterbourne declared. "Then we may arrange it. If Mother will stay with Randolph, I guess Eugenio will." "Eugenio?" the young man inquired. "Eugenio's our courier. He doesn't like to stay with Randolph. He's the most fastidious man I ever saw, but he's a splendid courier. I guess he'll stay at home with Randolph if Mother does, and then we can go to the castle." Winterbourne reflected for an instant, as lucidly as possible. "We" could only mean Miss Daisy Miller and himself. This program seemed almost too agreeable for credence. He felt as if he ought to kiss the young lady's hand. Possibly he would have done so and quite spoiled the project, but at this moment another person, presumably Eugenio, appeared. A tall, handsome man with superb whiskers, wearing a velvet morning coat and a brilliant watch chain, approached Miss Miller, looking sharply at her companion. "Oh, Eugenio," said Miss Miller, with the friendliest accent. Eugenio had looked at Winterbourne from head to foot. He now bowed gravely to the young lady. "I have the honor to inform Mademoiselle that luncheon is upon the table." Miss Miller rose slowly. "See here, Eugenio," she said, "I'm going to that old castle anyway." "To the Château de Chillon, mademoiselle?" the courier inquired. "Mademoiselle has made arrangements," he added in a tone which struck Winterbourne as very impertinent. Eugenio's tone apparently threw even to Miss Miller's own apprehension, a slightly ironical light upon the young girl's situation. She turned to Winterbourne, blushing a little. A very little. "You won't back out," she said. "I shall not be happy till we go," he protested. "And are you staying in this hotel?" she went on. "And are you really an American?" The courier stood looking at Winterbourne offensively. The young man, at least, thought his manner of looking an offense to Miss Miller. It conveyed an imputation that she picked up acquaintances. "I shall have the honor of presenting you to a person who will tell you all about me," he said, smiling and referring to his aunt. "Oh, well, we'll go some day," said Miss Miller, and she gave him a smile and turned away. She put up her parasol and walked back to the inn beside Eugenio. Winterbourne stood looking after her, and as she moved away, drawing her muslin furbelows over the gravel, said to himself that she had the tournure of a princess. He had, however, engaged to do more than proved feasible in promising to present his aunt, Mrs. Costello, to Miss Daisy Miller. As soon as the former lady had got better of her headache, he waited upon her in her apartment, and, after the proper inquiries in regard to her health, he asked her if she had observed in the hotel an American family, a mamma, a daughter, and a little boy. "And a courier?" said Mrs. Costello. "Oh, yes, I have observed them, seen them, heard them, and kept out of their way." Mrs. Costello was a widow with a fortune, a person of much distinction, who frequently intimated that, if she were not so dreadfully liable to sick headaches, she would probably have left a deeper impress upon her time. She had a long, pale face, a high nose, and a great deal of very striking white hair, which she wore in large puffs and rouleaux over the top of her head. She had 2 sons, married in New York, and another who was now in Europe. This young man was amusing himself at Hamburg, and, though he was on his travels, was rarely perceived to visit any particular city at the moment selected by his mother for her own appearance there. Her nephew, who had come up to Vevey expressly to see her, was therefore more attentive than those who, as she said, were nearer to her. He had imbibed at Geneva the idea that one must always be attentive to one's aunt. Mrs. Costello had not seen him for many years, and she was greatly pleased with him, manifesting her approbation by initiating him into many of the secrets of that social sway which, as she gave him to understand, she exerted in the American capital. She admitted that she was very exclusive, but if he were acquainted with New York, he would see that one had to be. And her picture of the minutely hierarchical constitution of the society of that city, which she presented to him in many different lights, was, to Winterbourne's imagination, almost oppressively striking. He immediately perceived from her tone that Miss Daisy Miller's place in the social scale was low. "I am afraid you don't approve of them," he said. "They are very common," Mrs. Costello declared. "They are the sort of Americans that one does one's duty by not accepting." "Ah, you don't accept them," said the young man. "I can't, my dear Frederick. I would if I could, but I can't." "The young girl is very pretty," said Winterbourne in a moment. "Of course she's pretty. But she is very common." "I see what you mean, of course," said Winterbourne after another pause. "She has that charming look that they all have," his aunt resumed. "I can't think where they pick it up. And she dresses in perfection. No, you don't know how well she dresses. I can't think where they get their taste." "But, my dear aunt, she is not, after all, a Comanche savage." "She is a young lady," said Mrs. Costello, "who has an intimacy with her mamma's courier." "An intimacy with a courier?" the young man demanded. "Oh, the mother is just as bad. They treat the courier like a familiar friend, like a gentleman. I shouldn't wonder if he dines with them. Very likely they have never seen a man with such good manners, such fine clothes, so like a gentleman. He probably corresponds to the young lady's idea of a count. He sits with them in the garden in the evening. I think he smokes." Winterbourne listened with interest to these disclosures. They helped him to make up his mind about Miss Daisy. Evidently she was rather wild. "Well," he said, "I am not a courier, and yet she was very charming to me." "You had better have said at first," said Mrs. Costello with dignity, "that you had made her acquaintance." "We simply met in the garden, and we talked a bit." "Tout bonnement. And pray what did you say?" "I said I should take the liberty of introducing her to my admirable aunt." "I am much obliged to you." "It was to guarantee my respectability," said Winterbourne. "And pray, who is to guarantee hers?" "Ah, you are cruel," said the young man. "She's a very nice young girl." "You don't say that as if you believed it," Mrs. Costello observed. "She is completely uncultivated," Winterbourne went on, "but she is wonderfully pretty, and in short, she is very nice. To prove that I believe it, I am going to take her to the Château de Chillon." "You two are going off there together? I should say it proved just the contrary. How long had you known her, may I ask, when this interesting project was formed? You haven't been 24 hours in the house." "I have known her half an hour," said Winterbourne, smiling. "Dear me," cried Mrs. Costello, "what a dreadful girl!" Her nephew was silent for some moments. "You really think, then," he began earnestly, and with a desire for trustworthy information, "you really think that—" But he paused again. "Think what, sir?" said his aunt. "That she is the sort of young lady who expects a man, sooner or later, to carry her off? I haven't the least idea what such young ladies expect a man to do. But I really think that you had better not meddle with little American girls that are uncultivated, as you call them. You have lived too long out of the country. You will be sure to make some great mistake. You are too innocent." "My dear aunt, I am not so innocent," said Winterbourne, smiling and curling his moustache. "You are guilty too, then." Winterbourne continued to curl his moustache meditatively. "You won't let the poor girl know you, then?" he asked at last. "Is it literally true that she is going to the Château de Chillon with you?" "I think that she fully intends it." "Then, my dear Frederick," said Mrs. Costello, "I must decline the honor of her acquaintance. I am an old woman, but I am not too old, thank heaven, to be shocked." "But don't they all do these things, the young girls in America?" Winterbourne inquired. Mrs. Costello stared a moment. "I should like to see my granddaughters do them," she declared grimly. This seemed to throw some light upon the matter, for Winterbourne remembered to have heard that his pretty cousins in New York were tremendous flirts. If therefore Miss Daisy Miller exceeded the liberal margin allowed to these young ladies, it was probable that anything might be expected of her. Winterbourne was impatient to see her again, and he was vexed with himself that, by instinct, he should not appreciate her justly. Though he was impatient to see her, he hardly knew what he should say to her about his aunt's refusal to become acquainted with her. But he discovered promptly enough that with Miss Daisy Miller there was no great need of walking on tiptoe. He found her that evening in the garden, wandering about in the warm starlight like an indolent sylph, and swinging to and fro the largest fan he had ever beheld. It was 10 o'clock. He had dined with his aunt, and had been sitting with her since dinner, and had just taken leave of her till the morrow. Miss Daisy Miller seemed very glad to see him. She declared it was the longest evening she had ever passed. "Have you been all alone?" he asked. "I have been walking round with Mother, but Mother gets tired walking round," she answered. "Has she gone to bed?" "No, she doesn't like to go to bed," said the young girl. "She doesn't sleep, not 3 hours. She says she doesn't know how she lives. She's dreadfully nervous. I guess she sleeps more than she thinks. She's gone somewhere after Randolph. She wants to try to get him to go to bed. He doesn't like to go to bed." "Let us hope she will persuade him," observed Winterbourne. "She will talk to him all she can, but he doesn't like her to talk to him," said Miss Daisy, opening her fan. "She's going to try to get Eugenio to talk to him. But he isn't afraid of Eugenio. Eugenio's a splendid courier, but he can't make much impression on Randolph. I don't believe he'll go to bed before 11. It appeared that Randolph's vigil was in fact triumphantly prolonged, for Winterbourne strolled about with the young girl for some time without meeting her mother. "I have been looking round for that lady you want to introduce me to," his companion resumed. "She's your aunt." Then, on Winterbourne's admitting the fact, and expressing some curiosity as to how she had learned it, she said she had heard all about Mrs. Costello from the chambermaid. She was very quiet, and very comme il faut. She wore white puffs, she spoke to no one, and she never dined at the table d'hôte. Every 2 days she had a headache. "I think that's a lovely description, headache and all," said Miss Daisy, chattering along in her thin, gay voice. "I want to know her ever so much. I know just what your aunt would be. I know I should like her. She would be very exclusive. I like a lady to be exclusive. I'm dying to be exclusive myself. Well, we are exclusive, Mother and I. We don't speak to everyone, or they don't speak to us. I suppose it's about the same thing. Anyway, I shall be ever so glad to know your aunt." Winterbourne was embarrassed. "She would be most happy," he said, "but I'm afraid those headaches will interfere." The young girl looked at him through the dusk. "But I suppose she doesn't have a headache every day," she said sympathetically. Winterbourne was silent a moment. "She tells me she does," he answered at last, not knowing what to say. Miss Daisy Miller stopped and stood looking at him. Her prettiness was still visible in the darkness. She was opening and closing her enormous fan. "She doesn't want to know me," she said suddenly. "Why don't you say so? You needn't be afraid. I'm not afraid." And she gave a little laugh. Winterbourne fancied there was a tremor in her voice. He was touched, shocked, and mortified by it. "My dear young lady," he protested, "she knows no one. It's her wretched health." The young girl walked on a few steps, laughing still. "You needn't be afraid," she repeated. "Why should she want to know me?" Then she paused again. She was close to the parapet of the garden, and in front of her was the starlit lake. There was a vague sheen upon its surface, and in the distance were dimly seen mountain forms. Daisy Miller looked out upon the mysterious prospect, and then she gave another little laugh. "Gracious, she is exclusive," she said. Winterbourne wondered whether she was seriously wounded, and for a moment almost wished that her sense of injury might be such as to make it becoming in him to attempt to reassure and comfort her. He had a pleasant sense that she would be very approachable for consolatory purposes. He felt then, for the instant, quite ready to sacrifice his aunt, conversationally, to admit that she was a proud, rude woman, and to declare that they needn't mind her. But before he had time to commit himself to this perilous mixture of gallantry and impiety, the young lady, resuming her walk, gave an exclamation in quite another tone. "Well, here's Mother! I guess she hasn't got Randolph to go to bed." The figure of a lady appeared at a distance, very indistinct in the darkness, and advancing with a slow and wavering movement. Suddenly it seemed to pause. "Are you sure it is your mother? Can you distinguish her in this thick dusk?" Winterbourne asked. "Well," cried Miss Daisy Miller with a laugh, "I guess I know my own mother, and when she has got on my shawl, too. She is always wearing my things." The lady in question, ceasing to advance, hovered vaguely about the spot at which she had checked her steps. "I am afraid your mother doesn't see you," said Winterbourne. "Or perhaps," he added, thinking with Miss Miller the joke permissible, "perhaps she feels guilty about your shawl." "Oh, it's a fearful old thing," the young girl replied serenely. "I told her she could wear it. She won't come here because she sees you." "Ah, then," said Winterbourne, "I had better leave you." "Oh, no, come on," urged Miss Daisy Miller. "I'm afraid your mother doesn't approve of my walking with you." Miss Miller gave him a serious glance. "It isn't for me, it's for you. That is, it's for her. Well, I don't know who it's for, but Mother doesn't like any of my gentleman friends. She's downright timid. She always makes a fuss if I introduce a gentleman. But I do introduce them. Almost always. If I didn't introduce my gentleman friends to Mother," the young girl added, in her little soft, flat monotone. "I shouldn't think I was natural." "To introduce me," said Winterbourne, "you must know my name." And he proceeded to pronounce it. "Oh dear, I can't say all that," said his companion with a laugh. But by this time they had come up to Mrs. Miller, who, as they drew nearer, walked to the parapet of the garden and leaned upon it, looking intently at the lake and turning her back to them. "Mother," said the young girl in a tone of decision. Upon this the elder lady turned round. "Mr. Winterbourne," said Miss Daisy Miller, introducing the young man very frankly and prettily. Common she was, as Mrs. Costello had pronounced her, yet it was a wonder to Winterbourne that, with her commonness, she had a singularly delicate grace. Her mother was a small, spare, light person, with a wandering eye, a very exiguous nose, and a large forehead decorated with a certain amount of thin, much frizzled hair. Like her daughter, Mrs. Miller was dressed with extreme elegance. She had enormous diamonds in her ears. So far as Winterbourne could observe, she gave him no greeting. She certainly was not looking at him. Daisy was near her, pulling her shawl straight. "What are you doing poking around here?" this young lady inquired, but by no means with that harshness of accent which her choice of words may imply. "I don't know," said her mother, turning toward the lake again. "I shouldn't think you'd want that shawl," Daisy exclaimed. "Well, I do," her mother answered with a little laugh. "Did you get Randolph to go to bed?" asked the young girl. "No, I couldn't induce him," said Mrs. Miller very gently. "He wants to talk to the waiter. He likes to talk to that waiter." "I was telling Mr. Winterbourne," the young girl went on, and to the young man's ear her tone might have indicated that she had been uttering his name all her life. "Oh, yes," said Winterbourne, "I have the pleasure of knowing your son." Randolph's mamma was silent. She turned her attention to the lake, but at last she spoke. "Well, I don't see how he lives." "Anyhow, it isn't so bad as it was at Dover," said Daisy Miller. "And what occurred at Dover?" Winterbourne asked. "He wouldn't go to bed at all. I guess he sat up all night in the public parlor. He wasn't in bed at 12 o'clock, I know that." "It was 12:30, declared Mrs. Miller with mild emphasis. "Does he sleep much during the day?" Winterbourne demanded. "I guess he doesn't sleep much," Daisy rejoined. "I wish he would," said her mother. "It seems as if he couldn't." "I think he's real tiresome," Daisy pursued. Then for some moments there was silence. "Well, Daisy Miller," said the elder lady presently, "I shouldn't think you'd want to talk against your own brother." "Well, he is tiresome, mother," said Daisy, quite without the asperity of a retort. "He's only 9, urged Mrs. Miller. "Well, he wouldn't go to that castle," said the young girl. "I'm going there with Mr. Winterbourne." To this announcement, very placidly made, Daisy's mamma offered no response. Winterbourne took for granted that she deeply disapproved of the projected excursion, but he said to himself that she was a simple, easily managed person, and that a few deferential protestations would take the edge from her displeasure. "Yes," he began, "your daughter has kindly allowed me the honor of being her guide." Mrs. Miller's wandering eyes attached themselves with a sort of appealing air to Daisy, who, however, strolled a few steps farther, gently humming to herself. "I presume you will go in the cars," said her mother. "Yes, or in the boat," said Winterbourne. "Well, of course, I don't know," Mrs. Miller rejoined. "I have never been to that castle." "It is a pity you shouldn't go," said Winterbourne, beginning to feel reassured as to her opposition, and yet he was quite prepared to find that, as a matter of course, she meant to accompany her daughter. "We've been thinking ever so much about going," she pursued, "but it seems as if we couldn't. Of course, Daisy, she wants to go round, but there's a lady here, I don't know her name, she says she shouldn't think we'd want to go to see castles here. She should think we would want to wait till we got to Italy. It seems as if there would be so many there," continued Mrs. Miller with an air of increasing confidence. "Of course, we only want to see the principal ones. We've visited several in England," she presently added. "Ah, yes, in England there are beautiful castles," said Winterbourne, "but Chillon here is very well worth seeing." "Well, if Daisy feels up to it," said Mrs. Miller, in a tone impregnated with a sense of the magnitude of the enterprise. "It seems as if there was nothing she wouldn't undertake." "Oh, I think she'll enjoy it," Winterbourne declared, and he desired more and more to make it a certainty that he was to have the privilege of a tete-a-tete with the young lady, who was still strolling along in front of them, softly vocalizing. "You are not disposed, madam," he inquired, "to undertake it yourself?" Daisy's mother looked at him an instant askance, and then walked forward in silence. Then, "I guess she had better go alone," she said simply. Winterbourne observed to himself that this was a very different type of maternity from that of the vigilant matrons who massed themselves in the forefront of social intercourse in the dark old city at the other end of the lake. But his meditations were interrupted by hearing his name very distinctly pronounced by Mrs. Miller's unprotected daughter. "Mr. Winterbourne," murmured Daisy. "Mademoiselle," said the young man, "don't you want to take me out in a boat?" "At present?" he asked. "Of course," said Daisy. "Well, Annie Miller!" exclaimed her mother. "I beg you, madam, to let her go," said Winterbourne ardently, for he had never yet enjoyed the sensation of guiding through the summer starlight a skiff freighted with a fresh and beautiful young girl. "I shouldn't think she'd want to," said her mother. "I should think she'd rather go indoors." "I'm sure Mr. Winterbourne wants to take me," Daisy declared. "He's so awfully devoted. I will row you over to Chillon in the starlight." "I don't believe it," said Daisy. "Well," ejaculated the elder lady again. "You haven't spoken to me for half an hour," her daughter went on. "I have been having some very pleasant conversation with your mother," said Winterbourne. "Well, I want you to take me out in a boat," Daisy repeated. They had all stopped, and she had turned round and was looking at Winterbourne. Her face wore a charming smile, her pretty eyes were gleaming, she was swinging her great fan about. "No, it's impossible to be prettier than that," thought Winterbourne. "There are half a dozen boats moored at that landing place," he said, pointing to certain steps which descended from the garden to the lake. "If you will do me the honor to accept my arm, we will go and select one of them." Daisy stood there smiling. She threw back her head and gave a little light laugh. "I like a gentleman to be formal," she declared. "I assure you it's a formal offer." "I was bound I would make you say something," Daisy went on. "You see, it's not very difficult," said Winterbourne, "but I am afraid you are chaffing me." "I think not, sir," remarked Mrs. Miller very gently. "Do, then, let me give you a row," he said to the young girl. "It's quite lovely the way you say that," cried Daisy. "It will be still more lovely to do it." "Yes, it would be lovely," said Daisy. But she made no movement to accompany him. She only stood there laughing. "I should think you had better find out what time it is," interposed her mother. "It is 11 o'clock, madame," said a voice with a foreign accent out of the neighboring darkness, and Winterbourne, turning, perceived the florid personage who was in attendance upon the two ladies. He had apparently just approached. "Oh, Eugenio," said Daisy, "I'm going out in a boat." Eugenio bowed. "At 11 o'clock, mademoiselle?" "I am going with Mr. Winterbourne this very minute." "Do tell her she can't," said Mrs. Miller to the courier. "I think you had better not go out in a boat, mademoiselle," Eugenio declared. Winterbourne wished to heaven this pretty girl were not so familiar with her courier, but he said nothing. "I suppose you don't think it's proper," Daisy exclaimed. "Eugenio doesn't think anything's proper." "I'm at your service," said Winterbourne. "Does mademoiselle propose to go alone?" asked Eugenio of Mrs. Miller. "Oh, no, with this gentleman?" answered Daisy's mamma. The courier looked for a moment at Winterbourne. The latter thought he was smiling, and then, solemnly, with a bow, "As mademoiselle pleases," he said. "Oh, I hoped you would make a fuss," said Daisy. "I don't care to go now." "I myself shall make a fuss if you don't go," said Winterbourne. "That's all I want," a little fuss." And the young girl began to laugh again. "Mr. Randolph has gone to bed," the courier announced frigidly. "Oh, Daisy, now we can go," said Mrs. Miller. Daisy turned away from Winterbourne, looking at him, smiling and fanning herself. "Good night," she said. "I hope you are disappointed, or disgusted, or something." He looked at her, taking the hand she offered him. "I am puzzled," he answered. "Well, I hope it won't keep you awake," she said very smartly. And under the escort of the privileged Eugenio, the two ladies passed toward the house. Winterbourne stood looking after them. He was indeed puzzled. He lingered beside the lake for a quarter of an hour, turning over the mystery of the young girl's sudden familiarities and caprices. But the only very definite conclusion he came to was that he should enjoy deucedly going off with her somewhere. 2 days afterward, he went off with her to the castle of Chillon. He waited for her in the large hall of the hotel, where the couriers, the servants, the foreign tourists were lounging about and staring. It was not the place he should have chosen, but she had appointed it. She came tripping downstairs, buttoning her long gloves, squeezing her folded parasol against her pretty figure, dressed in the perfection of a soberly elegant traveling costume. Winterbourne was a man of imagination, and, as our ancestors used to say, sensibility. As he looked at her dress and, on the great staircase, her little rapid, confiding step, he felt as if there was something romantic going forward. He could have believed he was going to elope with her. He passed out with her among all the idle people that were assembled there. They were all looking at her very hard. She had begun to chatter as soon as she joined him. Winterbourne's preference had been that they should be conveyed to Chillon in a carriage, but she expressed a lively wish to go in the little steamer. She declared that she had a passion for steamboats. There was always such a lovely breeze upon the water, and you saw such lots of people. The sail was not long, but Winterbourne's companion found time to say a great many things. To the young man himself, their little excursion was so much of an escapade, an adventure, that, even allowing for her habitual sense of freedom, he had some expectation of seeing her regard it in the same way. But it must be confessed that, in this particular, he was disappointed. Daisy Miller was extremely animated. She was in charming spirits, but she was apparently not at all excited. She was not fluttered. She avoided neither his eyes nor those of anyone else. She blushed neither when she looked at him nor when she felt that people were looking at her. People continued to look at her a great deal, and Winterbourne took much satisfaction in his pretty companion's distinguished air. He had been a little afraid that she would talk loud, laugh overmuch, and even, perhaps, desire to move about the boat a good deal. But he quite forgot his fears. He sat smiling with his eyes upon her face, while, without moving from her place, she delivered herself of a great number of original reflections. It was the most charming garrulity he had ever heard. He had assented to the idea that she was common. But was she so, after all, or was he simply getting used to her commonness? Her conversation was chiefly of what metaphysicians term the objective cast, but every now and then it took a subjective turn. "What on earth are you so grave about?" she suddenly demanded, fixing her agreeable eyes upon Winterbourne's. "Am I grave?" he asked. "I had an idea I was grinning from ear to ear." "You look as if you were taking me to a funeral. If that's a grin, your ears are very near together." "Should you like me to dance a hornpipe on the deck?" "Pray do, and I'll carry round your hat. It will pay the expenses of our journey." "I never was better pleased in my life," murmured Winterbourne. She looked at him a moment, and then burst into a little laugh. "I like to make you say those things. You're a queer mixture." In the castle, after they had landed, the subjective element decidedly prevailed. Daisy tripped about the vaulted chambers, rustled her skirts in the corkscrew staircases, flirted back with a pretty little cry, and a shudder from the edge of the oubliettes. and turned a singularly well-shaped ear to everything that Winterbourne told her about the place. But he saw that she cared very little for feudal antiquities, and that the dusky traditions of Chillon made but a slight impression upon her. They had the good fortune to have been able to walk about without other companionship than that of the custodian, and Winterbourne arranged with this functionary that they should not be hurried, that they should linger and pause wherever they chose. The custodian interpreted the bargain generously. Winterbourne, on his side, had been generous, and ended by leaving them quite to themselves. Miss Miller's observations were not remarkable for logical consistency. For anything she wanted to say, she was sure to find a pretext. She found a great many pretexts in the rugged embrasures of Chillon for asking Winterbourne sudden questions about himself, his family, his previous history, his tastes, his habits, his intentions, and for supplying information upon corresponding points in her own personality. Of her own tastes, habits, and intentions, Miss Miller was prepared to give the most definite, and indeed the most favorable account. "Well, I hope you know enough," she said to her companion, after he had told her the history of the unhappy Bonnivard. "I never saw a man that knew so much." The history of Bonnivard had evidently, as they say, gone into one ear and out of the other. But Daisy went on to say that she wished Winterbourne would travel with them, and go round with them. They might know something in that case. "Don't you want to come and teach Randolph?" she asked. Winterbourne said that nothing could possibly please him so much, but that he had, unfortunately, other occupations. "Other occupations? I don't believe it," said Miss Daisy. "What do you mean? You are not in business." The young man admitted that he was not in business, but he had engagements which, even within a day or two, would force him to go back to Geneva. "Oh, bother," she said. "I don't believe it." And she began to talk about something else. But a few moments later, when he was pointing out to her the pretty design of an antique fireplace, she broke out irrelevantly, "You don't mean to say you are going back to Geneva?" "It is a melancholy fact that I shall have to return to Geneva tomorrow." "Well, Mr. Winterbourne," said Daisy, "I think you're horrid." "Oh, don't say such dreadful things," said Winterbourne, "just at the last." "The last?" cried the young girl. "I call it the first. I have half a mind to leave you here and go straight back to the hotel alone." And for the next 10 minutes she did nothing but call him horrid. Poor Winterbourne was fairly bewildered. No young lady had as yet done him the honor to be so agitated by the announcement of his movements. His companion, after this, ceased to pay any attention to the curiosities of Chillon or the beauties of the lake. She opened fire upon the mysterious charmer in Geneva, whom she appeared to have instantly taken it for granted that he was hurrying back to sea. How did Miss Daisy Miller know that there was a charmer in Geneva? Winterbourne, who denied the existence of such a person, was quite unable to discover, and he was divided between amazement at the rapidity of her induction and amusement at the frankness of her persiflage. She seemed to him, in all this, an extraordinary mixture of innocence and crudity. "Does she never allow you more than 3 days at a time?" asked Daisy ironically. "Doesn't she give you a vacation in summer? There's no one so hard worked but they can get leave to go off somewhere at this season. I suppose if you stay another day, she'll come after you in the boat. Do wait over till Friday, and I will go down to the landing to see her arrive." Winterbourne began to think he had been wrong to feel disappointed in the temper in which the young lady had embarked. If he had missed the personal accent was now making its appearance. It sounded very distinctly, at last, in her telling him she would stop teasing him if he would promise her solemnly to come down to Rome in the winter. "That's not a difficult promise to make," said Winterbourne. "My aunt has taken an apartment in Rome for the winter, and has already asked me to come and see her." "I don't want you to come for your aunt," said Daisy. "I want you to come for me." And this was the only allusion that the young man was ever to hear her make to his invidious kinswoman. He declared that, at any rate, he would certainly come. After this, Daisy stopped teasing. Winterbourne took a carriage, and they drove back to Vevey in the dusk. The young girl was very quiet. In the evening, Winterbourne mentioned to Mrs. Costello that he had spent the afternoon at Chillon with Miss Daisy Miller. "The Americans? Of the Courier?" asked this lady. "Ah, happily," said Winterbourne, "the Courier stayed at home." "She went with you all alone?" "All alone." Mrs. Costello sniffed a little at her smelling bottle. "And that," she exclaimed, "is the young person whom you wanted me to know." End of Miss Daisy Miller, Part 1. Miss Daisy Miller, A Study, by Henry James, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Miss Daisy Miller, Part 2. Winterbourne, who had returned to Geneva the day after his excursion to Chillon, went to Rome toward the end of January. His aunt had been established there for several weeks, and he had received a couple of letters from her. "Those people you were so devoted to last summer at Vevey have turned up here, courier and all," she wrote. "They seem to have made several acquaintances, but the courier continues to be the most intime. The young lady, however, is also very intimate with some third-rate Italians, with whom she rackets about in a way that makes much talk. Bring me that pretty novel of Cherbuliez's, Paul Mere, and don't come later than the 23rd. In the natural course of events, Winterbourne, on arriving in Rome, would presently have ascertained Mrs. Miller's address at the American banker's, and have gone to pay his compliments to Miss Daisy. "After what happened at Vevey, I think I may certainly call upon them," he said to Mrs. Costello. "If, after what happens, at Vevey and everywhere, you desire to keep up the acquaintance, you are very welcome. Of course, a man may know everyone. Men are welcome to the privilege." "Pray, what is it that happens here, for instance?" Winterbourne demanded. "The girl goes about alone with her foreigners. As to what happens further, you must apply elsewhere for information. She has picked up half a dozen of the regular Roman fortune-hunters, and she takes them about to people's houses. When she comes to a party, she brings with her a gentleman with a good deal of manner and a wonderful moustache. And where is the mother? I haven't the least idea. They are very dreadful people." Winterbourne meditated a moment. "They are very ignorant, very innocent only. Depend upon it, they are not bad." "They are hopelessly vulgar," said Mrs. Costello. "Whether or no being hopelessly vulgar is being bad is a question for metaphysicians. They are bad enough to dislike, at any rate, and for this short life that is quite enough." The news that Daisy Miller was surrounded by half a dozen wonderful moustaches checked Winterbourne's impulse to go straight away to see her. He had perhaps not definitely flattered himself that he had made an ineffaceable impression upon her heart, but he was annoyed at hearing of a state of affairs so little in harmony with an image that had lately flitted in and out of his own meditations. The image of a very pretty girl looking out of an old Roman window and asking herself urgently when Mr. Winterbourne would arrive. If, however, he determined to wait a little before reminding Miss Miller of his claims to her consideration, he went very soon to call upon 2 or 3 other friends. One of these friends was an American lady who had spent several winters at Geneva, where she had placed her children at school. She was a very accomplished woman, and she lived in the Via Gregoriana. Winterbourne found her in a little crimson drawing-room on a 3rd floor. The room was filled with southern sunshine. He had not been there 10 minutes when the servant came in, announcing Madame Mila. This announcement was presently followed by the entrance of little Randolph Miller, who stopped in the middle of the room and stood staring at Winterbourne. An instant later, his pretty sister crossed the threshold, and then, after a considerable interval, Mrs. Miller slowly advanced. "I know you," said Randolph. "I'm sure you know a great many things," exclaimed Winterbourne, taking him by the hand. "How is your education coming on?" Daisy was exchanging greetings very prettily with her hostess, but when she heard Winterbourne's voice, she quickly turned her head. "Well, I declare," she said. "I told you I should come, you know," Winterbourne rejoined, smiling. "Well, I didn't believe it," said Miss Daisy. "I am much obliged to you," laughed the young man. "You might have come to see me," said Daisy. "I arrived only yesterday." "I don't believe that," the young girl declared. Winterbourne turned with a protesting smile to her mother, but this lady evaded his glance, and, seating herself, fixed her eyes upon her son. "We've got a bigger place than this," said Randolph. "It's all gold on the walls." Mrs. Miller turned uneasily in her chair. "I told you if I were to bring you, you would say something," she murmured. "I told you," Randolph exclaimed. "I tell you, sir," he added jocosely, giving Winterbourne a thump on the knee. "It is bigger, too." Daisy had entered upon a lively conversation with her hostess. Winterbourne judged it becoming to address a few words to her mother. "I hope you have been well since we parted at Vevey," he said. Mrs. Miller now certainly looked at him, at his chin. "Not very well, sir," she answered. "She's got the dyspepsia," said Randolph. "I've got it too. Father's got it. I've got it most." This announcement, instead of embarrassing Mrs. Miller, seemed to relieve her. "I suffer from the liver," she said. "I think it's this climate. It's less bracing than Schenectady, especially in the winter season. I don't know whether you know we reside at Schenectady. I was saying to Daisy that I certainly hadn't found anyone like Dr. Davis, and I didn't believe I should. Oh, at Schenectady he stands first. They think everything of him. He has so much to do, and yet there was nothing he wouldn't do for me. He said he never saw anything like my dyspepsia, but he was bound to cure it. I'm sure there was nothing he wouldn't try. He was just going to try something new when we came off. Mr. Miller wanted Daisy to see Europe for herself, but I wrote to Mr. Miller that it seems as if I couldn't get on without Dr. Davis. At Schenectady he stands at the very top, and there's a great deal of sickness there, too. It affects my sleep." Winterbourne had a good deal of pathological gossip with Dr. Davis's patient, during which Daisy chattered unremittingly to her own companion. The young man asked Mrs. Miller how she was pleased with Rome. "Well, I must say I am disappointed," she answered. "We had heard so much about it. I suppose we had heard too much. But we couldn't help that. We had been led to expect something different." "Ah, wait a little, and you will become very fond of it," said Winterbourne. "I hate it worse and worse every day," cried Randolph. "You are like the infant Hannibal," said Winterbourne. "No, I ain't," Rudolph declared at a venture. "You are not much like an infant," said his mother, "but we have seen places," she resumed, "that I should put a long way before Rome." And in reply to Winterbourne's interrogation, "There's Zurich," she concluded. "I think Zurich is lovely, and we hadn't heard half so much about it." "The best place we've seen is the city of Richmond," said Randolph. "He means the ship," his mother explained. "We crossed in that ship. Randolph had a good time on the city of Richmond." "It's the best place I've seen," the child repeated, "only it was turned the wrong way." "Well, we've got to turn the right way sometime," said Mrs. Miller with a little laugh. Winterbourne expressed the hope that her daughter, at least, found some gratification in Rome, and she declared that Daisy was quite carried away. "It's on account of the society. The society's splendid. She goes round everywhere. She has made a great number of acquaintances. Of course, she goes round more than I do. I must say they have been very sociable. They have taken her right in. And then she knows a great many gentlemen. Oh, she thinks there's nothing like Rome. Of course, it's a great deal pleasanter for a young lady if she knows plenty of gentlemen." By this time Daisy had turned her attention again to Winterbourne. "I've been telling Mrs. Walker how mean you were," the young girl announced. "And what is the evidence you have offered?" asked Winterbourne, rather annoyed at Miss Miller's want of appreciation of the zeal of an admirer who, on his way down to Rome, had stopped neither at Bologna nor at Florence, simply because of a certain sentimental impatience. He remembered that a cynical compatriot had once told him that American women, the pretty ones, and this gave a largeness to the axiom, were at once the most exacting in the world and the least endowed with a sense of indebtedness. "Why, you were awfully mean at Vevey," said Daisy. "You wouldn't do anything. You wouldn't stay there when I asked you." "My dearest young lady," cried Winterbourne with eloquence, "have I come all the way to Rome to encounter your reproaches?" "Just hear him say that," said Daisy to her hostess, giving a twist to a bow on this lady's dress. "Did you ever hear anything so quaint?" "So quaint, my dear?" murmured Mrs. Walker in the tone of a partisan of Winterbourne. "Well, I don't know," said Daisy, fingering Mrs. Walker's ribbons. "Mrs. Walker, I want to tell you something." "Mother!" interposed Randolph, with his rough ends to his words. "I tell you, you've got to go. Eugenio'll raise something." "I'm not afraid of Eugenio," said Daisy with a toss of her head. "Look here, Mrs. Walker," she went on, "you know I'm coming to your party." "I am delighted to hear it. I've got a lovely dress." "I am very sure of that." "But I want to ask a favor. Permission to bring a friend." "I shall be happy to see any of your friends," said Mrs. Walker, turning with a smile to Mrs. Miller. "Oh, they are not my friends," answered Daisy's mamma, smiling shyly in her own fashion. "I never spoke to them." "It's an intimate friend of mine, Mr. Giovanelli," said Daisy, without a tremor in her clear little voice or a shadow on her brilliant little face. Mrs. Walker was silent a moment. She gave a rapid glance at Winterbourne. "I shall be glad to see Mr. Giovanelli," she then said. "He's an Italian," Daisy pursued with the prettiest serenity. "He's a great friend of mine. He's the handsomest man in the world, except Mr. Winterbourne. He knows plenty of Italians, but he wants to know some Americans. He thinks ever so much of Americans. He's tremendously clever. He's perfectly lovely." It was settled that this brilliant personage should be brought to Mrs. Walker's party, and then Mrs. Miller prepared to take her leave. "I guess we'll go back to the hotel," she said. "You may go back to the hotel, Mother, but I'm going to take a walk," said Daisy. "She's going to walk with Mr. Giovanelli," Randolph proclaimed. "I am going to the Pincio," said Daisy, smiling. "Alone, my dear, at this hour?" Mrs. Walker asked. The afternoon was drawing to a close. It was the hour for the throng of carriages and of contemplative pedestrians. "I don't think it's safe, my dear," said Mrs. Walker. "Neither do I," subjoined Mrs. Miller. "You'll get the fever as sure as you live. Remember what Dr. Davis told you." "Give her some medicine before she goes," said Randolph. The company had risen to its feet. Daisy, still showing her pretty teeth, bent over and kissed her hostess. "Mrs. Walker, you are too perfect," she said. "I'm not going alone. I am going to meet a friend." "Your friend won't keep you from getting the fever," Mrs. Miller observed. "Is it Mr. Giovanelli?" asked the hostess. Winterbourne was watching the young girl. At this question his attention quickened. She stood there, smiling and smoothing her bonnet ribbons. She glanced at Winterbourne. Then, while she glanced and smiled, she answered, without a shade of hesitation, "Mr. Giovanelli, the beautiful Giovanelli." "My dear young friend," said Mrs. Walker, taking her hand pleadingly, "don't walk off to the Pincio at this hour to meet a beautiful Italian." "Well, he speaks English," said Mrs. Miller. "Gracious me!" Daisy exclaimed. "I don't do anything improper. There's an easy way to settle it." She continued to glance at Winterbourne. "The Pincio is only 100 yards distant, and if Mr. Winterbourne were as polite as he pretends, he would offer to walk with me." Winterbourne's politeness hastened to affirm itself, and the young girl gave him gracious leave to accompany her. They passed downstairs before her mother, and at the door Winterbourne perceived Mrs. Miller's carriage drawn up, with the ornamental courier, whose acquaintance he had made at Vevey, seated within. "Good-bye, Eugenio," cried Daisy. "I'm going to take a walk." The distance from the Via Gregoriana to the beautiful garden at the other end of the Pincian Hill is, in fact, rapidly traversed. As the day was splendid, however, and the concourse of vehicles, walkers, and loungers numerous, the young Americans found their progress much delayed. This fact was highly agreeable to Winterbourne, in spite of his consciousness of his singular situation. The slow-moving, idly gazing Roman crowd bestowed much attention upon the extremely pretty young foreign lady who was passing through it upon his arm, and he wondered what on earth had been in Daisy's mind when she proposed to expose herself, unattended, to its appreciation. His own mission, to her sense, apparently was to consign her to the hands of Mr. Giovanelli. But Winterbourne, at once annoyed and gratified, resolved that he would do no such thing. "Why haven't you been to see me?" asked Daisy. "You can't get out of that. I have had the honor of telling you that I have only just stepped out of the train." "You must have stayed in the train a good while after it stopped," cried the young girl with her little laugh. "I suppose you were asleep. You have had time to go see Mrs. Walker." "I knew Mrs. Walker," Winterbourne began to explain. "I know where you knew her. You knew her at Geneva. She told me so. Well, you knew me at Vevey. That's just as good, so you ought to have come." She asked him no other questions than this. She began to prattle about her own affairs. "We've got splendid rooms at the hotel. Eugenio says they're the best rooms in Rome. We are going to stay all winter, if we don't die of the fever, and I guess we'll stay then. It's a great deal nicer than I thought. I thought it would be fearfully quiet. I was sure it would be awfully poky. I was sure we should be going round all the time with one of those dreadful old men that explain about the pictures and things. But we only had about a week of that, and now I'm enjoying myself. I know ever so many people, and they are all so charming. The society's extremely select. There are all kinds of English, and Germans, and Italians. I think I like the English best. I like their style of conversation. But there are some lovely Americans. I never saw anything so hospitable. There's something or other every day. There's not much dancing, but I must say I never thought dancing was everything. I was always fond of conversation. I guess I shall have plenty at Mrs. Walker's. Her rooms are so small." When they had passed the gate of the Pincian Gardens, Miss Miller began to wonder where Mr. Giovanelli might be. "We had better go straight to that place in front," she said, "where you look at the view." "I certainly shall not help you to find him," Winterbourne declared. "Then I shall find him without you," cried Miss Daisy. "You certainly won't leave me," cried Winterbourne. She burst into her little laugh. "Are you afraid you'll get lost, or run over? But there's Giovanelli leaning against that tree. He's staring at the women in the carriages. Did you ever see anything so cool?" Winterbourne perceived at some distance a little man standing with folded arms, nursing his cane. He had a handsome face, an artfully poised hat, a glass in one eye, and a nosegay in his buttonhole. Winterbourne looked at him a moment and then said, "Do you mean to speak to that man?" "Do I mean to speak to him? Why, you don't suppose I mean to communicate by signs?" "Pray understand, then," said Winterbourne, "that I intend to remain with you." Daisy stopped and looked at him, without a sign of troubled consciousness in her face, with nothing but the presence of her charming eyes and her happy dimples. "Well, she's a cool one," thought the young man. "I don't like the way you say that," said Daisy. "It's too imperious. I beg your pardon if I say it wrong. The main point is to give you an idea of my meaning." The young girl looked at him more gravely, but with eyes that were prettier than ever. "I have never allowed a gentleman to dictate to me, or to interfere with anything I do." "I think you have made a mistake," said Winterbourne. "You should sometimes listen to a gentleman." the right one. Daisy began to laugh again. "I do nothing but listen to gentlemen," she exclaimed. "Tell me if Mr. Giovanelli is the right one." The gentleman with the nosegay in his bosom had now perceived our two friends, and was approaching the young girl with obsequious rapidity. He bowed to Winterbourne as well as to the latter's companion. He had a brilliant smile, an intelligent eye. Winterbourne thought him not a bad-looking fellow, but he nevertheless said to Daisy, "No, he's not the right one." Daisy evidently had a natural talent for performing introductions. She mentioned the name of each of her companions to the other. She strolled alone, with one of them on each side of her. Mr. Giovanelli, who spoke English very cleverly, Winterbourne afterward learned that he had practiced the idiom upon a great many American heiresses, addressed her a great deal of very polite nonsense. He was extremely urbane, and the young American, who said nothing, reflected upon that profundity of Italian cleverness which enables people to appear more gracious in proportion as they are more acutely disappointed. Giovanelli, of course, had counted upon something more intimate. He had not bargained for a party of 3. But he kept his temper in a manner which suggested far-stretching intentions. Winterbourne flattered himself that he had taken his measure. "He's not a gentleman," said the young American. "He is only a clever imitation of one. He is a music-master, or a penny-a-liner, or a third-rate artist. Damn his good looks." Mr. Giovanelli had certainly a very pretty face, but Winterbourne felt a superior indignation at his own lovely fellow-countrywoman's not knowing the difference between a spurious gentleman and a real one. Giovanelli chattered and jested and made himself wonderfully agreeable. It was true that, if he was an imitation, the imitation was brilliant. Nevertheless, Winterbourne said to himself, a nice girl ought to know. And then he came back to the question whether this was, in fact, a nice girl. Would a nice girl, even allowing for her being a little American flirt, make a rendezvous with a presumably low-lived foreigner? The rendezvous in this case, indeed, had been in broad daylight, and in the most crowded corner of Rome, but was it not impossible to regard the choice of these circumstances as a proof of extreme cynicism? Singular though it may seem, Winterbourne was vexed that the young girl, in joining her amoroso, should not appear more impatient of his own company, and he was vexed because of his inclination. It was impossible to regard her as a perfectly well-conducted young lady. She was wanting in a certain indispensable delicacy. It would therefore simplify matters greatly to be able to treat her as the object of one of those sentiments which are called by romancers lawless passions. That she should seem to wish to get rid of him would help him to think more lightly of her, and to be able to think more lightly of her would make her much less perplexing. But Daisy, on this occasion, continued to present herself as an inscrutable combination of audacity and innocence. She had been walking some quarter of an hour, attended by her 2 cavaliers, and responding in a tone of very childish gaiety, as it seemed to Winterbourne, to the pretty speeches of Mr. Giovanelli, when a carriage that had detached itself from the revolving train drew up beside the path. At the same moment, Winterbourne perceived that his friend Mrs. Walker, the lady whose house he had lately left, was seated in the vehicle and beckoning to him. Leaving Miss Miller's side, he hastened to obey her summons. Mrs. Walker was flushed. She wore an excited air. "It is really too dreadful," she said. "That girl must not do this sort of thing. She must not walk here with you 2 men. 50 people have noticed her." Winterbourne raised his eyebrows. "I think it's a pity to make too much fuss about it. It's a pity to let the girl ruin herself." "She is very innocent," said Winterbourne. "She's very crazy," cried Mrs. Walker. "Did you ever see anything so imbecile as her mother? After you had all left me just now, I could not sit still for thinking of it. It seemed too pitiful not even to attempt to save her. I ordered the carriage and put on my bonnet and came here as quickly as possible. Thank heaven I have found you." "What do you propose to do with us?" asked Winterbourne, smiling. to ask her to get in, to drive her about here for half an hour, so that the world may see she is not running absolutely wild, and then to take her safely home. I don't think it's a very happy thought, said Winterbourne, but you can try. Mrs. Walker tried. The young man went in pursuit of Miss Miller, who had simply nodded and smiled at his interlocutor in the carriage, and had gone her way with her companion. Daisy, on learning that Mrs. Walker wished to speak to her, retraced her steps with a perfect good grace, and with Mr. Giovanelli at her side. She declared that she was delighted to have a chance to present this gentleman to Mrs. Walker. She immediately achieved the introduction, and declared that she had never in her life seen anything so lovely as Mrs. Walker's carriage rug. "I am glad you admire it," said this lady, smiling sweetly. "Will you get in and let me put it over you?" "Oh, no, thank you," said Daisy. "I shall admire it much more as I see you driving round with it." "Do get in and drive with me," said Mrs. Walker. "That would be charming, but it's so enchanting just as I am." And Daisy gave a brilliant glance at the gentleman on either side of her. "It may be enchanting, dear child, but it is not the custom here," urged Mrs. Walker, leaning forward in her victoria, with her hands devoutly clasped. "Well, it ought to be then," said Daisy. "If I didn't walk, I should expire." "You should walk with your mother, dear," cried the lady from Geneva, losing patience. "With my mother, dear!" exclaimed the young girl. Winterbourne saw that she scented interference. "My mother never walked 10 steps in her life. And then, you know," she added with a laugh, "I am more than 5 years old. You are old enough to be more reasonable. You are old enough, dear Miss Miller, to be talked about." Daisy looked at Mrs. Walker, smiling intensely. "Talked about? What do you mean?" "Come into my carriage, and I will tell you." Daisy turned her quickened glance again from one of the gentlemen beside her to the other. Mr. Giovanelli was bowing to and fro, rubbing down his gloves, and laughing very agreeably. Winterbourne thought it a most unpleasant scene. "I don't think I want to know what you mean," said Daisy presently. "I don't think I should like it." Winterbourne wished that Mrs. Walker would tuck in her carriage rug and drive away. But this lady did not enjoy being defied, as she afterward told him. "Should you prefer being thought a very reckless girl?" she demanded. "Gracious!" exclaimed Daisy. She looked again at Mr. Giovanelli, then she turned to Winterbourne. There was a little pink flush in her cheek. She was tremendously pretty. "Does Mr. Winterbourne think," she asked slowly, smiling, throwing back her head, and glancing at him from head to foot, "that, to save my reputation, I ought to get into the carriage?" Winterbourne colored. For an instant he hesitated greatly. It seemed so strange to hear her speak that way of her reputation. But he himself, in fact, must speak in accordance with gallantry. The finest gallantry here was simply to tell her the truth, and the truth for Winterbourne, as the few indications I have been able to give have made him known to the reader, was that Daisy Miller should take Mrs. Walker's advice. He looked at her exquisite prettiness, and then he said very gently, "I think you should get into the carriage." Daisy gave a violent laugh. "I never heard anything so stiff. If this is improper, Mrs. Walker," she pursued, "then I am all improper, and you must give me up. Good-bye. I hope you'll have a lovely ride." And with Mr. Giovanelli, who made a triumphantly obsequious salute, she turned away. Mrs. Walker sat looking after her, and there were tears in Mrs. Walker's eyes. "Get in here, sir," she said to Winterbourne, indicating the place beside her. The young man answered that he felt bound to accompany Miss Miller, whereupon Mrs. Walker declared that if he refused her this favor, she would never speak to him again. She was evidently in earnest. Winterbourne overtook Daisy and her companion, and offering the young girl his hand, told her that Mrs. Walker had made an imperious claim upon his society. He expected that in answer she would say something rather free, something to commit herself still further to that recklessness from which Mrs. Walker had so charitably endeavored to dissuade her. But she only shook his hand, hardly looking at him, while Mr. Giovanelli bade him farewell with a too emphatic flourish of the hat. Winterbourne was not in the best possible humor as he took his seat in Mrs. Walker's Victoria. "That was not clever of you," he said candidly, while the vehicle mingled again with the throng of carriages. "In such a case," his companion answered, "I don't wish to be clever. I wish to be earnest." "Well, your earnestness has only offended her and put her off." "It has happened very well," said Mrs. Walker. "If she is so perfectly determined to compromise herself, the sooner one knows it, the better. One can act accordingly." "I suspect she meant no harm," Winterbourne rejoined. "So I thought a month ago, but she has been going too far." "What has she been doing?" "Everything that is not done here. Flirting with any man she could pick up, sitting in corners with mysterious Italians, dancing all the evening with the same partners, receiving visits at 11 o'clock at night. Her mother goes away when visitors come." "But her brother," said Winterbourne, laughing, "sits up till midnight. He must be edified by what he sees. I'm told at their hotel everyone is talking about her, and that a smile goes round among all the servants when a gentleman comes and asks for Miss Miller." "The servants be hanged," said Winterbourne angrily. "The poor girl's only fault," he presently added, "is that she is very uncultivated." "She is naturally indelicate," Mrs. Walker declared. "Take that example this morning. How long had you known her at Vevey?" "A couple of days." "Fancy, then, her making it a personal matter that you should have left the place." Winterbourne was silent for some moments. Then he said, "I suspect, Mrs. Walker, that you and I have lived too long at Geneva." And he added a request that she should inform him with what particular design she had made him enter her carriage. "I wished to beg you to cease your relations with Miss Miller, not to flirt with her, to give her no further opportunity to expose herself, to let her alone, in short." "I'm afraid I can't do that," said Winterbourne. "I like her extremely. All the more reason that you shouldn't help her to make a scandal. There shall be nothing scandalous in my attentions to her. There certainly will be in the way she takes them. But I have said what I had on my conscience," Mrs. Walker pursued. "If you wish to rejoin the young lady, I will put you down. Here, by the way, you have a chance." The carriage was traversing that part of the Pincian garden that overhangs the wall of Rome and overlooks the beautiful Villa Borghese. It is bordered by a large parapet, near which there are several seats. One of the seats at a distance was occupied by a gentleman and a lady, toward whom Mrs. Walker gave a toss of her head. At the same moment, these persons rose and walked toward the parapet. Winterbourne had asked the coachman to stop. He now descended from the carriage. His companion looked at him a moment in silence. Then, while he raised his hat, she drove majestically away. Winterbourne stood there. He had turned his eyes toward Daisy and her cavalier. They evidently saw no one. They were too deeply occupied with each other. When they reached the low garden wall, they stood a moment looking off at a great flat-topped pine cluster of the Villa Borghese. Then Giovanelli seated himself familiarly upon the broad ledge of the wall. The western sun in the opposite sky sent out a brilliant shaft through a couple of cloud bars, whereupon Daisy's companion took her parasol out of her hands and opened it. She came a little nearer, and he held the parasol over her. Then, still holding it, he let it rest upon her shoulder, so that both of their heads were hidden from Winterbourne. This young man lingered a moment, then he began to walk. But he walked not toward the couple with the parasol, toward the residence of his aunt, Mrs. Costello. He flattered himself on the following day that there was no smiling among the servants when he at least asked for Mrs. Miller at her hotel. This lady and her daughter, however, were not at home, and on the next day after, repeating his visit, Winterbourne again had the misfortune not to find them. Mrs. Walker's party took place on the evening of the third day, and in spite of the frigidity of his last interview with the hostess, Winterbourne was among the guests. Mrs. Walker was one of those American ladies who, while residing abroad, make a point, in their own phrase, of studying European society, and she had on this occasion collected several specimens of her diversely born fellow mortals to serve, as it were, as textbooks. When Winterbourne arrived, Daisy Miller was not there, but in a few moments he saw her mother come in alone, very shyly and ruefully. Mrs. Miller's hair above her exposed-looking temples was more frizzled than ever. As she approached Mrs. Walker, Winterbourne also drew near. "You see, I've come all alone," said poor Mrs. Miller. "I'm so frightened, I don't know what to do. It's the first time I've ever been to a party alone, especially in this country. I wanted to bring Randolph, or Eugenio, or someone, but Daisy just pushed me off by myself. I ain't used to going round alone." "And does not your daughter intend to favor us with her society?" demanded Mrs. Walker impressively. "Well, Daisy's all dressed," said Mrs. Miller, with that accent of the dispassionate, if not the philosophic historian, with which she always recorded the current incidents of her daughter's career. "She got dressed on purpose before dinner. She's got a friend of hers there. That gentleman, the Italian, that she wanted to bring. They've got going at the piano. It seems as if they couldn't leave off. Mr. Giovanelli sings splendidly. But I guess they'll come before very long," concluded Mrs. Miller hopefully. "I'm sorry she should come in that way," said Mrs. Walker. "Well, I told her that there was no use in her getting dressed before dinner if she was going to wait 3 hours," responded Daisy's mamma. "I didn't see the use of her putting on such a dress as that to sit around with Mr. Giovanelli." "This is most horrible," said Mrs. Walker, turning away and addressing herself to Winterbourne. "Elle s'affiche. It's her revenge for my having ventured to remonstrate with her. When she comes, I shall not speak to her." Daisy came after 11 o'clock, but she was not, on such an occasion, a young lady to wait to be spoken to. She rustled forward in radiant loveliness, smiling and chattering, carrying a large bouquet, and attended by Mr. Giovanelli. Everyone stopped talking and turned and looked at her. She came straight to Mrs. Walker. "I'm afraid you thought I was never coming, so I sent Mother off to tell you. I wanted to make Mr. Giovanelli practice some things before he came. You know he sings beautifully, and I want you to ask him to sing. This is Mr. Giovanelli. You know I introduced you to him. He's got the most lovely voice, and he knows the most charming set of songs. I made him go over them this evening on purpose. We had the greatest time at the hotel." Of all this Daisy delivered herself with the sweetest, brightest audibleness, looking now at her hostess and now round the room, while she gave a series of little pats, round her shoulders, to the edges of her dress. "Is there anyone I know?" she asked. "I think everyone knows you," said Mrs. Walker pregnantly, and she gave a very cursory greeting to Mr. Giovanelli. This gentleman bore himself gallantly. He smiled and bowed, and showed his white teeth. He curled his moustaches, and rolled his eyes, and performed all the proper functions of a handsome Italian at an evening party. He sang very prettily 6 songs, though Mrs. Walker afterward declared that she had been quite unable to find out who asked him. It was apparently not Daisy who had given him his orders. Daisy sat at a distance from the piano, and though she had publicly, as it were, professed a high admiration for his singing, talked, not inaudibly, while it was going on. "It's a pity these rooms are so small we can't dance," she said to Winterbourne, as if she had seen him 5 minutes before. "I am not sorry we can't dance," Winterbourne answered. "I don't dance." "Of course you don't dance. You're too stiff," said Miss Daisy. "I hope you enjoyed your drive with Mrs. Walker." "No, I didn't enjoy it. I preferred walking with you." "We paired off. That was much better," said Daisy. "But did you ever hear anything so cool as Mrs. Walker's wanting me to get into her carriage and drop poor Mr. Giovanelli, and under the pretext that it was proper? People have different ideas. It would have been most unkind. He had been talking about that walk for 10 days. He should not have talked about it at all, said Winterbourne. He would never have proposed to a young lady of this country to walk about the streets with him. About the streets? Cried Daisy, with her pretty stare. Where, then, would he have proposed to her to walk? The Pincio is not the streets either, and I, thank goodness, am not a young lady of this country. The young ladies of this country have a dreadfully poky time of it, so far as I can learn. I don't see why I should change my habits for them. I am afraid your habits are those of a flirt, said Winterbourne gravely. Of course they are, she cried, giving him her little smiling stare again. I'm a fearful, frightful flirt. Did you ever hear of a nice girl that was not? But I suppose you will tell me now that I am not a nice girl. You're a very nice girl, but I wish you would flirt with me, and me only, said Winterbourne. Ah, thank you very much. You are the last man I should think of flirting with. As I have had the pleasure of informing you, you are too stiff. You say that too often, said Winterbourne. Daisy gave a delighted laugh. If I could have the sweet hope of making you angry, I should say it again. Don't do that. When I'm angry, I'm stiffer than ever. But if you won't flirt with me, do cease, at least, to flirt with your friend at the piano. They don't understand that sort of thing here. I thought they understood nothing else, exclaimed Daisy. Not in young unmarried women. It seems to me much more proper in young unmarried women than in old married ones, Daisy declared. Well, said Winterbourne, when you deal with natives, you must go by the custom of the place. Flirting is a purely American custom. It doesn't exist here. So when you show yourself in public with Mr. Giovanelli, and without your mother— Gracious, poor mother, interposed Daisy. Though you may be flirting, Mr. Giovanelli is not. He means something else. He isn't preaching, at any rate, said Daisy with vivacity. And if you want very much to know, we are neither of us flirting. We are too good friends for that. We are very intimate friends. Ah, rejoined Winterbourne. If you are in love with each other, it is another affair. She had allowed him up to this point to talk so frankly that he had no expectation of shocking her by this ejaculation. But she immediately got up, blushing visibly, and leaving him to exclaim mentally that little American flirts were the queerest creatures in the world. Mr. Giovanelli, at least, she said, giving her interlocutor a single glance, never says such very disagreeable things to me. Winterbourne was bewildered. He stood staring. Mr. Giovanelli had finished singing. He left the piano and came over to Daisy. "Won't you come into the other room and have some tea?" he asked, bending before her with his ornamental smile. Daisy turned to Winterbourne, beginning to smile again. He was still more perplexed, for this inconsequent smile made nothing clear, though it seemed to prove, indeed, that she had a sweetness and softness that reverted instinctively to the pardon of offences. "It has never occurred to Mr. Winterbourne to offer me any tea," she said with her little tormenting manner. "I have offered you advice," Winterbourne rejoined. "I prefer weak tea," cried Daisy, and she went off with the brilliant Giovanelli. She sat with him in the adjoining room, in the embrasure of the window, for the rest of the evening. There was an interesting performance at the piano, but neither of these young people gave heed to it. When Daisy came to take leave of Mrs. Walker, this lady conscientiously repaired the weakness of which she had been guilty at the moment of the young girl's arrival. She turned her back straight upon Miss Miller, and left her to depart with what grace she might. Winterbourne was standing near the door. He saw it all. Daisy turned very pale, and looked at her mother, but Mrs. Miller was humbly unconscious of any violation of the usual social forms. She appeared, indeed, to have felt an incongruous impulse to draw attention to her own striking observance of them. "Good night, Mrs. Walker," she said. "We've had a beautiful evening. You see, if I let Daisy come to parties without me, I don't want her to go away without me." Daisy turned away, looking with a pale, grave face at the circle near the door. Winterbourne saw that, for the first moment, she was too much shocked and puzzled, even for indignation. He, on his side, was greatly touched. "That was very cruel," he said to Mrs. Walker. "She never enters my drawing-room again," replied his hostess. Since Winterbourne was not to meet her in Mrs. Walker's drawing-room, he went as often as possible to Mrs. Miller's hotel. The ladies were rarely at home, but when he found them, the devoted Giovanelli was always present. Very often the brilliant little Roman was in the drawing-room with Daisy alone, Mrs. Miller being apparently constantly of the opinion that discretion is the better part of surveillance. Winterbourne noted, at first with surprise, that Daisy on these occasions was never embarrassed or annoyed by his own entrance. But he very presently began to feel that she had no more surprises for him. The unexpected in her behavior was the only thing to expect. She showed no displeasure at her tête-à-tête with Giovanelli being interrupted. She could chatter as freshly and freely with two gentlemen as with one. There was always, in her conversation, the same odd mixture of audacity and puerility. Winterbourne remarked to himself that if she was seriously interested in Giovanelli, it was very singular that she should not take more trouble to preserve the sanctity of their interviews. And he liked her the more for her innocent-looking indifference and her apparently inexhaustible good humor. He could hardly have said why, but she seemed to him a girl who would never be jealous. At the risk of exciting a somewhat derisive smile on the reader's part, I may affirm that with regard to the women who had hitherto interested him, it very often seemed to Winterbourne among the possibilities that, given certain contingencies, he should be afraid, literally afraid, of these ladies. He had a pleasant sense that he should never be afraid of Daisy Miller. It must be added that this sentiment was not altogether flattering to Daisy. It was part of his conviction, or rather his apprehension, that she would prove a very light young person. But she was evidently very much interested in Giovanelli. She looked at him whenever he spoke. She was perpetually telling him to do this and to do that. She was constantly chaffing and abusing him. She appeared completely to have forgotten that Winterbourne had said anything to displease her at Mrs. Walker's little party. One Sunday afternoon, having gone to St. Peter's with his aunt, Winterbourne perceived Daisy strolling about the great church in company with the inevitable Giovanelli. Presently he pointed out the young girl and her cavalier to Mrs. Costello. This lady looked at them a moment through her eyeglass, and then said, "That's what makes you so pensive in these days, eh?" "I had not the least idea I was pensive," said the young man. "You are very much preoccupied. You are thinking of something." "And what is it," he asked, "that you accuse me of thinking of?" "Of that young lady's, Miss Baker's, Miss Chandler's, what's her name? Miss Miller's intrigue with that little barber's block." "Do you call it an intrigue?" Winterbourne asked. "An affair that goes on with such peculiar publicity?" "That's their folly," said Mrs. Costello. "It's not their merit." "No," rejoined Winterbourne, with something of that pensiveness to which his aunt had alluded. "I don't believe that there is anything to be called an intrigue. I have heard a dozen people speak of it. They say that she is quite carried away by him." "They are certainly very intimate," said Winterbourne. Mrs. Costello inspected the young couple again with her optical instrument. "He is very handsome. One easily sees how it is. She thinks him the most elegant man in the world, the finest gentleman. She has never seen anything like him. He is better even than the courier. It was the courier probably who introduced him, and if he succeeds in marrying the young lady, the courier will come in for a magnificent commission." "I don't believe she thinks of marrying him," said Winterbourne, "and I don't believe he hopes to marry her. You may be very sure she thinks of nothing. She goes on from day to day, from hour to hour, as they did in the Golden Age. I can imagine nothing more vulgar. And at the same time," added Mrs. Costello, "depend upon it that she may tell you any moment that she is engaged." "I think that is more than Giovanelli expects," said Winterbourne. "Who is Giovanelli?" "The little Italian. I have asked questions about him and learned something. He is apparently a perfectly respectable little man. I believe he is, in a small way, a cavaliere avvocato, but he doesn't move in what are called the First, circles. I think it is really not absolutely impossible that the courier introduced him. He is evidently immensely charmed with Miss Miller. If she thinks him the finest gentleman in the world, he, on his side, has never found himself in personal contact with such splendor, such opulence, such expensiveness as this young lady's. And then she must seem to him wonderfully pretty and interesting. I rather doubt that he dreams of marrying her. That must appear to him too impossible a piece of luck. He has nothing but his handsome face to offer, and there is a substantial Mr. Miller in that mysterious land of dollars. Giovanelli knows that he hasn't a title to offer. If he were only a count or a marchese, he must wonder at his luck, at the way they have taken him up. He accounts for it by his handsome face, and thinks Miss Miller a young lady qui surpasse ses fantaisies, said Mrs. Costello. It is very true, Winterbourne pursued, that Daisy and her mamma have not yet risen to that stage of, what shall I call it, of culture at which the idea of catching a count or a marchese begins. I believe that they are intellectually incapable of that conception. Ah, but the avvocato can't believe it, said Mrs. Costello. Of the observation excited by Daisy's intrigue, Winterbourne gathered that day at St. Peter's sufficient evidence. A dozen of the American colonists in Rome came to talk with Mrs. Costello, who sat on a little portable stool at the base of one of the great pilasters. The vesper service was going forward in splendid chants and organ tones in the adjacent choir, and meanwhile, between Mrs. Costello and her friends, there was a great deal said about poor little Miss Miller's going really too far. Winterbourne was not pleased with what he heard, but when, coming out upon the great steps of the church, he saw Daisy, who had emerged before him, get into an open cab with her accomplice and roll away through the cynical streets of Rome, he could not deny to himself that she was going very far indeed. He felt very sorry for her, not exactly that he believed that she had completely lost her head, but because it was painful to hear so much that was pretty and undefended and natural assigned to a vulgar place among the categories of disorder. He made an attempt after this to give a hint to Mrs. Miller. He met one day on the Corso a friend, a tourist like himself, who had just come out of the Doria Palace, where he had been walking through the beautiful gallery. His friend talked for a moment about the superb portrait of Innocent X by Velasquez, which hangs in one of the cabinets of the palace, and then said, "In the same cabinet, by the way, I had the pleasure of contemplating a picture of a different kind, that pretty American girl whom you pointed out to me last week." In answer to Winterbourne's inquiries, his friend narrated that the pretty American girl, prettier than ever, was seated with a companion in the secluded nook in which the great papal portrait was enshrined. "Who was her companion?" asked Winterbourne. "A little Italian with a bouquet in his buttonhole. The girl is delightfully pretty, but I thought I understood from you the other day that she was a young lady du meilleur monde." "So she is," answered Winterbourne, and having assured himself that his informant had seen Daisy and her companion but 5 minutes before, he jumped into a cab and went to call on Mrs. Miller. She was at home, but she apologized to him for receiving him in Daisy's absence. "She's gone out somewhere with Mr. Giovanelli," said Mrs. Miller. "She's always going round with Mr. Giovanelli." "I have noticed that they are very intimate," Winterbourne observed. "Oh, it seems as if they couldn't live without each other," said Mrs. Miller. "Well, he's a real gentleman, anyhow. I keep telling Daisy she's engaged." "And what does Daisy say?" "Oh, she says she isn't engaged, but she might as well be," this impartial parent resumed. "She goes on as if she was. But I've made Mr. Giovanelli promise to tell me if she doesn't. I should want to write to Mr. Miller about it. Shouldn't you?" Winterbourne replied that he certainly should, and the state of mind of Daisy's mamma struck him as so unprecedented in the annals of parental vigilance that he gave up as utterly irrelevant the attempt to place her upon guard. After this, Daisy was never at home, and Winterbourne ceased to meet her at the houses of their common acquaintances, because, as he perceived, these shrewd people had quite made up their minds that she was going too far. They ceased to invite her, and they intimated that they desired to express to observant Europeans the great truth that, though Miss Daisy Miller was a young American lady, her behavior was not representative, was regarded by her compatriots as abnormal. Winterbourne wondered how she felt about all the cold shoulders that were turned toward her, and sometimes it annoyed him to suspect that she did not feel at all. He said to himself that she was too light and childish, too uncultivated and unreasoning, too provincial to have reflected upon her ostracism, or even to have perceived it. Then at other moments he believed that she carried about in her elegant and irresponsible little organism a defiant, passionate, perfectly observant consciousness of the impression she produced. He asked himself whether Daisy's defiance came from the consciousness of innocence or from her being essentially a young person of reckless class. It must be admitted that holding oneself to a belief in Daisy's innocence came to seem to Winterbourne more and more a matter of fine-spun gallantry. As I have already had occasion to relate, he was angry at finding himself reduced to chopping logic about this young lady. He was vexed at his want of instinctive certitude as to how far her eccentricities were generic, national, and how far they were personal. From either view of them, he had somehow missed her, and now it was too late. She was carried away by Mr. Giovanelli. A few days after his brief interview with her mother, he encountered her in that beautiful abode of flowering desolation known as the Palace of the Caesars. The early Roman spring had filled the air with bloom and perfume, and the rugged surface of the Palatine was muffled with tender verdure. Daisy was strolling along the top of one of those great mounds of ruin that are embanked with mossy marble and paved with monumental inscriptions. It seemed to him that Rome had never been so lovely as just then. He stood looking off at the enchanting harmony of line and color that remotely encircles the city, inhaling the softly humid odors, and feeling the freshness of the year and the antiquity of the place reaffirm themselves in mysterious interfusion. It seemed to him also that Daisy had never looked so pretty, but this had been an observation of his whenever he met her. Giovanelli was at her side, and Giovanelli, too, wore an aspect of even unwonted brilliancy. "Well," said Daisy, "I should think you would be lonesome." "Lonesome?" asked Winterbourne. "You are always going round by yourself. Can't you get anyone to walk with you?" "I am not so fortunate," said Winterbourne, "as your companion." Giovanelli, from the first, had treated Winterbourne with distinguished politeness. He listened with a deferential air to his remarks. He laughed punctiliously at his pleasantries. He seemed disposed to testify to his belief that Winterbourne was a superior young man. He carried himself in no degree like a jealous wooer. He had obviously a great deal of tact. He had no objection to your expecting a little humility of him. It even seemed to Winterbourne at times that Giovanelli would find a certain mental relief in being able to have a private understanding with him, to say to him, as an intelligent man, that, bless you, he knew how extraordinary was this young lady, and didn't flatter himself with delusive, or at least too delusive, hopes of matrimony and dollars. On this occasion he strolled away from his companion to pluck a sprig of almond blossom, which he carefully arranged in his buttonhole. "I know why you say that," said Daisy, watching Giovanelli. "Because you think I go around too much with him." And she nodded at her attendant. "Everyone thinks so, if you care to know," said Winterbourne. "Of course I care to know," Daisy exclaimed seriously, "but I don't believe it. They are only pretending to be shocked. They don't really care a straw what I do. Besides, I don't go round so much. I think you will find they do care. They will show it disagreeably." Daisy looked at him a moment. "How disagreeably?" "Haven't you noticed anything?" Winterbourne asked. "I have noticed you. But I noticed you were as stiff as an umbrella the first time I saw you. You will find I am not so stiff as several others," said Winterbourne, smiling. "How shall I find it?" "By going to see the others." "What will they do to me?" "They will give you the cold shoulder. Do you know what that means?" Daisy was looking at him intently. she began to color. "Do you mean as Mrs. Walker did the other night?" "Exactly," said Winterbourne. She looked away at Giovanelli, who was decorating himself with his almond blossom. Then looking back at Winterbourne, "I shouldn't think you would let people be so unkind," she said. "How can I help it?" he asked. "I should think you would say something." "I do say something." And he paused a moment. "I say that your mother tells me that she believes you are engaged." "Well, she does," said Daisy very simply. Winterbourne began to laugh. "And does Randolph believe it?" he asked. "I guess Randolph doesn't believe anything," said Daisy. Randolph's skepticism excited Winterbourne to further hilarity, and he observed that Giovanelli was coming back to them. Daisy, observing it too, addressed herself again to her countryman. "Since you have mentioned it," she said, "I am engaged." Winterbourne looked at her. He had stopped laughing. "You don't believe it," she added. He was silent a moment, and then, "Yes, I believe it," he said. "Oh, no, you don't," she answered. "Well, then, I am not." The young girl and her cicerone were on their way to the gate of the enclosure, so that Winterbourne, who had but lately entered, presently took leave of them. A week afterward he went to dine at a beautiful villa on the Cælian Hill, and on arriving, dismissed his hired vehicle. The evening was charming, and he promised himself the satisfaction of walking home beneath the Arch of Constantine and past the vaguely lighted monuments of the Forum. There was a waning moon in the sky, and her radiance was not brilliant, but she was veiled in a thin cloud curtain which seemed to diffuse and equalize it. When on his return to the villa, it was 11 o'clock, Winterbourne approached the dusky circle of the Colosseum, it recurred to him, as a lover of the picturesque, that the interior, in the pale moonshine, would be well worth a glance. He turned aside and walked to one of the empty arches, near which, as he observed, an open carriage, one of the little Roman street cabs, was stationed. Then he passed in among the cavernous shadows of the great structure, and emerged upon the clear and silent arena. The place had never seemed to him more impressive. One half of the gigantic circus was in deep shade, the other was sleeping in the luminous dusk. As he stood there he began to murmur Byron's famous lines, out of Manfred, but before he had finished his quotation he remembered that if nocturnal meditations in the Colosseum are recommended by the poets, they are deprecated by the doctors. The historic atmosphere was there, certainly, but the historic atmosphere, scientifically considered, was no better than a villainous miasma. Winterbourne walked to the middle of the arena to take a more general glance, intending thereafter to make a hasty retreat. The great cross in the center was covered with shadow. It was only as he drew near it that he made it out distinctly. Then he saw that two persons were stationed upon the low steps which formed its base. One of these was a woman, seated. Her companion was standing in front of her. Presently the sound of the woman's voice came to him distinctly in the warm night air. "Well, he looks at us as one of those old lions or tigers might have looked at the Christian martyrs." These were the words he heard in the familiar accent of Miss Daisy Miller. "Let us hope he is not very hungry," responded the ingenious Giovanelli. "He will have to take me first. You will serve for dessert." Winterbourne stopped with a sort of horror, and it must be added, with a sort of relief. It was as if a sudden illumination had been flashed upon the ambiguity of Daisy's behavior, and the riddle had become easy to read. She was a young lady whom a gentleman need no longer be at pains to respect. He stood there, looking at her companion, and not reflecting that, though he saw them vaguely, he himself must have been more brightly visible. He felt angry with himself that he had bothered so much about the right way of regarding Miss Daisy Miller. Then, as he was going to advance again, he checked himself, not from the fear that he was doing her injustice, but from a sense of the danger of appearing unbecomingly exhilarated by this sudden revulsion from cautious criticism. He turned away toward the entrance of the place, but, as he did so, he heard Daisy speak again. Why, it was Mr. Winterbourne. He saw me, and he cuts me. What a clever little reprobate she was, and how smartly she played at injured innocence. But he wouldn't cut her. Winterbourne came forward again and went toward the great cross. Daisy had got up. Giovanelli lifted his hat. Winterbourne had now begun to think simply of the craziness, from a sanitary point of view, of a delicate young girl lounging away the evening in this nest of malaria. What if she were a clever little reprobate? That was no reason for her dying of the perniciosa. "How long have you been here?" he asked, almost brutally. Daisy, lovely in the flattering moonlight, looked at him a moment. Then, "All evening," she answered gently. "I never saw anything so pretty." "I am afraid," said Winterbourne, "that you will not think Roman fever very pretty. This is the way people catch it. I wonder," he added, turning to Giovanelli, "that you, a native Roman, should countenance such a terrible indiscretion." "Ah," said the handsome native, "for myself I am not afraid." "Neither am I, for you. I am speaking for this young lady." Giovanelli lifted his well-shaped eyebrows and showed his brilliant teeth. But he took Winterbourne's rebuke with docility. "I told the signorina it was a grave indiscretion, but when was the signorina ever prudent?" "I never was sick, and I don't mean to be," the signorina declared. "I don't look like much, but I'm healthy. I was bound to see the Colosseum by moonlight. I shouldn't have wanted to go home without that. And we have had the most beautiful time, haven't we, Mr. Giovanelli? If there has been any danger, Eugenio can give me some pills. He has got some splendid pills." "I should advise you," said Winterbourne, "to drive home as fast as possible and take one." "What you say is very wise," Giovanelli rejoined. "I will go and make sure the carriage is at hand." And he went forward rapidly. Daisy followed with Winterbourne. He kept looking at her. She seemed not in the least embarrassed. Winterbourne said nothing. Daisy chattered about the beauty of the place. "Well, I have seen the Colosseum by moonlight," she exclaimed. "That's one good thing." Then, noticing Winterbourne's silence, she asked him why he didn't speak. He made no answer. He only began to laugh. They passed under one of the dark archways. Giovanelli was in front with the carriage. Here Daisy stopped a moment, looking at the young American. "Did you believe I was engaged the other day?" she asked. "It doesn't matter what I believed the other day," said Winterbourne, still laughing. "Well, what do you believe now?" "I believe it makes very little difference whether you are engaged or not." He felt the young girl's pretty eyes fixed upon him through the thick gloom of the archway. She was apparently going to answer, but Giovanelli hurried her forward. "Quick, quick," he said. "If we get in by midnight, we are quite safe." Daisy took her seat in the carriage, and the fortunate Italian placed himself beside her. "Don't forget Eugenio's pills," said Winterbourne as he lifted his hat. "I don't care," said Daisy in a little strange tone, "whether I have Roman fever or not." Upon this the cab-driver cracked his whip, and they rolled away over the desultory patches of the antique pavement. Winterbourne, to do him justice, as it were, mentioned to no one that he had encountered Miss Miller at midnight in the Colosseum with a gentleman. But nevertheless, a couple of days later, the fact of her having been there under these circumstances was known to every member of the little American circle, and commented accordingly. Winterbourne reflected that they had of course known it at the hotel, and that, after Daisy's return, there had been an exchange of remarks between the porter and the cab-driver. But the young man was conscious, at the same moment, that it had ceased to be a matter of serious regret to him that the little American flirt should be talked about by low-minded menials. These people, a day or two later, had serious information to give. The little American flirt was alarmingly ill. Winterbourne, when the rumor came to him, immediately went to the hotel for more news. He found that 2 or 3 charitable friends had preceded him, and that they were being entertained in Mrs. Miller's salon by Randolph. "It's going around at night," said Randolph. "That's what made her sick. She's always going around at night. I shouldn't think she'd want to. It's so plaguey dark. You can't see anything here at night, except when there's a moon. In America, there's always a moon. Mrs. Miller was invisible. She was now, at least, giving her daughter the advantage of her society. It was evident that Daisy was dangerously ill. Winterbourne went often to ask for news of her, and once he saw Mrs. Miller, who, though deeply alarmed, was rather to his surprise perfectly composed, and, as it appeared, a most efficient and judicious nurse. She talked a good deal about Dr. Davis, but Winterbourne paid her the compliment of saying to himself that she was not, after all, such a monstrous goose. "Daisy spoke of you the other day," she said to him. "Half the time she doesn't know what she's saying. But that time I think she did. She gave me a message she told me to tell you. She told me to tell you that she never was engaged to that handsome Italian. I am sure I am very glad. Mr. Giovanelli hasn't been near us since she was taken ill. I thought he was so much of a gentleman, but I don't call that very polite. A lady told me that he was afraid I was angry with him for taking Daisy round at night. Well, so I am, but I suppose he knows I'm a lady. I would scorn to scold him. Anyway, she says she's not engaged. I don't know why she wanted you to know, but she said to me 3 times, 'Mind you tell Mr. Winterbourne.' And then she told me to ask if you remembered the time you went to that castle in Switzerland. But I said I wouldn't give any such messages as that. Only, if she's not engaged, I'm sure I'm glad to know it." But, as Winterbourne had said, it mattered very little. A week after this, the poor girl died. It had been a terrible case of the fever. Daisy's grave was in the little Protestant cemetery in an angle of the wall of Imperial Rome, beneath the cypresses and the thick spring flowers. Winterbourne stood there beside it, with a number of other mourners, a number larger than the scandal excited by the young lady's career would have led you to expect. Near him stood Giovanelli, who came nearer still before Winterbourne turned away. Giovanelli was very pale. On this occasion he had no flower in his buttonhole. He seemed to wish to say something. At last he said, "She was the most beautiful young lady I ever saw, and the most amiable." And then he added in a moment, "And she was the most innocente." Winterbourne looked at him, and presently repeated his words. "And the most innocent?" "The most innocente." Winterbourne felt sore and angry. "Why the devil," he asked, "did you take her to that fatal place?" Mr. Giovanelli's urbanity was apparently imperturbable. He looked on the ground a moment, and then he said, "For myself I had no fear, and she wanted to go." "That was no reason," Winterbourne declared. The subtle Roman again dropped his eyes. "If she had lived, I should have got nothing. She never would have married me, I'm sure." "She would never have married you?" "For a moment I hoped so, but no, I am sure." Winterbourne listened to him. He stood staring at the raw protuberance among the April daisies. When he turned away again, Mr. Giovanelli, with his light, slow step, had retired. Winterbourne almost immediately left Rome, but the following summer he again met his aunt, Mrs. Costello, at Vevey. Mrs. Costello was very fond of Vevey. In the interval, Winterbourne had often thought of Daisy Miller and her mystifying manners. One day he spoke of her to his aunt. Said it was on his conscience that he had done her injustice. "I am sure I don't know," said Mrs. Costello. "How did your injustice affect her?" "She sent me a message before her death which I didn't understand at the time, but I have understood it since. She would have appreciated one's esteem." "Is that a modest way," asked Mrs. Costello, "of saying that she would have reciprocated one's affection?" Winterbourne offered no answer to this question, but he presently said, "You were right in that remark that you made last summer. I was booked to make a mistake. I have lived too long in foreign parts." Nevertheless, he went back to live at Geneva, whence there continued to come the most contradictory accounts of his motives of sojourn. A report that he is studying hard, an intimation that he is much interested in a very clever foreign lady. End of Miss Daisy Miller, A Study, Part 2, read by Anthony St. Pierre, Toronto, September 2024.
A Double Shot by Stuart Edward White. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Double Shot. Pat McCann came up from the plains into the hills in a bad humor with himself and the world. He had tried to be a cowpuncher and had been promptly bucked off. He had tackled the cooking problem and only escaped mobbing by resigning his job. Now he had dragged his little squab form with its hanging arms up into the hills to try mining. He applied to the first camp he came to. King, the foreman, gave him a job. Early the next morning he and another man walked down the gulch through the sarvice bushes for half a mile, turned abruptly to the right, climbed the uneven length of a zigzag trail, and at last halted near the top of a ridge. The pine trees, slim and tall, grew out of the unevenly carpeted ground, through which cropped irregular slices of a red-brown, crumbling rock. At the very crest was a dark gray dike of quartzite, standing up steep and castellated for a height of 30 feet or more. This was the hanging wall of the prospective mine. Down through the trees were glimpses of vast, breathless descents to other ridges and other pines far below. Over the dike was nothing but the blue sky. The two men had stopped within 100 feet of the top. The old hand went over to a rough lean-to of small trees covering a rude forge, from beneath which he drew several steel drills of various lengths and a sledgehammer, which he carried to a scar in the face of a huge outcropping rock. After dumping these, he returned and got a can of water and a long T-shaped implement of iron. The two men then set to work. McCann held firmly while the other struck. After each blow he would half-turn the drill. When a dozen strokes had been given, he poured a little water in the hole and thrust the drill through a bit of sacking to keep it from splashing. The other man jammed his hat down closely over his forehead and struck fiercely, alternately breathing in and grunting in rhythmical succession. When the hole became clogged with fine gray mud, McCann carefully spooned it out with the T-shaped instrument, wiping the latter each time on his trousers. While he did this, his companion leaned on his sledge or threw chunks of rock with wonderful accuracy at the squirrels that ran continually back and forth on the ridge. As the hole grew deeper, longer drills were used, until at last the longest of all left barely enough above the surface of the rock to afford a handhold. With that the miner expressed himself satisfied. He then brought 3 cylindrical packages wrapped in greasy paper. "What's them?" McCann inquired. The miner grunted contemptuously. "Hercules powder," he replied. He pronounced the proper name in 2 syllables. With a sharp knife he cut these into lengths of about 3 inches each, and dropped them one by one into the hole in the rock. He then rammed them home with a hickory ramrod, just as all old miners will insist on doing. Because of this, a large percentage of old miners have no fore and middle fingers on their right hands. The last piece he split, inserted in the crack a bit of fuse, on the end of which was a copper cap, dropped it in, and then carefully chinked in with the wet grit which had been spooned out of the hole. "Mosey for cover, Irish," he said, and touched it off. From behind his tree, McCann saw the sputtering fuse disappear. The next instant the rock seemed to bulge, splitting in radiation as it did so, and then the smoke belched forth in a canopy filled with fragments of quartz. Following the miner, he found a jagged opening in the rock. Then they sharpened their drills at the forge and went at it again. By night they had fired 2 more blasts and made a start toward a shaft. After the third, Bob, the miner, said, glancing at the west, "That'll do, Irish." They cached the tools, caught up the water bucket, and swung rapidly down the trail. Bob was ahead, slouching along with the mountaineer's peculiar gait, which seems so lazy, and yet which gets over the ground so fast. In a very few moments he reached the gulch below, plunging from the bare, rock-strewn hillside under the pines to the lush grasses and cool saplings of the canyon bed, as from a desert to a garden. He looked around to say something. McCann was gone. "Well, I'll be damned," he ejaculated and yelled loudly. After a moment's pause, from far down the opposite slope came a faint whoop. Bob sat down on a fallen tree and waited philosophically, shouting at intervals. In a little while the Irishman came charging frantically up the gulch, tearing along through the vines and bushes at full speed, so terrified that he passed within 10 feet of Bob without seeing him. The latter watched him surge by with an odd little twinkle in his eye. Then suddenly he shouted again. Pat slowed up, looked about for a moment vacantly, and then his rugged Hibernian face broke into a multitude of jolly wrinkles. "Arrah, it's yourself, darlin'," he said. "I thought it's Pat McCann as is going to sleep wid the mountain lions this night." "You stick to me," was Bob's only comment. After a short climb, the men reached the camp on a knoll overlooking 2 confluent gulches. There was the superintendent's office, the cookhouse, the bunkhouse, the blacksmith's shop, the stables, and the corral, all of logs. Supper was served at sundown. The men filed in, took off their coats, and sat down without a word. As each one finished eating, he arose, put on his coat again, and sauntered outside, filling his pipe as he went. Finally, the whole gang was gathered at the bunkhouse smoking, telling laconic stories, or playing cribbage, the great American game in the mountains. As the last comer, Pat was told to water the horses. He went boldly into the corral with a rope and was kicked flat. The boys straightened him out, and, after he had regained his breath, gave 2 of the horses halters into his hands. Except in the main canyons of the Black Hills, there is no surface water, the creeks all running down along the bed rock. As a consequence, wells are necessary even in the upper hills. Pat first let a horse get loose, then he lost the bucket down the well, then he fell in himself in trying to fish it out. The boys fished him out with some interest. So manifestly inadequate an individual it had not been their fortune to meet before, and they looked on him as a curiosity. On the spot they adopted Pat McCann much as they would have adopted a stray kitten or puppy, and doubtless in somewhat the same amused, tolerant state of mind. The next morning Bob and Pat cleared away the debris of the 3 blasts, wrenching off the broken, adhering bits with a pick, and shoveling them out. King came up with an axe gang and built a rough, square breastwork of logs down the hill, to catch the quartz as in a bin. They also squared a number of timbers, and tongued the ends. These were to timber the shaft. All this interested the little Irishman. He recovered his spirits, and his old-world blarney came back to him. The clear, fresh air of the hills, the abundant food, the hard work, the sound sleep, the reaction against the taciturnity of the men, and the calm grandeur of the mountains filled him with animal spirits. He imagined he had found his vocation at last. He wanted to do everything. In time he learned to strike with the sledge, although it was only after long practice on a stake that he could induce anyone to hold for him. He sharpened drills, after a fashion. He even helped in the timbering up. The only thing lacking was the shooting of the charges. He had an ambition to touch the thing off. This King roughly forbade. "That flyaway fool to risk his neck that way?" he said. "I guess not. He don't know enough now to make his head ache. When I want a wild Irishman too dead to skin, I'll let you know. I don't want that man to have the first thing to do with the powder. Understand that." What King said went in that camp. Besides, the men knew him to be in the right. Pat was the unluckiest man alive, and the most awkward. He was sure to be in any trouble there was about. In fact, as Jack Williams said, he was a sort of lightning rod for the whole camp in the way of trouble. Everyone else was sure of exemption if there was only one man's share of difficulty dealt out. So McCann pleaded in vain. This went to his heart. He would have given his blackthorn shillelagh from Dublin to have been looked upon as a full-fledged miner. He used to put on all the airs of one in Sweetwater when he went down there once a week, swaggering about in copper-riveted jeans, with his hat on one side, conversing learnedly, though vaguely, on blowouts, horses, footwalls, and other technicalities, hauling out of his pockets yellow-flecked bits of quartz, in short, putting on dog to an amazing extent. But as he turned past the stamp mill of the Great Snake and began to scale the heartbreaking trail that led to the top of the ridge, his crest began to fall. As he followed the narrow, level summit for 3 miles of its length, standing as it were in the very blueness of the air, his spirits began to evaporate. When he took the shorter and gentler descent to the camp, the old conviction had returned with sickening force. He was not a miner. He had never shot. He used all his persuasive powers in vain. For one thing, the men were afraid to disobey King. For another, they liked Pat, and, having a firm faith in his hoodoo, were convinced that his shooting and sudden death would be synonymous terms. So Pat abandoned persuasion and tried craft. The old shaft on which he and Bob had first begun work had been carried down 50 feet. Appropriate crosscuts and drifts had been made to exploit the lead. It was now abandoned. Bob and Pat were put to work at another spot in the same lead a little further along the ridge. The place marked out for the first blast was between 2 huge boulders, or rather between the 2 rounded cheeks of one boulder. The passage between them was perhaps 5 or 6 feet wide. One end led out in a gradual descent to the broad, open part of the ridge top. The other dropped off abruptly 3 or 4 feet to another level place. Around the corner of the first, the miners kept their tools and forge. Down the second they planned to drop when the blast was fired. And there they had built a little fire, it being, on that particular day, in the lee of the rock. The hole had been all drilled before Bob discovered that he had forgotten to bring any powder. So, cursing, he started down the passage to get some from the sheet iron powder house in the draw. Hardly was he out of sight before McCann, chuckling softly to himself, pulled from under a shelving bit of rock the missing powder. With this he loaded the hole. He arranged the fuse, and then dropped down the ledge to get a brand from the fire. It was nearly out, so it took a few moments to start a torch. However, he was in no hurry, as it was some little distance to the powder house, and Bob could not possibly return inside of half an hour. At last he coaxed a bit of pine into a glow, and turned to climb back. A startling sight met his eyes. When Bob went to get the powder, he stopped at the forge for the water pail. As he stooped to pick it up, something struck him a sudden blow in the thigh that knocked him over and set the blood flowing. He said afterward he thought the bone was broken. When he could see, he looked about to find what had hit him, and discovered not 10 feet away the long, tawny body of a puma. The great cat lay watching him through half-shut eyes, lazily switching its tail back and forth. From the depths of its throat came a deep rumbling purr. He tried to rise, but could not. Then he turned over on his left side and started to crawl painfully through the passageway of the rocks. The beast opened its eyes and followed stealthily, step after step, still switching its tail and still purring. It was in a sportive mood and played with its prey as a cat plays with a mouse. Inch by inch the man pulled himself along, leaving a trail of blood. At last, within a few feet of the ledge, he stopped. He could go no further. The puma, too, paused. At this moment Pat McCann, a blazing pine brand in his hand, looked over the ledge. Bob saw him and faintly warned him back. The puma saw him too. The purring ceased, and the lithe muscles tightened under the skin. The game was over. The animal was preparing to make its spring. It did not occur to the little Irishman's fighting soul to retreat. His comical features stiffened. His little blue eyes fairly snapped. Slowly he drew himself up on the ledge, keeping his eye fixed on the puma until he stood erect. Then he shifted his brand mechanically into his left hand and drew his sheath knife. He did not know that the fire was his best weapon, and Bob was too weak to tell him. The brand, held point downward, began to blaze. The puma's great eyes shifted uneasily at this, and its muscles relaxed. It was evidently discomposed. Pat did not await the attack, but stepped forward, holding his knife firmly. When within a few feet of the animal, Pat hesitated and stopped. His nerve was still unshaken, but he did not know how to begin. The puma still sniffed uneasily at the blaze, but had recovered from its first fear and was again gathering its powers for a spring. For a moment there was absolute silence, and Pat heard through the still air the sharp chatter of a squirrel and the clank of the ore team's whiffletrees from the ore road far below. While he stood thus uncertain, the fire from the pine, having run up along the torch, began to burn Pat's fingers. Without moving his head or shifting his eyes, he dropped it gently, plumb upon the fuse he had so carefully arranged a few moments before. Then he took a step backward to avoid the smoke. There was a splutter and a flash, then a sudden roar. The man and the beast were hurled violently in opposite directions, and a volcano of rock shot high in the air and showered down again. The axe gang found the puma very dead and Pat very hard to revive. The whiskey and water method brought him around at last. He looked hazily about him in evident bewilderment until his eye caught sight of the dead animal, and then his face lighted up with eager joy. "Glory to God! I'm a miner!" he shouted. "I've shot at last." End of A Double Shot, read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, July 2024.
The Eyes Have It by Philip K. Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Eyes Have It. It was quite by accident that I discovered this incredible invasion of Earth by life forms from another planet. As yet, I haven't done anything about it. I can't think of anything to do. I wrote to the government, and they sent back a pamphlet on the repair and maintenance of frame houses. Anyhow, the whole thing is known. I'm not the first to discover it. Maybe it's even under control. I was sitting in my easy chair, idly turning the pages of a paperbacked book someone had left on the bus, when I came across the reference that first put me on the trail. For a moment, I didn't respond. It took some time for the full import to sink in. After I'd comprehended, it seemed odd I hadn't noticed it right away. The reference was clearly to a non-human species of incredible properties, not indigenous to Earth. A species, I hasten to point out, customarily masquerading as ordinary human beings. Their disguise, however, became transparent in the face of the following observations by the author. It was at once obvious the author knew everything, and was taking it in his stride. The first line, and I tremble, remembering it even now, read, "His eyes slowly roved about the room." Vague chills assailed me. I tried to picture the eyes. Did they roll like dimes? The passage indicated not. They seemed to move through the air, not over the surface. Rather rapidly, apparently. No one in his story was surprised. That's what tipped me off. No sign of amazement at such an outrageous thing. Later, the matter was amplified. His eyes moved from person to person. There it was in a nutshell. The eyes had clearly come apart from the rest of him and were on their own. My heart pounded, and my breath choked in my windpipe. I had stumbled on an accidental mention of a totally unfamiliar race, obviously non-terrestrial. Yet, to the characters in the book, it was perfectly natural, which suggested they belonged to the same species. And the author? A slow suspicion burned in my mind. The author was taking it rather too easily in his stride. Evidently, he felt this was quite a usual thing. He made absolutely no attempt to conceal this knowledge. The story continued. Presently, his eyes fastened on Julia. Julia, being a lady, had at least the breeding to feel indignant. She is described as blushing and knitting her brows angrily. At this, I sighed with relief. They weren't all non-terrestrials. The narrative continues. Slowly, calmly, his eyes examined every inch of her. Great Scott! But here the girl turned and stomped off, and the matter ended. I lay back in my chair, gasping with horror. My wife and family regarded me in wonder. "What's wrong, dear?" my wife asked. I couldn't tell her. Knowledge like this was too much for the ordinary run-of-the-mill person. I had to keep it to myself. "Nothing," I gasped. I leaped up, snatched the book, and hurried out of the room. In the garage, I continued reading. There was more. Trembling, I read the next revealing passage. He put his arm around Julia. Presently, she asked him if he would remove his arm. He immediately did so, with a smile. It's not said what was done with the arm after the fellow had removed it. Maybe it was left standing upright in the corner. Maybe it was thrown away. I don't care. In any case, the full meaning was there, staring me right in the face. Here was a race of creatures capable of removing portions of their anatomy at will. Eyes, arms, and maybe more, without batting an eyelash. My knowledge of biology came in handy at this point. Obviously, they were simple beings, unicellular, some sort of primitive single-cell things, being no more developed than starfish. Starfish can do the same thing, you know. I read on, and came to this incredible revelation, tossed off coolly by the author without the faintest tremor. Outside the movie theater, we split up. Part of us went inside, part over to the cafe for dinner. Binary fission, obviously, splitting in half and forming two entities. Probably each lower half went to the cafe, it being farther, and the upper halves to the movies. I read on, hands shaking. I had really stumbled onto something here. My mind reeled as I made out this passage. I'm afraid there's no doubt about it. Poor Bibney has lost his head again, which was followed by, and Bob says he has utterly no guts. Yet Bibney got around as well as the next person. The next person, however, was just as strange. He was soon described as totally lacking in brains. There was no doubt of the thing in the next passage. Julia, whom I had thought to be the one normal person, reveals herself as also being an alien life form similar to the rest. Quite deliberately, Julia had given her heart to the young man. It didn't relate what the final disposition of the organ was, but I didn't really care. It was evident Julia had gone right on living in her usual manner like all the others in the book, without heart, arms, eyes, brains, viscera, dividing up in two when the occasion demanded, without a qualm. Thereupon, she gave him her hand. I sickened. The rascal now had her hand as well as her heart. I shudder to think what he's done with them. By this time, he took her arm. Not content to wait, he had to start dismantling her on his own. Flushing crimson, I slammed the book shut and leaped to my feet, but not in time to escape one last reference to those carefree bits of anatomy whose travels had originally thrown me on the track. Her eyes followed him all the way down the road and across the meadow. I rushed from the garage and back inside the warm house as if the accursed things were following me. My wife and children were playing Monopoly in the kitchen. I joined them and played with frantic fervor, brow feverish, teeth chattering. I had had enough of the thing. I want to hear no more about it. Let them come on. Let them invade Earth. I don't want to get mixed up in it. I have absolutely no stomach for it. End of The Eyes Have It.
The Giant Wistaria by Charlotte E. Stetson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann. The Giant Wistaria. Meddle not with my new vine, child. See, thou hast already broken the tender shoot. Never needle or distaff for thee, and yet thou wilt not be quiet. The nervous fingers wavered, clutched at a small carnelian cross that hung from her neck, then fell despairingly. Give me my child, mother, and then I will be quiet. Hush, hush, thou fool! Someone might be near. See, there is thy father coming even now. Get in quickly. She raised her eyes to her mother's face, weary eyes that yet had a flickering, uncertain blaze in their shaded depths. Art thou a mother, and hast no pity on me, a mother? Give me my child. Her voice rose in a strange, low cry, broken by her father's hand upon her mouth. Shameless, said he with set teeth. Get to thy chamber, and be not seen again tonight, or I will have thee bound. She went at that, and a hard-faced serving woman followed, and presently returned, bringing a key to her mistress. Is all well with her, and the child also? She is quiet, Mistress Dwining. Well for the night, be sure. The child fretteth endlessly, but save for that it thriveth with me. The parents were left alone together on the high square porch with its great pillars, and the rising moon began to make faint shadows of the young vine leaves that shot up luxuriantly around them. Moving shadows, like little stretching fingers on the broad and heavy planks of the oaken floor. It groweth well, this vine thou broughtest me in the ship, my husband. Aye, he broke in bitterly, and so doth the shame I brought thee. Had I known of it, I would sooner have had the ship founder beneath us, and have seen our child cleanly drowned, than live to this end. Thou art very hard, Samuel. Art thou not afeard for her life? She grieveth sore for the child, aye, and for the green fields to walk in. Nay, said he grimly, I fear not. She hath lost already what is more than life, and she shall have air enough soon. Tomorrow the ship is ready, and we return to England. None knoweth of our staying here, not one, and if the town hath a child unaccounted for, to rear in decent ways, why, it is not the first even here. It will be well enough cared for, and truly we have matter for thankfulness that her cousin is yet willing to marry her. Hast thou told him? Aye. Thinkest thou I would cast shame into another man's house, unknowing it? He hath always desired her, but she would none of him, the stubborn. She hath small choice now. Will he be kind, Samuel? Can he— Kind? What call'st thou it to take such as she to wife? Kind? How many men would take her, and she had double the fortune, and being of the family already, he is glad to hide the blot forever. And if she would not? He is but a coarse fellow, and she ever shunned him. Art thou mad, woman? She weddeth him ere we sail tomorrow, or she stayeth ever in that chamber. The girl is not so sheer a fool. He maketh an honest woman of her, and saveth our house from open shame. What other hope for her than a new life to cover the old? Let her have an honest child, and she so longeth for one. He strode heavily across the porch till the loose planks creaked again, strode back and forth with his arms folded and his brows fiercely knit above his iron mouth. Overhead, the shadows flickered mockingly across a white face among the leaves, with eyes of wasted fire. "Oh, George, what a house! What a lovely house! I am sure it's haunted. Let us get that house to live in this summer. We will have Kate and Jack and Susie and Jim, of course, and a splendid time of it." Young husbands are indulgent, but still they have to recognize facts. "My dear, the house may not be to rent, and it may also not be habitable." "There is surely somebody in it. I am going to inquire." The great central gate was rusted off its hinges, and the long drive had trees in it, but a little footpath showed signs of steady usage, and up that Mrs. Jenny went, followed by her obedient George. The front windows of the old mansion were blank, but in a wing at the back they found white curtains and open doors. Outside, in the clear May sunshine, a woman was washing. She was polite and friendly, and evidently glad of visitors in that lonely place. She guessed it could be rented, didn't know. The heirs were in Europe, but there was a lawyer in New York had the letting of it. There had been folks there years ago, but not in her time. She and her husband had the rent of their part for taking care of the place. Not that they took much care on't either, but keeping robbers out. It was furnished throughout, old-fashioned enough but good. And, if they took it, she could do the work for him herself, she guessed, if he was willing. Never was a crazy scheme more easily arranged. George knew that lawyer in New York. The rent was not alarming, and the nearness to a rising seashore resort made it a still pleasanter place to spend the summer. Kate and Jack and Susie and Jim cheerfully accepted, and the June moon found them all sitting on the high front porch. They had explored the house from top to bottom, from the great room in the garret with nothing in it but a rickety cradle, to the well in the cellar without a curb, and with a rusty chain going down to unknown blackness below. They had explored the grounds, once beautiful with rare trees and shrubs, but now a gloomy wilderness of tangled shade. The old lilacs and laburnums, the spirea and syringa, nodded against the second-story windows. What garden plants survived were great ragged bushes, or great shapeless beds. A huge wistaria vine covered the whole front of the house. The trunk, it was too large to call a stem, rose at the corner of the porch by the high steps and had once climbed its pillars. But now the pillars were wrenched from their places and held rigid and helpless by the tightly wound and knotted arms. It fenced in all the upper story of the porch with a knitted wall of stem and leaf. It ran along the eaves, holding up the gutter that had once supported it. It shaded every window with heavy green, and the drooping, fragrant blossoms made a waving sheet of purple from roof to ground. "Did you ever see such a wistaria?" cried ecstatic Mrs. Jenny. "It is worth the rent just to sit under such a vine. A fig tree beside it would be sheer superfluity and wicked extravagance." "Jenny makes much of her wistaria," said George, "because she's so disappointed about the ghosts. She made up her mind at first sight to have ghosts in the house, and she can't find even a ghost story." "No," Jenny assented mournfully. "I pumped poor Mrs. Pepperleigh for 3 days, but could get nothing out of her. But I'm convinced there is a story, if we could only find it. You need not tell me that a house like this, with a garden like this and a cellar like this, isn't haunted." "I agree with you," said Jack. Jack was a reporter on a New York daily and engaged to Mrs. Jenny's pretty sister. "And if we don't find a real ghost, you may be very sure I shall make one. It's too good an opportunity to lose." The pretty sister, who sat next him, resented. "You shan't do anything of the sort, Jack. This is a real ghostly place, and I won't have you make fun of it. Look at that group of trees out there in the long grass. It looks for all the world like a crouching, hunted figure." "It looks to me like a woman picking huckleberries," said Jim, who was married to George's pretty sister. "Be still, Jim," said that fair young woman. I believe in Jenny's ghost as much as she does. Such a place! Just look at this great wistaria trunk, crawling up by the steps here. It looks for all the world like a writhing body, cringing, beseeching." "Yes," answered the subdued Jim. "It does, Susie. See its waist, about 2 yards of it, and twisted at that. A waist of good material." "Don't be so horrid, boys. Go off and smoke somewhere if you can't be congenial." "We can. We will. We'll be as ghostly as you please." And forthwith they began to see bloodstains and crouching figures so plentifully that the most delightful shivers multiplied, and the fair enthusiasts started for bed, declaring they should never sleep a wink. "We shall all surely dream," cried Mrs. Jenny, "and we must all tell our dreams in the morning." "There's another thing certain," said George, catching Susie as she tripped over a loose plank, "and that is that you frisky creatures must use the side door till I get this Eiffel Tower of a portico fixed, or we shall have some fresh ghosts on our hands. We found a plank here that yawns like a trap-door, big enough to swallow you, and I believe the bottom of the thing is in China." The next morning found them all alive and eating a substantial New England breakfast, to the accompaniment of saws and hammers on the porch, where carpenters of quite miraculous promptness were tearing things to pieces generally. "It's got to come down mostly," they had said. "These timbers are clean rotted through, what ain't pulled out of line by this great creeper. That's about all that holds the thing up." There was clear reason in what they said, and with a caution from anxious Mrs. Jenny not to hurt the wistaria, they were left to demolish and repair at leisure. "How about ghosts?" asked Jack after a fourth griddle cake. "I had one, and it's taken away my appetite." Mrs. Jenny gave a little shriek and dropped her knife and fork. "Oh, so had I! I had the most awful, well, not dream exactly, but feeling. I'd forgotten all about it." "Must have been awful," said Jack, taking another cake. "Do tell us about the feeling. My ghost will wait." "It makes me creep to think of it even now," she said. "I woke up all at once with that dreadful feeling as if something were going to happen, you know. I was wide awake and hearing every little sound for miles around, it seemed to me. There are so many strange little noises in the country for all it is so still. Millions of crickets and things outside, and all kinds of rustles in the trees. There wasn't much wind, and the moonlight came through in my 3 great windows in 3 white squares on the black old floor, and those fingery wistaria leaves we were talking of last night just seemed to crawl all over them. And, oh, girls, you know that dreadful well in the cellar?" A most gratifying impression was made by this, and Jenny proceeded cheerfully. "Well, while it was so horridly still, and I lay there trying not to wake George, I heard as plainly as if it were right in the room that old chain down there rattle and creak over the stones." "Bravo!" cried Jack. "That's fine. I'll put it in the Sunday edition." "Be still," said Kate. "What was it, Jenny? Did you really see anything?" "No, I didn't, I'm sorry to say. But just then I didn't want to. I woke George and made such a fuss that he gave me bromide and said he'd go and look. And that's the last I thought of it till Jack reminded me. The bromide worked so well." "Now, Jack, give us yours," said Jim. "Maybe it will dovetail in somehow. Thirsty ghost, I imagine. Maybe they had prohibition here even then." Jack folded his napkin and leaned back in his most impressive manner. "It was striking 12 by the great hall clock," he began. "There isn't any hall clock." "Oh, hush, Jim, you spoil the current. It was just 1 o'clock then by my old-fashioned repeater." "Waterbury. Never mind what time it was." "Well, honestly, I woke up sharp like our beloved hostess and tried to go to sleep again, but couldn't. I experienced all those moonlight and grasshopper sensations, just like Jenny, and was wondering what could have been the matter with the supper when in came my ghost, and I knew it was all a dream. It was a female ghost, and I imagined she was young and handsome, but all those crouching, hunted figures of last evening ran riot in my brain, and this poor creature looked just like them. She was all wrapped up in a shawl and had a big bundle under her arm. Dear me, I am spoiling the story. With the air and gait of one in frantic haste and terror, the muffled figure glided to a dark old bureau and seemed taking things from the drawers. As she turned, the moonlight shone full on a little red cross that hung from her neck by a thin gold chain. I saw it glitter as she crept noiselessly from the room. That's all. "Oh, Jack, don't be so horrid. Did you really? Is that all? What do you think it was?" "I am not horrid by nature, only professionally. I really did. That was all. And I am fully convinced it was the genuine, legitimate ghost of an eloping chambermaid with kleptomania." "You are too bad, Jack," cried Jenny. "You take all the horror out of it. There isn't a creep left among us." "It's no time for creeps at 9:30 a.m. with sunlight and carpenters outside. However, if you can't wait till twilight for your creeps, I think I can furnish one or two," said George. "I went down cellar after Jenny's ghost." There was a delighted chorus of female voices, and Jenny cast upon her lord a glance of genuine gratitude. "It's all very well to lie in bed and see ghosts or hear them," he went on, "but the young householder suspecteth burglars, even though, as a medical man, he knoweth nerves, and after Jenny dropped off, I started on a voyage of discovery. I never will again, I promise you." "Why, what was it?" "Oh, George!" "I got a candle." "Good mark for the burglars," murmured Jack, and went all over the house, gradually working down to the cellar and the well. "Well?" said Jack. "Now you can laugh, but that cellar is no joke by daylight, and a candle there at night is about as inspiring as a lightning bug in the Mammoth Cave. I went along with this light, trying not to fall into the well prematurely. Got to it all at once, held the light down, and then I saw right under my feet. I nearly fell over her, or walked through her, perhaps, a woman hunched up under a shawl. She had hold of the chain, and the candle shone on her hands. White, thin hands, on a little red cross that hung from her neck. Vide Jack. I'm no believer in ghosts, and I firmly object to unknown parties in the house at night, so I spoke to her rather fiercely. She didn't seem to notice that, and I reached down to take hold of her. Then I came upstairs." "What for? What happened? What was the matter?" "Well, nothing happened, only she wasn't there. May have been indigestion, of course, but as a physician I don't advise anyone to court indigestion alone at midnight in a cellar." "This is the most interesting and peripatetic and evasive ghost I ever heard of," said Jack. "It's my belief she has no end of silver tankards and jewels galore at the bottom of that well, and I move we go and see." "To the bottom of the well, Jack?" "To the bottom of the mystery. Come on." There was unanimous assent, and the fresh cambrics and pretty boots were gallantly escorted below by gentlemen whose jokes were so frequent that many of them were a little forced. The deep old cellar was so dark that they had to bring lights, and the well so gloomy in its blackness that the ladies recoiled. "That well is enough to scare even a ghost. It's my opinion you'd better let well enough alone," quoth Jim. "Truth lies hid in a well, and we must get her out," said George. "Bear a hand with the chain." Jim pulled away on the chain. George turned the creaking windlass, and Jack was chorus. "A wet sheet for this ghost, if not a flowing sea," said he. "Seems to be hard work raising spirits. I suppose he kicked the bucket when he went down." As the chain lightened and shortened, there grew a strange silence among them, and when at length the bucket appeared, rising slowly through the dark water, there was an eager, half-reluctant peering, and a natural drawing back. They poked the gloomy contents. Only water. Nothing but mud. Something. They emptied the bucket up on the dark earth, and then the girls all went out into the air, into the bright, warm sunshine in front of the house, where was the sound of saw and hammer and the smell of new wood. There was nothing said until the men joined them, and then Jenny timidly asked, "How old should you think it was, George?" "All of a century," he answered. "That water is a preservative. Lime in it." "Oh, you mean—" "Not more than a month," a very little baby." There was another silence at this, broken by a cry from the workmen. They had removed the floor and the side walls of the old porch, so that the sunshine poured down to the dark stones of the cellar bottom. And there, in the strangling grasp of the roots of the great wistaria, lay the bones of a woman from whose neck still hung a tiny scarlet cross on a thin chain of gold. End of The Giant Wistaria.
The Green Knight by Peter Christian Asbjørnsen, translated by Sir George Webbe Dasent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Green Knight. Once upon a time there was a king who was a widower, and he had an only daughter. But it is an old saying that widower's grief is like knocking your funny bone. It hurts, but it soon passes away. And so the king married a queen who had 2 daughters. Now this queen, well, she was no better than stepmothers are wont to be. Snappish and spiteful she always was to her stepdaughter. Well, a long time after, when they were grown up, these 3 girls, war broke out, and the king had to go forth to fight for his country and his kingdom. But before he went, the 3 daughters had leave to say what the king should buy and bring home for each of them, if he won the day against the foe. So the stepdaughters were to speak first, as you may fancy, and say what they wished. Well, the first wished for a golden spinning wheel, so small that it could stand on a 6-penny piece, and the second, she begged for a golden winder, so small that it could stand on a 6-penny piece. That was what they wanted to have. Until they had them, there was no spinning or winding to be got out of them. But his own daughter, she would ask for no other thing than that he would greet the Green Knight in her name. So the king went out to war, and whithersoever he went he won. And however things turned out, he brought the things he had promised his stepdaughters. But he had clean forgotten what his own daughter had begged him to do, till at last he made a feast, because he had won the day. Then it was that he set eyes on a Green Knight, and all at once his daughter's words came into his head, and he greeted him in her name. The Green Knight thanked him for the greeting, and gave him a book which looked like a hymn book with parchment clasps. That the king was to take home and give her, but he was not to unclasp it, or the princess either, till she was all alone. So when the king had done fighting and feasting, he went home again, and he had scarce got inside the door before his stepdaughters clung round him to get what he had promised to buy them. Yes, he said, he had brought them what they wished, but his own daughter, she held back and asked for nothing, and the king forgot all about it too, till one day, when he was going out, and he put on the coat he had worn at the feast, and just as he thrust his hand into his pocket for his handkerchief, he felt the book and knew what it was. So he gave it to his daughter, and said he was to greet her with it from the Green Knight, and she mustn't unclasp it till she was all alone. Well, that evening, when she was by herself in her bedroom, she unclasped the book, and as soon as she did so, she heard a strain of music, so sweet she had never heard the like of it, and then, what do you think? Why, the Green Knight came to her and told her the book was such a book that whenever she unclasped it, he must come to her, and it would be all the same wherever she might be, and when she clasped it again, he would be off and away again. Well, she unclasped the book often and often in the evenings when she was alone and at rest, and the knight always came to her and was almost always there. But her stepmother, who was always thrusting her nose into everything, she found out there was someone with her in her room, and she was not long in telling it to the king. But he wouldn't believe it. No, he said, they must watch first and see if it was so before they trumped up such stories, and took her to task for them. So one evening they stood outside the door and listened, and it seemed as though they heard someone talking inside, but when they went in there was no one. "Who was it you were talking with?" asked the stepmother, both sharp and cross. "It was no one, indeed," said the princess. "Nay," said she, "I heard it as plain as day." "Oh," said the princess, "I only lay and read aloud out of a prayer book." "Show it me," said the queen. "Well, then it was only a prayer book after all, and she must have leave to read that," the king said. But the stepmother thought just the same as before, and so she bored a hole through the wall and stood prying about there. So one evening, when she heard that the knight was in the room, she tore open the door and came flying into her stepdaughter's room like a blast of wind. But she was not slow in clasping the book either, and he was off and away in a trice. But however quick she had been, for all that her stepmother caught a glimpse of him, so that she was sure someone had been there. It happened just then that the king was setting out on a long, long journey, and while he was away the queen had a deep pit dug down into the ground, and there she built up a dungeon, and in the stone and mortar she laid ratsbane and other strong poisons, so that not so much as a mouse could get through the wall. As for the master mason, he was well paid, and gave his word to fly the land, but he didn't, for he stayed where he was. Then the princess was thrown into that dungeon with her maid, and when they were inside, the queen walled up the door and left only a little hole open at the top to let down food to them. So there she sat and sorrowed, and the time seemed long, and longer than long. But at last she remembered she had her book with her, and took it out and unclasped it. First of all she heard the same sweet strain she had heard before, and then arose a grievous sound of wailing, and just then the Green Knight came. "I am at death's door," he said, and then he told her that her stepmother had laid poison in the mortar, and he did not know if he should ever come out alive. So when she clasped the book up as fast as she could, she heard the same wailing sound. But you must know the maid who was shut up with her had a sweetheart, and she sent word to him to go to the master mason, and beg him to make the hole at top big enough for them to creep out at it. If he would do that, the princess would pay him so well he could live in plenty all his days. Yes, he did so, and they set out and traveled far, far away in strange lands, she and her maid, and wherever they came, they asked after the Green Knight. So after a long, long time they came to a castle which was all hung with black, and just as they were passing by it, a shower of rain fell, and so the princess stepped into the church porch to wait till the rain was over. As she stood there, a young man and an old man came by, who also wished to take shelter, but the princess drew away farther into a corner so that they did not see her. "Why is it," said the young man, "that the king's castle is hung with black?" "Don't you know?" said the greybeard. "The prince here is sick to death, he whom they call the Green Knight." And so he went on telling him how it had all happened. So when the young man had listened to the story, he asked if there was anyone who could make him well again. "Nay, nay," said the other, "there is but one cure, and that is if the maiden who was shut up in the dungeon were to come and pluck healing plants in the fields, and boil them in sweet milk, and wash him with them thrice." Then he went on reckoning up the plants that were needful before he could get well again. All this the princess heard, and she kept it in her head, and when the rain was over the two men went away, nor did she bide there long either. So when they got home to the house in which they lived, out they went at once to get all kinds of plants and grasses in the field and wood, she and the maid, and they plucked and gathered early and late till she had got all that she was to boil. Then she bought her a doctor's hat and a doctor's gown, and went to the king's castle, and offered to make the prince well again. "No, no, it is no good," said the king. So many had been there and tried, but he always got worse instead of better. But she would not yield, and gave her word he should be well, and that soon and happily. Well, then, she might have leave to try, and so she went into the Green Knight's bedroom, and washed him the first time. And when she came the next day, he was so well he could sit up in bed. The day after, he was man enough to walk about the room, and the third, he was as well and lively as a fish in the water. Now he may go out hunting, said the doctor. Then the king was so overjoyed with the doctor as a bird in broad day. But the doctor said he must go home. Then she threw off her hat and gown, and dressed herself smart, and made a feast, and she unclasped the book. Then arose the same joyful strain as of old, and in a trice the Green Knight was there, and he wondered much to know how she had got thither. So she told him all about it, and how it had happened, and when they had eaten and drunk, he took her straight up to the castle, and told the king the whole story from beginning to end. Then there was such a bridal and such a feast, and when it was over, they set off to the bride's home, and there was great joy in her father's heart. But they took the stepmother and rolled her downhill in a cask full of spikes. End of The Green Knight, read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, July 2024.
Gunplay by Michael J. Phillips. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Gunplay. Yip, 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 yoo! The thick-shouldered counterman, who looked as though he might have been a bartender once, raised his head with a smile meant to placate and excuse. He nodded toward the fly-specked window. "That there's young Chihuahua Pete," he explained, mopping the bar-like lunch counter, "with a couple of shots of hooch under his belt. Just don't mind him. He's all right unless somebody steps on his toes." The 5 or 6 men sitting on the tall stools, eating a hasty midday lunch while the stage driver changed a tire, turned curiously at the yells and the explanation. They saw a pinto horse, irregularly patched with brown and white, coming out of the sagebrush and greasewood to the southward at a dead run. A war bag, in which the cowboy carries his personal belongings when he changes jobs, bounced wildly on either side. There was a rifle in the boot under the rider's left leg. The rider was tall, young, and cone-hatted. A purple silk handkerchief was knotted at the back of his neck. The free corners fluttered under his chin above a red shirt, which was blocked off with black lines. He wore a vest, without which a cowpuncher considers himself only half-clad, but no coat. His chaps of cowhide were luxuriantly covered with black hair. The spotted horse did his best. Nevertheless, the driver beat him right and left and fore and aft with a quirt. Supple-wristed, he swung it viciously. The pinto, pink nostrils stretched wide, swooped like a swallow over the railroad track a few yards in front of the Last Chance. "Suppose someone steps on his toes?" queried a traveling man in a derby. "He's a shooting fool," returned the waiter, with a final sweep across the counter. He spoke in an undertone, for the wild rider, with a final yip, 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 pulled his horse to a stop in a cloud of dust at the door. "Killed 2 men the last 3 years. Got off on self-defense." Whee! The rider stepped down lightly as a dancer, dropped the reins over the panting pinto's head, and walked to the open door. His black boots were absurdly small and high-heeled. He was pigeon-toed and bow-legged. He strutted slouchily. A cartridge belt, filled to the last loop, encircled his slim waist and sagged to the holster on his right thigh. The holster held a nickeled, bone-handled, frontier-type revolver, its curving hammer gleaming in the sunlight. The gun was of heavy caliber. Here was a Westerner who took no stock in the automatic, apparently. He leaned against the door jamb for a moment, surveying the party within. A handsome youth, but with a thin-lipped mouth given too readily to sneering. His eye, the cool, keen gray eye of the killer, never opened very widely, turned but little, yet saw everything. "Hello, Sam, you old polecat," he greeted the man behind the counter. "Rustle me a quart of moonshine. Good stuff, too, or I'll come back and brand you." Sam Turner smiled nervously. Everybody in Rodeo and vicinity knew the lunch counter as only a mask for his real occupation, which was selling bootleg stuff, but he hated having it bellowed to the world. Even one of the harmless-looking gang in front of him might be a dry agent. His reply was intended to turn the subject. "Hello, Pete, you leaving the Bar X?" The cowpuncher grinned. "Leaving 'em flat. McCaleb got gabby because I take a drink. The..." His profanity was more impressive because it was low-voiced and drawled. "I beat him up with my 6-gun and come away." He strolled along the line of stools. At the lower end, on the last stool, sat a mild-appearing little man of perhaps 50. He wore olive-drab cotton clothes, belted jacket and trousers, and a floppy-brimmed, homely brown canvas hat. His eyes were protected by sunglasses. "Come on, you sawed-off! Climb down!" commanded the youth. "Who, me?" queried the little man. "Why should I?" "'Cause I tell you to," retorted Chihuahua, a nasty smile on his lips, a scowl on his brow. "I admire to sit down on that stool. I'm tired of standing." The other smiled amiably. "Aw, forget it," he advised. As he took his empty cup from his lips, Chihuahua Pete, still with the sneering, contemptuous grin on his face, laid an ungentle hand on the collar of the ill-fitting coat. He jerked backwards. The little man's hands flew up wildly. His coffee cup clattered inside the counter and crashed on the floor. His feet thumped on the rough pine boards. The stool tipped over. The olive-drab shoulders jolted against the wooden wall of the Last Chance. My, I have an awful time teaching you manners," observed Pete, evil in his sleepy gray eyes. "When you see a gentleman come in, you better offer him your chair next time, stranger." He righted the stool, drew it to the counter, and sat down. "Come on, you, Sam, let's have an egg sandwich and some coffee. I'm a wild wolf from Battle Mountain, and this is my day to howl." The little man did not seem annoyed, or even fussed. He sauntered forward, smiling a little, and took his place at the end of the counter, near Chihuahua's right hand. He rested his arms comfortably on the oak. "Don't mention it," he said cheerfully. "I was through, anyway." The cowpuncher searched his face swiftly for evidences of insolence, and seemed to find none. "That's the idea, tenderfoot," he patronized. "When you come to a he-man's country, you better keep your place, and dodge trouble." The others were silent. It was evident to all of them that the lank young puncher was a bad one, inflamed by poisonous liquor, potentially as dangerous as a rattlesnake. He showed a characteristic of one type of half-drunken man, a bitter and unreasoning dislike of an utter stranger. A still tongue, that was it. The same thought was in every mind. They must truckle to this deadly young bully, truckle and grovel to get away from rodeo without a tragedy. He was ripe for murder. "Uh-huh," agreed the little man. He surveyed Chihuahua through his amber glasses. "Yes, I tried to keep my place, but don't like anyone to shove me out of it." "For God's sake, Henry," began another speaker, a larger one, at Pete's left hand. His clothing was like the little man's, except that he wore an army campaign hat instead of the ugly brown canvas. Chihuahua Pete laid down his knife and fork, a sort of unbelieving jubilation in his manner and his repressed voice. He ignored the man sitting beside him and spoke to the smaller one. "Say, you little runt, you meaning to hint anything?" "Not hinting, trying to tell you," was the good-natured reply. "So you're a bad wolf, are you? And you're Chihuahua Pete. I suppose they call you that because you skipped to Chihuahua to dodge the draft. Hey, Peter, keep your hand on the counter." There was a surprising change in the tone of the last sentence, a whip-like bite of command in it. Chihuahua's right hand twitched involuntarily and came up again. "I don't know what your game is, Henry," said the other khaki-clad man, "but I'm playing it." He tapped the counter gently with a black, squat, ugly-looking automatic. "Don't reach for that gun again, kid, or I'll blow your ribs out." Chihuahua Pete gave him a quick, sidewise look, and again turned his attention to the little man, standing almost at his elbow. His face was a trifle pale. Sam and the travelers were immovable and tense. "Thanks, Ed," returned the little man placidly. "My game's to teach this young bully some manners. He demonstrated on me just now. Turnabout's fair play. Now you, Chihuahua, I understand you're a killer. Shot a couple of men in the back a while ago, or something like that. You're all set to pick a fuss with me and drop me. Well, you get your chance, but so will I. Guess we'd better have that revolver off you while I make my proposition. That's fair, isn't it?" He appealed to the others. "A border booze peddler has his failings, but a yellow streak is not one of them." Sam spoke up promptly. "Fair enough, stranger. No snap shooting in this place while I'm running it." He lumbered round the end of the counter, brushed by the little man, and approached Chihuahua. "Pete, I'll just take your gun." The cowpuncher sullenly permitted him to withdraw the pearl-handled weapon. The larger khaki-clad man, without waiting to be asked, surrendered his automatic. "All right," announced Sam, disposing of the weapons under the counter. "Now, stranger, what you got on your mind?" "Well, our young friend seems to have his fighting clothes on today. He wants to hear some poppin'. I'm willing to oblige, so long as 2 pop, and not 1. He turned to Pete, who sat immovable, hatred in his narrow eyes. "I see you have a rifle on your saddle. I happen to have one with me. You take your gun and get down behind that log I saw out here by the road as we came up. That gives you an advantage. I'll lie out in the open a couple 100 yards away, say. When these boys give the word, we shoot. Start advancing whenever you feel like it. We keep on shooting till one has enough, or," he shrugged his shoulders, "somebody gets hurt." "For God's sake, Henry!" burst out the larger khaki-clad man. "That's murder! Think of your family!" "Started thinking too late," gritted the cowpuncher, sliding off his stool. He confronted Henry balefully for a moment. "Go get your gun, you little—" "You brought something. I ain't killed a jackrabbit this week yet, but here's where I start." "Just a minute," interposed Sam. "This play is on your own deal, stranger, but you ought to know what you're up against. Pete's a good rifle shot. He won the turkey shoot over to Escandero last Christmas. You should be behind that log, not him, or we'll dig up another one for you." The little man was so ineffective, so insignificant-looking, so puttery that they felt sorry for him. There was a chorus of assent from the travelers. He thanked them with a smile, then turned and led the way to the door. "Oh, I'll worry along with old Betsy," he said cheerfully. "A log's such a nuisance to carry when you start to run." Rodeo, smelling the trouble somehow, walked en masse up the railroad track with the travelers. The town, looking for all the world like a movie set, with its short line of one-story false-fronted frame buildings, was left alone. The spectators took station midway between the antagonists, and perhaps 50 yards off the line of fire. The roadbed was somewhat above the general level, and they could see clearly. Chihuahua Pete rested on one elbow behind the counter of a fire-blackened log. The log was thick and substantial-looking. The little man, seemingly smaller and more helpless than ever, sprawled on the open sand. His coat was off. It lay beside him, a heap of cartridges in clips of 5 upon it. His left arm was in the sling of his rifle. Both men watched the group on the railroad, for a signal from Sam was to start the battle. "Say, this ain't legal," declared the derby-hatted drummer to Ed, the smaller man's friend. "Why, this is dueling, contrary to the laws of these here United States. Yes, sir. Why don't you do something about it? Why don't you stop it? What did you let him go, this drunken cowpuncher, for?" Ed turned a bitter eye on him. "Do something?" he echoed. "Say, I've been trying to do something with that little worm for 40 years. He jumps from one trouble to another like a mountain goat. Always jumps out again, though, I'll say that for him." This in grudging afterthought. The traveling man clawed his sleeve. "But this is murder," he protested. "He hasn't got a chance. This cowboy'll stiffen him first shot." Poor little Henry did seem pitifully exposed. From where they stood he was clearly outlined in the bare sand. Ed grunted. "The only way this Badman can hit him is shoot straight up in the air," Ed explained impatiently. "Henry's protected. There's 30 inches of sand in front of his head. That isn't what bothers me. I want to know what that little devil's going to do. I'm worrying about the other guy." "Protected?" The traveling man squinted against the white glaring light of sun on sand. "Say, he does seem to be behind a little riffle, at that. But 30 inches? Gosh, that isn't much." "He'll keep on fussing till he gets into a proper jam sometime," went on the gloomy Ed, following his own train of thought. "You can't get away with funny business forever. What's that? Oh, 30 inches is plenty. This crazy man's gun only shoots through 14. Oh, said the traveling man, opening his eyes. And, oh, he said again, in enlightenment. He knows, hey? That's the reason he looked at the cowboy's gun and cartridges, was it? Sure, replied Ed, in scorn at the obviousness of the question. He returned to the puncher's original remark. Do something with Henry? Say, you don't know what you're talking about. He's as stubborn as a mule. You'd think being turned down by 3 examining boards would be enough for anybody. Now, wouldn't you, at his age? But no, sir. Ready! Roared Sam, and raised his arm. A hurrying series of reports rolled out over the desert wastes. The cowboy's gun spoke with the signal from the railroad track. The rifle was over the log. He worked it savagely. The spectators shuddered. It looked like certain death for Henry. Bullets kicked up the sand in front of his nose and to either side of him, and went tearing off down country with the urgent whine of the ricochet. Ed chuckled. See? He said gleefully to the traveling man. Notice twigs falling from the dark green bush about 20 yards in front of Henry? Thought he'd do something like that. He's lined up behind it so this chihuahua can't see him at all. Has to feel for him. But he can't see either, can he? Protested the traveler, mopping the sweatband of his derby. You bet he can see. He's low, under the branches. Now watch. Chihuahua's gun was empty. He started to reload, after a swift glance in the enemy's direction. There was a flat, brisk report from the little man's rifle. The watchers saw the bullet raise a spray of sand in front of the log, then the hoarse note of a ricochet, as though there were a frog in the throat of the bullet. Cripes! Ejaculated Sam. She went through! Of course, retorted Ed. Anyone could see that log was only a shell. The cowpuncher was flurried. A burst of splinters on his side of the log and a few feet from him made him unsteady. The long magazine of his sporting rifle was only half filled, but he threw the gun across the log and fired again, rapidly, frantically. This time, the onlookers noted, his aim was poor. The sound fountained up a long way from where the little man lay tucked in his hollow. Again, the quicker, sharper report of Henry's rifle. The long, splitting aftercrack as the air closed behind the hurrying bullet. A dull interruption, and the ricochet in diminishing crescendo. Another report, and another, at intervals reasonably close, but unhurried. The son of the gun! Crowed the admiring bootlegger. See what he's doing? He's pushing Chihuahua right out from behind that log. They looked, slack-jawed and swaying in their intensity, and saw that it was true. Henry's first shot pierced the outer end of Chihuahua Pete's barrier, well beyond his left elbow, but with each succeeding report the bullets crept closer, until splinters showered the puncher. Busy as he was reloading, he gave ground. When he tried to take aim over the log, a bullet nudged him. He shifted a little, sidewise, wriggling his body on his elbows, and brought the barrel down again. The log ripped wickedly beside his sleeve. He hunched again, and again the remorseless Henry drove him over. The last move thrust his right leg out from the shelter. There was a report from the Springfield, a gout of sand from just under the cowpuncher's boot, apparently, and a yell from the puncher himself. He crawled to his feet, bringing his rifle up with him. He aimed half-heartedly at Henry, threw the gun down in fright, and ran away. He limped as he ran, though that, of course, might have been due to his boots hurting him. He fled directly to the rear, toward a friendly rise of ground. He was accompanied, shepherded, and steered by the offerings of Henry. Crack! And a bullet struck close beside him on the right. Crack! And another threatened his toenails on the left. So it went, right and left, until the ridge intervened, and he flung himself headlong to safety. A rush of cheering, babbling spectators engulfed the little man, who stood up to brush the sand off his clothes and put the remainder of his ammunition in the pockets of his ill-fitting jacket. Ed's long legs brought him quickly. He grabbed his friend by the shoulder and shook him, half in fondness and half in vexation. "Henry!" he said. "Henry, you damned little scoundrel!" Henry's face was alight with a big idea. "Say, Ed, I'm going to ask the NRA to stage a moving target thing at Perry next year. You know, a silhouette on a sledge going off down the range away from you. It's bully sport. Keeps you busy raising her for increasing distance. Say, hombre, you sure can shoot, panted Sam, thrusting out a beefy hand. Of course he can shoot, agreed Ed, impatience merely a cloak to his pride. He was instructor in rifle practice during the war, and he's just won the governor's trophy at the State Rifle Association matches over at Mineral Springs. Henry's face fell. Shoot nothing, he denied. See the first one? Say, it hit the ground a foot this side of that log. Yes, sir, foot. I was afraid to let myself out after that. Might have hurt that cowboy if I did. Maybe it's the gun, Henry, suggested Ed thoughtfully. They were oblivious now to the milling spectators. Well, maybe it is, said Henry pensively. I got an unaccountable in the National Individual, and a couple of threes in the Palma tryouts that looked all right when they left. Maybe old Betsy's gone at last. He smoothed the stock of the squat brown rifle caressingly. Say, mister, began the derby-hatted traveling man, elbowing his way forward. You're a professional, ain't you? You give exhibitions around the country, don't you? Hell, no, replied the little man. I run a grocery store in Palmdale, and my friend here is a banker. Say, you ought to see him shoot. He's the boy that— Aw, shut up, interrupted Ed, dragging Henry off toward the stage. The driver was honking impatiently. I don't get it, complained the derby-headed one, falling into step with Sam. He says he ain't a profesh. Grocer, and shooting like that? An amateur. Yeah, replied Sam, wiping the sweat off his fat red forehead with the once clean apron. I've seen 'em, them kind of birds, frogging around, shooting at paper targets out in the cactus, and I laughed at 'em for crazy fools, but I don't laugh no more, hombre. He looked after the pair ahead with a sort of proprietory pride. Just ordinary citizens, but it shows what kind of people us Americans are. Is it any wonder we won that damn war? End of Gunplay by Michael J. Phillips.
The Image of the Lost Soul by H. H. Munro. Pen name Saki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Image of the Lost Soul. There were a number of carved stone figures placed at intervals along the parapets of the old cathedral. Some of them represented angels, others kings and bishops, and nearly all were in attitudes of pious exaltation and composure. But one figure, low down on the cold north side of the building, had neither crown, mitre, nor nimbus, and its face was hard and bitter and downcast. It must be a demon, declared the fat blue pigeons that roosted and sunned themselves all day on the ledges of the parapet. But the old belfry jackdaw, who was an authority on ecclesiastical architecture, said it was a lost soul, and there the matter rested. One autumn day there fluttered on to the cathedral roof a slender, sweet-voiced bird that had wandered away from the bare fields and thinning hedgerows in search of a winter roosting place. It tried to rest its tired feet under the shade of a great angel wing, or to nestle in the sculptured folds of a kingly robe, but the fat pigeons hustled it away from wherever it settled, and the noisy sparrow folk drove it off the ledges. No respectable bird sang with so much feeling. They cheeped one to another, and the wanderer had to move on. Only the effigy of the lost soul offered a place of refuge. The pigeons did not consider it safe to perch on a projection that leaned so much out of the perpendicular and was besides too much in the shadow. The figure did not cross its hands in the pious attitude of the other graven dignitaries, but its arms were folded, as in defiance, and their angle made a snug resting place for the little bird. Every evening it crept trustfully into its corner against the stone breast of the image, and the darkling eyes seemed to keep watch over its slumbers. The lonely bird grew to love its lonely protector, and during the day it would sit, from time to time, on some rain shoot or other abutment, and trill forth its sweetest music and grateful thanks for its nightly shelter. And it may have been the work of wind and weather, or some other influence, but the wild drawn face seemed gradually to lose some of its hardness and unhappiness. Every day, through the long monotonous hours, the song of his little guest would come up in snatches to the lonely watcher, and at evening, when the vesper bell was ringing, and the great gray bats slid out of their hiding places in the belfry roof, the bright-eyed bird would return, twitter a few sleepy notes, and nestle into the arms that were waiting for him. Those were happy days for the dark image. Only the great bell of the cathedral rang out daily its mocking message, after joy, sorrow. The folk in the verger's lodge noticed a little brown bird flitting about the cathedral precincts, and admired its beautiful singing. But it is a pity, said they, that all that warbling should be lost and wasted far out of hearing up on the parapet. They were poor, but they understood the principles of political economy. So they caught the bird and put it in a little wicker cage outside the lodge door. That night the little songster was missing from its accustomed haunt, and the dark image knew, more than ever, the bitterness of loneliness. Perhaps his little friend had been killed by a prowling cat, or hurt by a stone. Perhaps he had flown elsewhere. But when the morning came, there floated up to him, through the noise and bustle of the cathedral world, a faint, heart-aching message from the prisoner in the wicker cage far below. And every day at high noon, when the fat pigeons were stupefied into silence after their midday meal, and the sparrows were washing themselves in the street puddles, the song of the little bird came up to the parapets, a song of hunger and longing and hopelessness, a cry that could never be answered. The pigeons remarked between meal times that the figure leaned forward more than ever out of the perpendicular. One day no song came up from the low wicker cage. It was the coldest day of the winter, and the pigeons and sparrows on the cathedral roof looked anxiously on all sides for the scraps of food which they were dependent on in hard weather. Have the lodge folk thrown out anything on to the dust heap? Inquired one pigeon of another which was peering over the edge of the north parapet. Only a little dead bird, was the answer. There was a crackling sound in the night on the cathedral roof, and a noise as of falling masonry. The belfry jackdaw said the frost was affecting the fabric, and, as he had experienced many frosts, it must have been so. In the morning it was seen that the figure of the lost soul had toppled from its cornice, and lay now in a broken mass on the dust heap outside the verger's lodge. It is just as well, cooed the fat pigeons, after they had peered at the matter for some minutes. Now we shall have a nice angel put up there. Certainly they will put an angel there. After joy, sorrow, rang out the great bell. End of The Image of the Lost Soul.
The Point of Intersection by Charles M. Green. From Mystery Magazine, April 15th, 1924. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Point of Intersection by Charles M. Green. My interview with Telton Burke, the detective, was the turning point of my newspaper career. The interview, standing by itself, was important enough to raise me in the estimation of the editor of the Chronicle. But the solution of the Hill Diamond robbery, which came as a sequence, gave me a scoop over every star reporter in the city, and it was the talk of the town for weeks. "How did you acquire your keen analytical mind?" I asked when I met him in his office. Burke smiled. "Well, conceding for the sake of argument that I have what you are pleased to term a keen analytical mind, I acquired it just as everything else in the world is acquired, by hard work. For years I made it a practice, at least once a day, to enter a room, remain 10 or 20 seconds, fastening my mind on every detail, every piece of furniture, every figure in the room, then to retire to my study and try to reconstruct the scene in that room, and to place every figure. By that, I mean to deduce the business of the occupants of the room and their relations to each other simply by their attitudes and facial expressions. At first, it seemed an uphill job, but I felt that it could be mastered, and I stayed with it. Later, I managed to observe certain rules which were fundamental, and then I commenced to acquire some proficiency. All there is to the detection of crime is to make observations correctly. Each clue, properly interpreted, is a straight line pointing to the solution. Of course, this line is like another straight line. Not only does it point to the solution, but it points to a great many other things on both sides of the solution. But give one a second clue, interpret it correctly, and all that is necessary is to follow both lines to their points of intersection, and there we have the solution. You will understand that there is a world of meaning in the words interpreted correctly. Many clues are improperly interpreted. One must be sure that his compass is accurate before he can start to survey. How about the case where there are no clues? I countered. There are no such cases, retorted Burke. In some cases, we do not find the clues. In others, we do not recognize them when we do find them, and in still others, we fail to interpret them correctly. But in all cases, there are clues. It is also very seldom that a case exists in which those clues are not found. It is that which makes possible the profession which I have chosen. Nearly always I find the police in possession of enough clues to effect a solution if properly interpreted. In fact, on the theory of the intersecting lines, it is only necessary to have 2 clues and to interpret them correctly. Usually we have a dozen or more, some fragmentary, some distorted, and nearly always there are 4 or 5 which point unmistakably to the criminal. The trouble is to recognize those accurate clues and to run an accurate mental survey to determine the point of intersection. There is where I come in. I don't find clues, I interpret them. I take the clues the police are able to present, look for a point of intersection, and in a surprising number of instances, I am able to effect a solution. He was interrupted by the phone bell ringing. Excusing himself, Burke took up the telephone, consulted his watch, and told the party to come right up. Turning to me, he said, "Look here, you have done me a good turn in the past. Probably you don't realize just how good a turn it was. I'm anxious to reciprocate by every means in my power, and I know that a good story means a lot to you newspaper men. Now, the Hill Diamond case is one of the most interesting in the city at the present time. I have no doubt that your newspaper has 1 or 2 of its very best men assigned to the case exclusively. I have been requested by the insurance company to sit in on a conference with Captain of Detectives Park, the detective representing the insurance company, and the owner of the diamonds. They are on their way up here now. There is every chance that a good story may break within the next hour, and there is also a chance that developments will not reach such a point that they can be released for publication. If you will give me your promise not to publish anything which has not been first submitted to me for my okay, I will be glad to have you sit in the room during the interview, posing as my secretary. Will you promise?" Would I promise? It was a scoop to hear the story of Hill, the owner of the diamonds, who had steadfastly refused to talk to any newspaper men or to make any statements for publication. If by any chance anything should develop at the interview, it would make my reputation as a reporter. The Chronicle had its two best men working on the case, and so far they had been unable to even get an interview with Hill. It looked like a scoop of the first magnitude, and I promised quickly, vehemently, and eagerly. Burke laughed at my eagerness, a quick, jovial laugh of human companionship. "All right," he continued, "just go over to the desk and sit at the typewriter as though you were getting ready to do some writing, or waiting for me to give you some dictation. These men will accept you, as a matter of course, as my secretary, and I don't want to have to lie about it. But remember, not one word for publication unless I give you a release." I hastily settled myself at the desk, opened my notes, and immediately started to type the first draft of my interview with Burke. I was, therefore, busily engaged on the typewriter when, after a formal ring, there entered three men who I instantly placed as Captain of Detectives Park, whom I had seen before, Mr. O.A. Hill, the owner of the diamonds, and the other, a short, dark man who must have been the detective employed by the insurance company. I stopped typewriting and began searching through my notes, as though entirely oblivious to my surroundings, and the men, after a casual glance in my direction, proceeded to the business of the meeting. Burke greeted them all, including Hill, with a cordial handshake. He had, of course, been intimately associated for years with Captain Park, and it was to be expected that he would know the dark, surly detective, but Hill was a social butterfly, and I was somewhat surprised to see that Burke had met him previously. "Be seated, gentlemen," said Burke, "and let's get to business, as I have another appointment before dinner. Park, you are more familiar with the facts than anyone else because you have had a large force at work on the matter collecting evidence. I know in a general way that Mr. Hill and his wife, in the presence of another couple, were held up in an auto a week or so ago, and that the famous diamond necklace, which had been in the Hill family for years, was stolen together with some other jewelry. Please give me the details as you have them." Captain Park drew a notebook from his pocket and proceeded. "On the 24th of July, Mr. and Mrs. Hill were on the way to the theater with Mr. and Mrs. Mandeville. The latter couple, by the way, were spending the weekend as house guests of the Hills. Mrs. Mandeville had mentioned a motion picture, which was causing considerable comment, and the decision was reached to spend the evening at this show. Mr. Hill ordered his chauffeur to bring up the car, and they started, taking a shortcut through the park. They were about halfway through the park when they noticed a car with the lights out, parked close to the curb. As they drove up to this strange car, two men jumped aboard the Hill auto, one getting in front next to the chauffeur and the other getting in the rear. Both men had revolvers, and one of them forced the driver to the curb, while the other demanded the Hill necklace, taking it, and also some very valuable jewelry, from Mrs. Mandeville. Mr. Hill was relieved of some cash and his watch, while Mr. Mandeville seemed to have been more fortunate. Some money was taken from him, but his watch and a large sum of money in bills were overlooked. The crooks got away in the parked car. The police were immediately notified, but so far there have been virtually no clues of importance. We have searched all pawn shops, and have also covered some of the jewelry stores, which we suspect of being conducted as fences. It is, of course, the theory that the stones will be taken from their settings and sold piecemeal. While it was an outside job, we have nevertheless completely covered every angle. The house servants seem to be all right, with the exception of Higgins, the butler, who has a criminal record of a term in the penitentiary. He seems to have reformed on his discharge from prison, and is spoken of very highly by Mr. Hill. The maid has been with them a year, and has good references. The chauffeur, who has been in his present employment only a few weeks, seems to be sort of a ne'er-do-well, and while he has never been convicted of a felony, he has been in several scrapes, and Mr. Hill suspects him of some small dishonesties in connection with the purchase of the car. Hill states he was on the point of discharging him when the robbery took place. As for the necklace, it is an heirloom of great value, and the stones are beautiful, graded in size, and perfectly matched. Mrs. Hill wore the necklace rather infrequently, keeping it in a specially constructed safe, and carrying a heavy insurance. Mrs. Mandeville wears quite a large quantity of jewelry, of which she is very fond, and on the night of the robbery was wearing some very attractive pieces. Mr. Hill himself suggested to his wife that she should wear the diamonds that evening because of the jewelry worn by Mrs. Mandeville. Burke turned to Mr. Hill. "Would you mind giving us your impressions, Mr. Hill?" "Not at all," replied Mr. Hill, "although I am a trifle weary of being continually requested to repeat my story. The diamonds were insured for the simple purpose of saving me all the worry and inconvenience of just such a procedure as this in the event of their loss. However, it seems that the amount involved in the insurance policy, $150,000, has resulted in the company conducting an investigation which is taking up a great deal of my time." Hill smiled pleasantly while he spoke, but in spite of the polish of his manner, it was plain to be seen that he was somewhat irritated by the demands of the insurance company on his time. "I have absolutely nothing to add to what Captain Park has stated. He has prepared his data from interviewing a large number of persons, and he seems to have thoroughly grasped all the facts." "Let me ask you a few questions then," said Burke, "and I shall try to be as brief as possible. Had you planned to go to the theater on the night of the robbery?" "No, we did not really decide to go until half an hour before we left the house. Mrs. Mandeville had been reading a review of the play, and mentioned it in a general way. The picture was The Panther's Paw, of which you have of course heard, and which has attracted some considerable comment. We all became interested in the discussion, and it was finally suggested that we attend the show that evening. I had previously instructed the chauffeur to be in readiness in the event we should want the car, and I personally notified him about 15 minutes before we left to bring it around to the front door." "What can you say about the character of your servants?" inquired Burke. "That is a rather difficult question," came the reply. "The butler, as it happens, and as Captain Park has told you, is an ex-convict, but I determined to give him another chance in the world, and he has proven a model servant in every way. I have repeatedly tested his honesty, and have absolutely convinced myself of his integrity. I do not presume to dictate to you in the matter of your investigations, but I should consider it extremely unfortunate if he should be at all inconvenienced in this matter because of his record. The other two servants have been with us for varying periods of time. The maid for a year, and frankly I do not like her. The chauffeur for 3 or 4 weeks. I have twice suspected him of petty dishonesties, and was on the point of discharging him." Burke turned to Captain Park. "Have you found any individual stones in any of the pawn shops which have been taken from the necklace, even by recutting?" Park hesitated and smiled. "Yes, I have, but apparently the clue is worthless. In the shop of Nicholas, whom we have long had under suspicion as a fence, we found several stones evenly matched, and of the color and size which led us to believe they were taken from the Hill necklace. We immediately summoned Mr. Hill to identify the stones, and then found out a rather funny thing. Nicholas was able to prove absolutely that the stones, in their present form, had been in his possession for more than 2 weeks preceding the robbery. To further dispose of the matter, Mr. Hill states that the diamonds were not of the same appearance as the stones in the stolen necklace. Hill interrupted. Really, Mr. Burke, I am not an expert in such matters, but you will understand that I know a little about precious stones, and years of association with the necklace has made me quite familiar with the appearance of its stones. It is hard to describe the difference between the Nicholas diamonds and those of the necklace, but there is a difference, and I really think the stones could not be the same. Burke sat in silence for a moment, then drew a sheet of paper toward him, wrote rapidly for a minute, and pressed the buzzer on his desk. A special officer entered from the outer office in answer to the summons, and to him Burke handed the paper without a word. The officer saluted and withdrew. Then followed a remarkable change in the great detective. He seemed to have dismissed the case from his mind, and sat chatting amiably with Captain Park, talking over past cases and subjects of current interest, with only an occasional reference to the matter at hand. He must have kept this up for half an hour, and it was very evident Hill was becoming quite impatient. The dark, sullen detective from the insurance company sat in a morose silence and took no part in the conversation. Captain Park seemed to notice nothing unusual in the procedure, and took part in the conversation with zest, proving himself an interesting talker. Hill began to show his impatience more plainly, and it was evident that he was about to again call attention to the value of his time, when Burke abruptly turned once more to the problem at hand. "What were the diamonds worth, Mr. Hill?" he inquired. "Something over 180,000, replied Hill. "They were insured for only 150,000, he added. Burke thought for a few moments. "Don't you think it would be a good plan to get this butler Higgins and give him an old-fashioned third degree?" he inquired of Captain Park. It was Hill who answered the question. "Positively no, if I may have the right to say a word. I am so absolutely certain of the honesty of Higgins that I must, as a citizen, refuse to have him made the victim of a brutal inquisition. You will pardon me, Mr. Burke, but I do not greatly favor the method of forcing a person to talk, and I must decidedly refuse to participate in any such procedure directed against an innocent man merely because he is unfortunate enough to have a criminal record. I tell you, I am absolutely convinced the man is honest, and has reformed." At that moment, a low-pitched buzzer sounded on Burke's desk. One long and one short. Evidently some prearranged signal, for Burke dropped his impersonal, detached air and turned on Hill. "I want to ask you a question which may seem trivial, but upon your answer much may depend, and I ask that you consider your answer carefully. Did you, a few seconds before the robbery, light a cigar or a cigarette?" I was at a loss to understand what Burke was driving at, and studied his face for a moment, hoping to see there some clue for his placing such emphasis upon so trivial a matter. His eyes were fastened on Mr. Hill, in a keen scrutiny, but his face was as inscrutable as a wooden mask. A moment's silence, and then I turned to look at Mr. Hill. His face was white as a piece of paper. His hands grasped convulsively at the arm of the chair, and he finally answered in a low tone, "I believe I did." "Yes," continued Burke, "you did. And you did so to enable your butler Higgins, waiting in the parked car ahead, to advise the two hold-up men that it was time to stage the robbery." Hill, who had now regained a measure of self-control, jumped to his feet. "Prove it!" he cried. It's easy enough for you armchair detectives to make these wild accusations. Now you have started something, and you either prove that statement, or my lawyers file suit against you for criminal slander." Burke sat, cool and calm. The sulky, dark detective was jarred out of his morose ill humor, and his eyes seemed starting from his head. Personally, I thought Burke must have taken temporary leave of his senses. Mr. Hill was one of the prominent, established men in the community. Then I looked at Captain Park, and he actually seemed to be smiling. "Sit down, Hill. Sit down," commanded Burke. "You know, after all, this was merely a matter of coincidence. Half an hour before you came here, your precious butler, Higgins, hearing I had been called in on the case, fearing a solution and desiring to save his own skin, came to me and made a complete confession. He told me in detail how you had planned the robbery, how you had arranged to market the real stones 2 weeks earlier through a fence, had substituted a paste imitation necklace which had even passed the casual inspection of your wife, who knows little or nothing about gems, and finally how you had arranged to have the imitation necklace stolen in the presence of witnesses in order to collect the insurance. Higgins is in my office now, waiting to confirm the confession in your presence." Burke pressed the button on his desk. The door in the outer room opened in response to the signal, and a person whom I rightly surmised to be Higgins was led into the room. "Higgins," snapped Burke, "are you ready to tell us all you know about this robbery?" "Yes, sir," replied Higgins without hesitation or evasion. "Well," continued Burke, "perhaps we had better wait just a few moments before we take your statement. If you will just wait in the outer office a little longer." The officer and Higgins passed out through the door. It was unnecessary for Hill to say a word. As soon as he saw Higgins enter the room, he had slumped down in his chair, and I thought for a moment he had fainted. "How about it, Hill?" queried Captain Park. "Are you ready to make a confession?" "It's true," admitted Hill in halting tones. "I suffered heavy reverses in Wall Street speculations, and it was necessary to raise money at once. The necklace was the only article of any great value I possessed, and which I could readily turn into cash. I needed more than I could realize on it, on a forced sale, and took Higgins into my confidence. Between us, we planned to sell the necklace for $125,000 by taking the individual stones and marketing them separately. Then, by the fake holdup, we were able to collect the insurance of $150,000 in addition to the value of the gems we secured from Mrs. Mandeville. However, the idea originated with the sneaking butler, and if he had kept his mouth shut, we would never have been caught. As it was," he snapped at Burke, "you didn't catch me through your brilliant detective work, but merely by a chance coincidence." Burke smiled. "Well, those things will happen. Captain Park, will you require my services any further in this matter?" "I think not," replied Park, rising to his feet at the hint the interview was over, and taking the unfortunate Hill with him. "I certainly am glad that the matter has been cleared up. Of course, we will see that charges are immediately lodged against Mr. Hill. Great work, I'm sure, Mr. Burke. You are to be congratulated." The detective from the insurance company, who had hardly said a word since he entered the room, but preserved a sullen manner, now said, with more than a trace of professional jealousy in his tone, "A very fortunate coincidence indeed." I noticed the look that passed between Captain Park and Burke, a knowing, humorous smile, and then I realized for the first time that I had just witnessed a wonderful piece of detective work, one which not only had completely fooled Hill, but also the detective from the insurance company. The others had hardly left the room before I feverishly turned to Burke, with pencil and notebook ready. "Please tell me about it," I begged. Burke laughed, a slow, lazy laugh of complete relaxation, as of one who had just finished a difficult job to his entire satisfaction. "There's nothing much to it. It was merely a case of feeling one's way. Needless to say, both the insurance company and Captain Park felt that there was some unusual angles to this case, but they were unable to place their hands on anything definite. As I told you before, a clue is merely a straight line pointing to the real solution of the crime, and it is only necessary to get two of these clues, interpret them properly, find the point of intersection, and we have the solution of the crime. In the present case, we had a number of clues. Here's the way I figured it out. First, the robbers must have known the route of the car in advance. They were waiting for it in the proper place to effect a holdup. This route of the car was determined by Hill less than half an hour before the start, and he admitted giving the directions to the chauffeur. Second, the robbers knew that Mrs. Hill was wearing the necklace that night, as they asked for that specific piece of jewelry. The fact that they overlooked some cash on Mr. Mandeville shows that the main object of the robbery was to secure the Hill necklace. Third, Hill consistently reiterated that he thought the diamonds in the possession of the fence were not the Hill stones, because of the difference in appearance. When we remember the proof showed unmistakably that the diamonds had been in possession of the fence for more than 2 weeks before the possession of the robbery, had Hill been honest in the matter, he would have known that they were not the jewels, and would have based his reason on that ground. Fourth, he was unduly anxious to impress us with his butler's honesty, and to prevent him from being given any examination, fearing doubtless that Higgins would not stand a third degree. In order to emphasize Higgins' honesty, Hill blackened the character of the other 2 servants. Now, when we add these clues to the fact that Hill consistently called attention to the fact that the value of the necklace was greater than the amount of the insurance, coupled with the fact that he himself had insisted on his wife wearing it that night, we could be almost positive that he was the instigator of the crime, with Higgins as his accomplice. As soon as I arrived at this conclusion, I summoned my assistant, sent him to get Higgins, and tell him Mr. Hill wished him to come to my office to tell what he knew of the crime. It was only natural that such a request would be made, and Higgins intended to tell the story he had previously concocted. Hill, however, with his very evident desire to keep Higgins from being examined, showed the weak point in his case, and by playing on his imagination and introducing Higgins at the psychological moment, I was able to throw him into a panic. Of course, I had to be sure before making such an accusation against a man of Hill's standing. I knew that to the robbers sitting in the dark, waiting for the approach of Hill's auto, all machines look alike, merely 2 glowing headlights. In order to successfully plan the robbery, it was necessary for them to have some signal advising them of the approach of the car. The most natural signal would be the lighting of a cigar or cigarette. It would seem a trivial act in itself, but it was absolutely necessary for the success of the plan. When I shot that question at Hill, he realized I must have some inside knowledge, and that I suspected him. From the look which flashed across his face, I was sure he suspected Higgins of having betrayed him. His conduct made me absolutely certain I was on the right track, and that was the time to spring the trap. I had reached for my hat. "Mr. Burke," I pleaded, "may I have the release of this for my paper? It will be the biggest scoop in the year, and make my name as a reporter." "You have done me a good turn," replied Burke. "I feel obligated to you, and when I ask you to remain in the room during the interview, it was because I felt it was very possible that some such situation might develop. I solve 8 out of 10 mysteries right here in my office, upon clues that others have found without appreciating. Go ahead, young man. You have the exclusive on the story as far as I am concerned. Keep within the facts and go as far as you like. The arrest of Mr. Hill should make a story sufficiently exciting to please any editor. I hardly stopped to thank him, and then tore down the steps with that exultation in my breast which comes to one only once or twice in a lifetime. As a scrub reporter, I had landed the greatest beat of the decade, for such it turned out to be. The end of The Point of Intersection by Charles M. Green.
Osiris, The Weird Tale of an Egyptian Mummy by Adam Hull Shirk. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Spencer Bilodeau. Osiris. The recent and lamentable death of Sir Richard Parmenter, FRGS, is too fresh in the public's mind to warrant further reference, and were it not that I feel myself capable of throwing light upon the incidents contributing to the sudden and apparently unnecessary snuffing out of a valuable life, I should refrain from again alluding to it. It is well known that the physicians at the time decided that valvular weakness of the heart must have been responsible for the death of the noted Egyptologist. But the statement of his own doctor, that Sir Richard had never theretofore exhibited indications of such weakness, and that he was, to all appearances, in the best of health just prior to his death, caused considerable wonder. I had thought to let the facts remain buried, but for certain reasons I shall reconsider my determination and tell what I know. I shall always remember the night on which Sir Richard summoned me as his counselor to attend him at his apartments in the Albemarle. It was a night of storm, and the London streets were a mass of slime and slush. A beastly wind had sprung up, and as I left my chambers at the Temple, it almost took me off my feet. Therefore, it was with no little satisfaction that I found a cheery log fire awaiting me in the library of my distinguished client's home, and the nip of brandy he provided was a life-saver. I noted, however, that for all his assumptions of cheerfulness, something was preying upon his mind, and I determined to get at the root of the matter without delay. "How can I serve you, Sir Richard?" I asked briskly. "I see there is something troubling you." "Is it as apparent as that?" he asked, trying to appear unconcerned. But his strong, homely features belied his effort at calmness. Before I could reply, he went on. "But never mind that. I want you to write my will, now." "Your will?" My expression of surprise and incredulity was natural, for since I had been retained by him, I had marked it as one of his few idiosyncrasies that he had never made his will. When I had mentioned to him the advisability of doing so, he had put it by with a whimsical remark about being superstitious. "I am in earnest," he declared, "and it will be very simple. Just a brief form, and I'll sign it with my man as witness." "But why the haste?" I said. "Why not wait till I can have the document properly drawn up in my office tomorrow?" "No, now," he said, and there was such finality in his tone I had no choice. My concern for my client, whom I really liked and respected immensely, prompted me to ask, "You're not ill, Sir Richard?" He shook his head with the ghost of a smile on his rugged face. "Physically, no. But—" He paused, and after a moment he again urged me to proceed with the making of the will. I drew up the document, which was a simple one, leaving the bulk of his large properties to his sister in Surrey, with numerous small bequests to friends and distant relatives, and a handsome sum and his private collection to the British Museum and the Imperial Museum of Egyptology. We had in his man, and the document was duly signed, after which he drew a long breath of relief, and, with a return of something like his natural manner, passed me his cigar case and leaned back in his chair, smoking comfortably. "I've a story to tell you, Madden," he said between puffs. "And it's a queer yarn, too. You'll think, oh, but never mind. Listen first, and say what you like afterward. Only," he glanced about him with an apprehensive expression that fairly set my nerves a-tingle, "I hope we have time." "Time for what?" I asked. He relaxed again and smiled. "It's all right," he declared. "I'm a bit nervous, I guess, but it's all right. Have another brandy." We drank solemnly together. Then he settled back once more, and I prepared to listen. "Madden," said he, "perhaps you'll smile at what has seemed to me serious enough to warrant the steps I have just taken, making my will, I mean. But however you look at it, I want you to know it's true, every word of it. My last trip to Egypt, from which I just returned a fortnight ago, was to have been my final one, anyway. I've made 6 trips out there in my life, and I've collected enough information to fill a 12 volumes. Also, I've contributed many fine specimens to the museum, and corrected many misapprehensions concerning the interpretations of some of the hieroglyphs. So, all in all, I think I've done pretty well. I wonder, Madden, if you know anything about the ancient Egyptian religious ceremonies and forms of worship? Anyway, I may tell you that the Nile dwellers, as they were called, recognized as their supreme deity Osiris, lord of the underworld. By some he has been identified with the sun, and with the 40 assessors of the dead, he was supposed to have judged the souls brought before him by Horus in the double halls of truth, after their good and evil deeds had been weighed by Anubis. The Egyptians reverenced Osiris with as devout worship as the Chinese give to Buddha, and the high priests of Osiris were regarded with almost as much awe as the deity himself. In all our studies and investigations, however, we have never been able to actually identify Osiris. But it is now generally conceded that he was believed to have lived on Earth at one time, and that it was only after his death that he assumed deific prerogatives. In this respect, the modern Christian theology may be said to resemble the more ancient form to some extent. Osiris was pictured on many of the tablets as a creature with the head of a bull, though there is some disagreement on this score. In any event, his tomb was said to exist near Heliopolis, and it was to investigate this tradition that I made my last trip to Egypt. Sir Richard paused to relight his cigar and listened to the storm which raged without. Again he gave that hasty, apprehensive glance about him, then proceeded. It would be impossible for me to explain to you, a layman, my inordinate joy at finding, by what means and after what tedious labor I won't stop to tell now, a deserted tomb which I knew, from certain hieroglyphic markings I found, was the very one of which I had been in search for the best part of half a year. Understand that this whole tradition of the tomb of Osiris was regarded by my fellow scientists as a myth, and if it had been publicly known that I was giving it sufficient credence to spend a lot of time and money searching for it, I should have been looked upon as a madman and laughed out of the societies. This may enable you to appreciate more fully my sensations on actually locating, at least, the tomb. What I should find within, I hardly dared conjecture. The tomb of a god. Can you imagine it, Madden? And yet, if I had only stopped there, if I had only been content to pause with the knowledge I already possessed, without proceeding further and desecrating with sacrilegious hands that lonely sarcophagus in the desert. How I succeeded in penetrating this tomb, of the horrors of bats and crawling things that failed to stop me, of the almost supernatural awe that came upon me, I cannot pause to tell. It is enough to say that I stood at last beside the tremendous coffin of stone, trembling from an unknown dread. And, as I stood there, something white fluttered by me and up through the opening into the outer air. A sacred ibis. But how it had penetrated there and how it had lived, I cannot say. Pour out another brandy, Madden, and throw that other log on the fire too, if you don't mind. My, how the wind blows. Did you speak? Pardon me. I'm nervous tonight, as I said before. Very nervous. Where was I? Oh, yes. The great sarcophagus stood before me, and on it I saw inscribed the sacred scarabaeus and the feather of truth, while in the center was the word, the one wonderful name, Heseri, which is the Egyptian for Osiris. Insatiable curiosity now took the place of the reverential awe that should have possessed me, and with vandal hands I forced the stone lid from the casket. One glance I had of a great bovine face, a living face, whose eyes looked into the depths of my soul, and then I fled as though all the devils of Amenti were at my heels. That is all, Madden, except that I am nervous, fearfully so. It is so unlike me. You know how small a part fear has played in my life. I have faced the dreaded Simoon. I have been lost among savage tribes. I have confronted death in 100 forms. But never have I felt as I do now. I tremble at a sound. My ears trick me into believing that I am always hearing some unusual noise. My appetite is failing, and I am feeling my age as I have never felt it until... Good God! Madden! What was that sound? Oh, look behind you, Madden! Look! And now I come to that portion of my statement that will probably be refused credence by those who read it. But, as I live, it is the truth. As Sir Richard uttered his last words, he fell forward to his full length upon the hearth rug, even as I turned in obedience to his command. The shadows were heavy in the far corner of the spacious room, but I could see a great, bulky something that swayed there, something that was a part and yet seemingly was independent of the shadows. I had a vision of 2 burning eyes and a black, shining muzzle, a heavy, misshapen head. A strange, animal-like, fetid odor was in my nostrils. I shrieked, and turning, ran madly from the room, stumbled to the stairs, and fled into the wind-swept night. End of Osiris. Read by Spencer Bilodeau, Montreal, July 31st, 2024.
The Pensioner by William Kane, from the best British short stories of 1922. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Pensioner by William Kane. Miss Crewe was born in the year 1821. She received a sort of education, and at the age of 20 became the governess of a little girl, 8 years old, called Martha Bond. She was Martha's governess for the next 10 years. When Martha came out and Miss Crewe went to be the governess of somebody else, Martha married Mr. William Harper. A year later, she gave birth to a son who was named Edward. This brings us to the year 1853. When Edward was 6, Miss Crewe came back to be his governess. 4 years later, he went to school, and Miss Crewe went away to become the governess of someone else. She was now 42 years old. 12 years passed, and Mrs. Harper died, recommending Miss Crewe to her husband's care, for Miss Crewe had recently been smitten by an incurable disease, which made it impossible for her to be a governess any longer. Mr. Harper, who had passionately loved his wife, gave instructions to his solicitor to pay Miss Crewe the sum of £150 annually. He had some thoughts of buying her an annuity, but she seemed so ill that he didn't. Edward was now 22. In the year 1888, Mr. Harper died after a very short illness. He had expected Miss Crewe to die any day during the past 13 years, but since she didn't, he thought it proper now to recommend her to Edward's care. This is how he did it. "That confounded old Crewe, Edward. You'll have to see to her. Let her have her money as before, but for the Lord's sake don't go and buy her an annuity now. If you do, she'll die on your hands in a week." Shortly afterwards, the old gentleman passed away. Edward was now 35. Miss Crewe was 67, and reported to be in almost desperate state. Edward followed his father's advice. He bought no annuity for Miss Crewe. Her £150 continued to be paid each year into her bank, but by Edward, not by his late father's solicitors. Edward had his own ideas of managing the considerable fortune which he had inherited. These ideas were unsound. The first of them was that he should assume the entire direction of his own affairs. Accordingly, he instructed his solicitors to realize all the mortgages and railroad stocks and other admirable securities in which his money was invested, and hand over the cash to him. He then went in for the highest rate of interest which anyone would promise him. The consequence was that within 20 years he was almost a poor man, his annual income having dwindled from about £3,000 to about £400. Though he was a fool, he was an honorable man, and so he continued to pay Miss Crewe her £150 each year. This left him about £250 for himself. The capital, which his so reduced income represented, was invested in a Mexican brewery, in which he had implicit faith. Nevertheless, he began to think that he might do well were he to try to earn a little extra money. The only thing he could do was paint, not at all well, in watercolors. He became the pupil, quite seriously, of a young artist whom he knew. He was about 47 years old, while Miss Crewe was 69. The year was 1900. To everyone's amazement, Edward soon began to make quite good progress in his painting. Yes, his pictures were not at all unpleasant little things. He sent one of them to the Academy. It was accepted. It was, as I live, sold for £10. Edward was an artist. Soon he was making between £30 and £40 a year. Then he was making 100, then 200. Then the Mexican brewery failed, General Malefico having burned it to the ground for a lark. This happened in the spring of 1914, when Edward was 61 and Miss Crewe was 93. Edward, after paying her money to Miss Crewe, might flatter himself on the possibility of having some £50 a year to himself. That is to say, if his picture sales did not decline. A single man can, however, get along more or less on £50 more or less. Then the Great War broke out. It has been said that in the autumn of 1914 the old men came into their kingdom. As the fields of Britain were gradually stripped bare of their valid toilers, the fathers of each village assumed, at good wages, the burden of agriculture. From their offices the junior clerks departed or were torn. The senior clerks carried on desperately until the girls were introduced. No man was any longer too old at 40. Octogenarians could command a salary, The very cinemas were glad to dress up ancient fellows in uniform and post them on the doorsteps. Edward could do nothing but paint rather agreeable watercolors, and that was all. The market for his kind of work was shut. The patriotic nation was economizing in order to get 5% on the war loans. People were not giving inexpensive little watercolors away to one another as wedding gifts any longer. Only the painters of high reputation, whose work was regarded as a real investment, could dispose of their wares. Starvation stared Edward in the face, not only his own starvation, you understand, but Miss Crewe's. And Edward was a man of honor. He hated Miss Crewe intensely, but he had undertaken to provide for her, and provide for her he must, even if he failed to provide for himself. He wrapped some samples of his paintings in brown paper and began to seek for a job among the wholesale stationers. He offered himself as one who was prepared to design Christmas cards and calendars and things of that kind. Adversity had sharpened his wits. Even the wholesale stationers were not turning white-haired men for their portals. To Edward was accorded the privilege of displaying the rather agreeable contents of his parcel. After he had unpacked it and packed it up again some 30 times, he was offered work. His pictures were really rather agreeable. It was piecework, and he was to do it off the premises, no matter where. By toiling day and night, he might be able to earn as much as £4 a week. He went away and toiled. His employers were pleased with what, each Monday, he brought them. They did not offer to increase his remuneration, but they encouraged him to produce, and took practically everything he offered. Edward was very fortunate. During the first year of the war, he lived like a beast, worked like a slave, and earned exactly enough to keep his soul in his body and pay Miss Crewe her £150. During the second year of the war, he did it again. The fourth year of the war found him still alive and still punctual to his obligations toward Miss Crewe. Miss Crewe, however, found £150 no longer what it had been. Prices were rising in every direction. She wrote to Edward, pointing this out, and asking him if he couldn't see his way to increase her allowance. She invoked the memory of his dear mother and father, added something about the happy hours that he and she had spent together in the dear old schoolroom, and signed herself his affectionately. Edward petitioned for an increase of pay. He pointed out to his firm of wholesale stationers that prices were rising in every direction. The firm, who knew that they had a marketable thing cheap, granted his petition. Henceforth, Edward was able to earn £5 a week. He increased Miss Crewe's allowance by £50 and continued to live more like a beast than ever, for the price of paper and paints was soaring. He worked practically without ceasing, save to sleep, which he could not do, and to eat, which he could not afford. He was now 64, while Miss Crewe was rising 97. Edward had been ailing for a long time. On Armistice Day, he struck work for an hour in order to walk around in the streets and share in the general rejoicing. He caught a severe cold, and the next day, instead of staying between his blankets, he had no sheets, he went up to the city with some designs which he had just completed. That night he was feverish. The next night he was delirious. The third night he was dead, and there was an end to him. He had, however, managed before he died, 2 days before, to send Miss Crewe a money order for her quarter's allowance of £50. This had left him with precisely 4 shillings and 2pence in a post office savings bank. He was, consequently, buried by the parish. Miss Crewe received her money. She was delighted to have it, and at once wrote to Edward her customary letter of grateful and affectionate thanks. She added in a postscript that if he could find it in his generous heart to let her have still a little more next quarter, it would be most acceptable, because every day seemed to make it harder and harder for her to get along. Edward was dead when this letter was delivered. Miss Crewe sent her money order to the bank, asking that it might be placed to her deposit account. This, she reminded the bank, would bring up the amount of her deposit to exactly £2,000. The end of The Pensioner by William Kane.
The Priestess of the Purple Petunia by Margaret Busby Shipp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Priestess of the Purple Petunia. Major Chetwood had engaged his berth to Calcutta several days in advance, but the station master explained to him that 2 American ladies had the compartment until they reached Mogul Serai, where they were to change for Benares. So when he got on the train at the station before Mogul Serai, he found a seat in another car, which was already crowded, but had his Indian bearer put his belongings, bedding roll, bags, and polo sticks, into the compartment which was shortly to be vacated. On reaching Mogul Serai, the Major's bearer came to his master with a look of utter bewilderment on his usually impassive face, not wholly accounted for by his report that the Mem Sahibs were not going to Benares after all, but straight on to Calcutta, and were staying obdurately where they were. Their Hindu bearer was in despair because of this sudden change of plan, as he had counted on going with them to Benares at the time of the lunar eclipse, when the sacred Ganges is even more than ordinarily sacred. Chetwood had little interest in their servant's disappointment. He was vexed enough at having to explain matters to the 2 American women, who were probably unused to trains in India. There was half an hour's wait at Mogul Serai, so there was plenty of time for them to alter their plans again and take the train for Benares when it arrived. The train to Calcutta was crowded, and the Major would have to sit up all night unless he could secure the place which was rightfully his. Where distances are so long and days so hot, travel in India is arranged with special regard to comfort by night. On the mail trains, the first-class compartments are big and roomy, each fitted with a bathroom, in which there is a tub or shower. There are 2 long couches, upholstered in leather, placed lengthwise. Each person brings his own bedding roll, with sheets, pillow, blanket, and even mattress, and his Indian bearer makes up his bed at night and puts it out of the way in the bedding roll by day. Annoyed that the foreigners thought possession was 10/10 of the law, but secure in his rights as a Britisher, who had reserved his place in advance, Chetwood entered the apartment. His military training stood him in good stead. Without the habit of self-control, he would have gasped with surprise at the apparition before him, an astonishing figure to encounter on a dustily prosaic train. She was young and amazingly pretty, but far more than amazingly garbed. Her robe, he supposed it was a robe, was a shimmering, shaded purple, deepening from mauve and wisteria to the royal colour of Tyre. It billowed about her feet, half concealing her purple silk sandals, and fell away from her arms, which were bare and white and slenderly lovely. "I am awfully sorry to disturb you," he began. Her slender hand silenced him with an imperious gesture. "Salaam!" she commanded. He did nothing of the sort. He overlooked her mistake. "I was saying that I regret the necessity for intrude—" "Salaam!" She cut him short, as one not accustomed to having her authority questioned. "I am the priestess of the purple Petunia." She turned to the other occupant of the car, with a scarcely veiled threat in her rippling voice. "Salaam! Instruct our visitor in fitting courtesy by your example." A bright-eyed elderly woman rose with distinct grimness and made an exceedingly stiff and awkward salaam. The veriest sweeper's brat in all India could have done it better. Chatwood turned to her more hopefully. "You are going to Benares, I understand. I have this compartment to Calcutta. Your train will be leaving in half an hour, so if your companion wishes to change her robe, I will go outside and return later, but you will have to hurry." Before the older woman could reply, the girl spoke authoritatively. "You will not go. You will remain. You will serve me. That is the purpose for which you have come. You are the charioteer of the peacock car. Open that roll." She pointed to a bulging hold-all, secured with 2 straps. It was very knobby and protuberant, and seemed to have been done up rather badly. "Open that quickly, charioteer." Major Chetwood grew a degree more stiff-necked. "I'll call your bearer," he suggested. Already the girl seemed to have forgotten her request. "Call me Amethyst," she said, so gently, so prettily, that he thought of poor little Mad Ophelia. It was increasingly evident that this lovely, imperious creature was stark mad. With a veering mood, she turned to the elderly woman, who was regarding her with a marked lack of sympathy, and stamped her foot. "Why are you gaping at me like that? Minion, slave, scum of the foam, trash rejected by the sweeper? Remember you are vowed to serve. Open that roll." "There isn't time," protested Chetwood. "The train to Benares—" But grudgingly, unwillingly, the elder woman was bending over the hold-all and fumbling with the straps. "Is it necessary for you to obey her?" he asked in a low voice. She nodded acquiescence as she tugged at the tight straps. Chetwood stood with his arms folded. He would not have a part in such nonsense. The girl in purple sat on the floor, spread the hold-all like a blanket, and began to undo bundle after bundle: teakwood elephants from Delhi, lacquer from Jaipur, carved wood from Kashmir, saris and sandalwood from Surat, a poshteen from Peshawar, until at last she found the old brass lantern for which she was searching. She lifted it over her head, swinging it slowly 7 times, and chanting a queer, rapid jargon which was unfamiliar to Chetwood, though he knew half a dozen vernaculars. Time was slipping by, but there are circumstances in which a gentleman is helpless. At length she sprang to her feet, holding her lantern high above her sunny hair. "I am the priestess of the purple Petunia," she chanted. "In the night my lantern will have no eyes. It will be blind. There will be strange things to see, for he who talks little may talk less, but my lantern will be blind and asleep." She turned disdainfully to the older woman. "Pack them up and quickly." With lips set tight together, the older woman began to gather up the packages. Chetwood would have been inhuman not to have helped her, and finally he had them all back in the hold-all, though so much more bulgingly and protuberantly than before that he decided her bearer must be a remarkable packer. "Thank you," said the older woman, her voice curiously unsteady. "Not accustomed to even a little chance kindness," thought the man. "You may go away now, woman," said the girl indifferently. "You need never come back unless you wish. I do not need you. You who think you are my keeper, you did not think I heard. You thought I was asleep. The Petunia never sleeps. Now that I have the charioteer, he can wait on me and tie up my bundles over and over and over and over and over. I'll be damned if I will, determined Chetwood, but inaudibly. He turned to the nurse or keeper, or whatever might be her ghastly job, and said, I'll buzz off and find a place somewhere. My bearer will come for my things. He had an uneasy feeling that it was unwise to leave his polo sticks there, even for a few moments. Too convenient for poor Amethyst to crack her guardian's head. Sorry to have inconvenienced you, he said, addressing the elderly lady. Sorry. That was meant to include the whole tragic situation. The girl clasped the lapel of his coat. You are leaving me, charioteer? And shall I never drive in the peacock car with the perfume of petunias making the morning sweet? Extraordinary, but there really seemed to be a purplish tinge in the blue depths of her eyes. Goodbye, Ophelia, he said kindly, and hastily corrected himself. Amethyst, I mean. After he went out, his bearer came in and removed his master's belongings with open disapproval and impeccable dignity. 2. The train to Benares was late, so the wait at Mogul Serai stretched out longer. Chetwood was walking up and down the platform when he recognized an old Indian conjurer whom he had once greatly befriended, a ragged, turbaned man with brilliant black eyes, teeth stained red with betel nut, and a tiny drum on which he was beating monotonously. Fakir-ud-Din glanced up, saw Chetwood, and prostrated himself, touching the ground with his forehead. Preserver of the poor, he cried, the hour is ripe for me to return thanks for the inestimable favors you have bestowed upon this unworthy slave and his miserable home. Now I see your fortune clear, which unto this hour has been hidden from me, as if covered by the waters of the Jumna. There has been decreed for you, Huzur, a happy marriage, great gold, fair and honorable sons, and a daughter. The change in the conjurer's tone was as if he tossed in a daughter carelessly, for good measure. The hours march swiftly towards you, Huzur, bringing these good gifts, though all of them smaller than your great merit. Fine promises, Fakir-ud-Din, replied Chetwood in the man's own vernacular. Many thanks. Shall I give you a rupee now for so much good fortune, or shall I send you 20 when it comes true? To Chetwood's surprise, instead of eagerly clutching at the extended rupee, the man's burning gaze seemed to seek something far beyond him. A sea water, very far away, and above it a kingfisher is flying. Purple and blue meet in its feathers, as they meet in the eyes of thy bride. I will await the 20 rupees, Huzur, but as I am old and very poor, I am glad that I shall not have to wait long. Pluck that idea of purple in a girl's eyes right out of my mind, thought Chetwood amusedly. How does the old rascal manage to do it? It was a very hot night, a breathless sort of a night. After midnight, when the train made one of its long station stops, cramped from his seat in the crowded car, Chetwood went outside to stretch his legs. He chanced to stop to light a cigarette just as he was passing the compartment in which he had that curious encounter. A delicious bubble of laughter floated toward him, a sound as arresting as a bird's note, followed by an appealing, "Aunt Meg, you were such a glorious sport. I'll never forget your expression as you made that first salaam, not if I live to be 100. I'm glad I can just lie here and laugh, for it's too hot to sleep. Headache better, dear?" "Yes, but my conscience is troubling me about the way that young man was ousted from his rightful place. And so good-looking, and so stiff-necked, and so accustomed to exacting obedience. Why, I could almost obey him myself." Chetwood, who had stood rooted to the spot by the revelation of how he had been duped, suddenly realized that he was eavesdropping, and turned away. But he stopped long enough at the telegraph office to send a telegram before he went back to his place. The train reached Calcutta at 6 in the morning, a rather agreeable hour on a bright, balmy morning in February. Chota Hazri, the morning cup of coffee and a piece of toast, had been served in their compartment, so Patsy and her aunt were feeling quite fit as they emerged, with their Indian bearer following, directing the customary swarm of coolies who scrambled to get their bags. To Patsy's utter amazement, Major Chetwood stood waiting. He bowed ceremoniously. "Your obedient charioteer. The Peacock car is waiting for you, Amethyst." Now it was absolutely evident that this man was a gentleman. It was as plain to be seen in his face and bearing as to find the Washington Monument in the girl's native city, and though shamefaced and astonished, Patsy longed to see it through. Chetwood took charge of the situation with admirable sang-froid. He turned to her aunt. "I am Major Chetwood," he said. "Your niece is going for a spin with me down the Strand Road and around the Garriahat Road. We will come by for you at 9, if you will both do me the honor of breakfasting with me." "It's only 6 o'clock now," objected the bewildered aunt. "What are you going to do until 9? Chetwood's smile made his rather stern young face look more boyish. "I don't know what she is going to do. I am going to scold her. You admit that she deserves it." Aunt Meg rallied, like the good sport she was. "Indeed, I do admit it," she returned emphatically, "and I shall be glad to breakfast with you." Patsy followed Chetwood meekly to where his chauffeur was waiting with his roadster. But it wasn't the rakish new car that claimed the girl's attention. It was the tiny enameled peacock fastened on the hood, and the great basket of petunias in every shade of purple that adorned the seat. "The peacock car, the perfume of petunias, and your humble charioteer," he said as he helped her in. "Then you knew all along that I wasn't a perfect lady lunatic?" she demanded. "Truly and honestly, it wasn't just plain piggishness. It was a combination of solicitude and bravado." Patsy began to talk very fast, her cheeks very pink. "You see, we were to get off at Benares, but Aunt Meg developed an excruciating headache, and there were such throngs of pilgrims at the stations, because of the lunar eclipse, that she decided to go straight on to Calcutta. Just then your man came in with your luggage, and she knew it would be impossible for us to stay where we were, or to get another compartment on that crowded train. An idea came into my mind. 'I can manage it,' I said. 'All I ask is for you to promise to do anything I say.' She promised readily enough, and I slipped on that odd negligee, because when I wore it at college, the girls used to call me the Purple Petunia. The idea of making you think I was crazy just suddenly grew in my thoughts. The gibberish I talked was a language my brother taught me when I was little. You really guessed all along?" Then it was his turn to make a clean breast, ending with his telegram to his servant, who had gone to work, as ordered, to fix an enameled peacock paperweight to the hood of the car, and to bribe a sleepy florist to cut flowers at an unearthly hour. The car sped on, a fairy chariot of youth and laughter and nonsense. 3. Small wonder that Aunt Meg was abusing herself roundly for being a trusting and romantic fool to let her favorite niece go off with a perfectly strange young man. Here it was 5 minutes past 11, and he had said they would be back at 9. She couldn't even remember the heathenish name of that road they were going on. She probably ought to call up the police, and there they were at the end of the corridor, just as she was beginning to be nervous. They seemed absolutely oblivious to the fact that they were late, utterly unaware that a cup of restaurant coffee and a bite of toast was not sufficiently sustaining to last from 6 to 11, yet about them there was such a splendid glow, a vibrating youthfulness. Patsy was swinging a basket of petunias, and her pretty laugh rippled like moonlight on water, thought Aunt Meg, who had grown up in the gentle sentimentality of the Victorian age. She had never seen Patsy look like that, starry-eyed, almost remote in the radiance about her. "Darling Aunt Meg, we're engaged." "Engaged?" Aunt Meg's voice rose sharply with incredulity and anxiety. "Patsy, I have never heard of such absurdity, such rashness." "Oh, but it isn't rash, precious, not in the least rash," Patsy interrupted eagerly. "It's just the way both of us have planned it for years. Don always swore he was going to propose to a girl at 10 o'clock in the morning, because things get such false values on a ravishing night between two enchanting waltzes. He said that when he wanted a woman to be his wife at 10 o'clock in the morning, he would know it was the real thing. It was thrilling, the last 8 minutes, sitting there waiting for it to be 10 o'clock so that he could propose, with our eyes glued on my wristwatch. And you know I've always said I wanted a man to fall in love with just me, Patsy, and not know anything about the money until afterward. Don had to stop at the post office to send 20 rupees to an old Indian conjurer, who told him he was going to marry a girl with purple in her eyes. He actually did, Aunt Meg, and I was so pleased I sent him 20 too. Don said the old fellow told him he was to have great gold, so he supposed a philanthropic movement to raise army paychecks would be the next thing in order, as his lucky star seemed to be in the ascendant. Then I told him how glorious it was to marry a man who didn't even know I was grandfather's granddaughter. Don't you see, Aunt Meg, how well advised, how almost premeditated everything is? In fact, I think the papers will call it a balanced union." "They are more apt to say that I kidnapped her," hazarded Chetwood cheerfully. "After starving her aunt and natural protector into submission," amended Aunt Meg somewhat tartly. "But we have this comfort. Whatever they say will sound more credible than the truth. I am thankful the real facts can never get into print." End of The Priestess of the Purple Petunia. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, July 2024.
Salvage in Space by Jack Williamson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Spencer Bilodeau. Salvage in Space. His planet was the smallest in the solar system, and the loneliest, that Alan was thinking as he straightened wearily in the huge, bulging, inflated fabric of his Osprey space armor. Walking awkwardly in the magnetic boots that held him to the black mass of meteoric iron, he mounted a projection and stood motionless, staring moodily away through the vision panels of his bulky helmet into the dark mystery of the void. His welding arc dangled at his belt, the electrode still glowing red. He had just finished securing to this slowly accumulated mass of iron his most recent find, a meteorite the size of his head. 5 perilous weeks he had labored to collect this rugged lump of metal, a jagged mass, some 10 feet in diameter, composed of hundreds of fragments that he had captured and welded together. His luck had not been good. His findings had been heartbreakingly small. The spectral flash analysis had revealed that the content of the precious metals was disappointingly minute. Footnote: the meteor or asteroid belt between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter is mined by such adventurers as Thad Allen for the platinum, iridium, and osmium that all meteoric irons contain in small quantities. The meteor swarms are supposed by some astronomers to be fragments of a disrupted planet, which, according to Bode's law, should occupy this space. On the other side of this tiny sphere of hard-won treasure, his Millen atomic rocket was sputtering, spurts of hot blue flame jetting from its exhaust. A simple mechanism, bolted to the first sizable fragment he had captured. It drove the iron ball through space like a ship. Through the magnetic soles of his insulated boots, Thad could feel the vibration of the iron mass beneath the rocket's regular thrust. The magazine of uranite fuel capsules was nearly empty now, he reflected. He would soon have to turn back toward Mars. Turn back? But how could he with so slender a reward for his efforts? Meteor mining is expensive. There was his bill at Millen and Helion, Mars, for uranite and supplies, and the unpaid last installment on his Osprey suit. How could he outfit himself again if he returned with no more metal than this? There were men who averaged 1,000 tons of iron a month. Why couldn't fortune smile on him? He knew men who had made fabulous strikes, who had captured whole planetoid of rich metal, and he knew weary, white-haired men who had braved the perils of vacuum and absolute cold and bullet-swift meteors for hard years, who still hoped. But sometime fortune had to smile, and then the picture came to him. A tower of white metal among the low red hills near Helion. A slim, graceful tower of argent, rising in a fragrant garden of flowering Martian shrubs, purple and saffron, and a girl waiting at the silver door, a trim, slender girl in white, with blue eyes and hair richly brown. Thad had seen the White Tower many times on his holiday tramps through the hills about Helion. He had even dared to ask if it could be bought, to find that its price was an amount that he might not amass in many years at his perilous profession. But the girl in white was yet only a glorious dream. The strangeness of interplanetary space and the somber mystery of it pressed upon him like an illimitable and deserted ocean. The sun was a tiny white disk on his right, hanging between rosy coronal wings. His native Earth, a bright greenish point suspended in the dark gulf below it. Mars, nearer, smaller, a little ochre speck above the shrunken sun. Above him, below him, in all directions was vastness, blackness, emptiness. Ebon infinity, sprinkled with far, cold stars. Thad was alone, utterly alone. No man was visible in all the supernal vastness of space, and no work of man save the few tools of his daring trade and the glittering little rocket bolted to the black iron behind him. It was terrible to think that the nearest human being must be tens of millions of miles away. On his first trips, the loneliness had been terrible, unendurable. Now he was becoming accustomed to it. At least he no longer feared that he was going mad. But sometimes... Thad shook himself and spoke aloud, his voice ringing hollow in his huge metal helmet. Brace up, old top. In good company when you're by yourself, as Dad used to say. Be back in Helion in a week or so, anyhow. Look up Dan and Chuck and the rest of the crowd again at Comet's place. What price a friendly boxing match with Mason, or an evening at the Teleview Theater? Fresh air instead of this stale synthetic stuff. Real food in place of these tasteless concentrates. A hot bath instead of greasing yourself. Too dull out here, life. He broke off, set his jaw. No use thinking about such things. Only made it worse. Besides, how did he know that a whirring meteor wasn't going to flash him out before he got back? He drew his right arm out of the bulging sleeve of the suit, into its ample interior, found a cigarette in an inside pocket, and lighted it. The smoke swirled about in the helmet, drawn swiftly into the air filters. Darn clever, these suits, he murmured. Food, smokes, water generator, all where you can reach them. And darned expensive, too. I'd better be looking for pay metal. He clambered to a better position, stood peering out into space, searching for the tiny gleam of sunlight on a meteoric fragment that might be worth capturing for its content of precious metals. For an hour he scanned the black star-strewn gulf as the sputtering rocket continued to drive him forward. "There she glows!" he cried suddenly and grinned. Before him was a tiny glowing fleck that moved among the unchanging stars. He stared at it intensely, breathing faster in the helmet. Always he thrilled to see such a moving gleam. What treasure it promised! At first sight it was impossible to determine size or distance or rate of motion. It might be 10,000 tons of rich metal, a fortune. It would more probably prove to be a tiny, stony mass not worth capturing. It might even be large and valuable, but moving so rapidly that he could not overtake it with the power of the diminutive Millen rocket. He studied the tiny speck intently with practiced eye as the minutes passed. An untrained eye would never have seen it at all among the flaming hosts of stars. Skillfully he judged from its apparent rate of motion and its slow increase in brilliance, its size and distance from him. Must be fair size, he spoke aloud at length. 100 tons, I'll bet my helmet. But scooting along pretty fast. Stretched the little old rocket to run it down. He clambered back to the rocket, changed the angle of the flaming exhaust to drive him directly across the path of the object ahead, filled the magazine again with the little pellets of uranite, which were fed automatically into the combustion chamber, and increased the firing rate. The trailing blue flame reached farther backward from the incandescent orifice of the exhaust. The vibration of the metal sphere increased. Thad left the sputtering rocket and went back to where he could see the object before him. It was nearer now, rushing obliquely across his path. Would he be in time to capture it as it passed, or would it hurtle by ahead of him and vanish into the limitless darkness of space before his feeble rocket could check the momentum of his ball of metal? He peered at it as it drew closer. Its surface seemed oddly bright, silvery, not the dull black of meteoric iron, and it was larger, more distant than he had thought at first. In form, too, it seemed curiously regular, ellipsoid. It was no jagged mass of metal. His hopes sank, rose again immediately. Even if it were not the mass of rich metal for which he had prayed, it might be something as valuable and more interesting. He returned to the rocket, adjusted the angle of the nozzle again, and advanced the firing time slightly, even at the risk of a ruinous explosion. When he returned to where he could see the hurtling object before him, he saw that it was a ship, a tapering silver-green rocket flyer. Once more his dreams were dashed. The officers of interplanetary liners lose no love upon meteor miners, claiming that their collected masses of metal, almost helpless, always underpowered, are menaces to navigation. Thad could expect nothing from the ship save a heliographed warning to keep clear. But how came a rocket flyer here in the perilous swarms of the meteor belt? Many a vessel had been destroyed by collision with an asteroid in the days before charted lanes were cleared of drifting metal. The lanes more frequently used between Earth, Mars, Venus, and Mercury were, of course, far inside the orbits of the asteroids. And the few ships running to Jupiter's moons avoided them by crossing millions of miles above their plane. Could it be that legendary green ship, said once to have mysteriously appeared, sliced up and drawn within her hull several of the primitive ships of that day, and then disappeared forever in the remote wastes of space? Absurd, of course. He dismissed the idle fancy and examined the ship still more closely. Then he saw that it was turning end over end very slowly. That meant its gyros were stopped, that it was helpless, drifting, disabled, powerless to avoid hurtling meteoric stones. Had it blundered unawares into the belt of swarms? Been struck before danger was realized? Was it a derelict, with all dead upon it? Either the ship's machinery was completely wrecked, Thad knew, or there was no one on watch. For the controls of a modern rocket flyer are so simple and so nearly automatic that a single man at the bridge can keep a vessel upon her course. It might be, he thought, that a meteorite had ripped open the hull, allowing the air to escape so quickly that the entire crew had been asphyxiated before any repairs could be made. But that seemed unlikely, since the ship must have been divided into several compartments by airtight bulkheads. Could the vessel have been deserted for some reason? The crew might have mutinied and left her in the life tubes. She might have been robbed by pirates and set adrift. But with the space lanes policed as they were, piracy and successful mutiny were rare. Thad saw the flyer's navigation lights were out. He found the heliograph signal mirror at his side, sighted it upon the ship, and worked the mirror rapidly. He waited, repeated the call. There was no response. The vessel was plainly a derelict. Could he board her and take her to Mars? By law, it was his duty to attempt to aid any helpless ship, or at least to try to save any endangered lives upon her. And the salvage award, if the ship should be deserted and he could bring her safe to port, would be half her value. No mean prize, that. Half the value of the ship and cargo, more than he was apt to earn in years of mining the meteor belt. With new anxiety, he measured the relative motion of the gleaming ship. It was going to pass ahead of him, and very soon. No more time for speculation. It was still uncertain whether it would come near enough so that he could get a line to it. Rapidly, he unslung from his belt the apparatus he used to capture meteors. A powerful electromagnet, with a thin, strong wire fastened to it, to be hurled from a helix gun. He set the drum on which the wire was wound upon the metal at his feet, fastened it with its magnetic anchor, wondering if it would stand the terrific strain when the wire tightened. Raising the helix to his shoulder, he trained it upon a point well ahead of the rushing flyer, and stood waiting for the exact moment to press the lever. The slender spindle of the ship was only a mile away now, bright in the sunlight. He could see no break in her polished hull, save for the dark rows of circular ports. She was not by any means completely wrecked. He read the black letters of her name, Red Dragon. The name of her home port below was in smaller letters, but in a moment he made them out. San Francisco. The ship then came from Earth, from the very city where Thad was born. The gleaming hull was near now, only a few hundred yards away, passing. Aiming well ahead of her to allow for her motion, Thad pressed the key that hurled the magnet from the helix. It flung away from him, the wire screaming from the reel behind it. Thad's massive metal swung on past the ship as he returned to the rocket and stopped its clattering explosions. He watched the tiny black speck of the magnet. It vanished from sight in the darkness of space, appeared again against the white, burnished hull of the rocket ship. For a painful instant he thought he had missed. Then he saw that the magnet was fast to the side of the flyer, near the stern. The line tightened. Soon the strain would come upon it as it checked the momentum of the mass of iron. He set the friction brake, grasped the wire above the reel. Even if the mass of iron tore itself free, he could hold to the wire and himself reach the ship. He flung past the deserted vessel. Behind it, his lump of iron swung like a pebble in a sling. A cloud of smoke burst from the burned lining of the friction brake in the reel. Then the wire was all out. There was a sudden jerk, and the hard-gathered sphere of metal was gone, snapped off into space. Thad clung desperately to the wire, muscles cracking, tortured arms almost drawn from their sockets. Fear flashed over his mind. What if the wire broke and left him floating helpless in space? It held, though, to his relief. He was trailing behind the ship. Eagerly, he seized the handle of the reel, began to wind up the mile of thin wire. Half an hour later, Thad's suited figure bumped gently against the shining hull of the rocket. He got to his feet and gazed backward into the starry gulf where his sphere of iron had long since vanished. Somebody's going to find himself a nice chunk of metal all welded together and equipped for rocket navigation, he murmured. As for me, well, I've simply got to run this tub to Mars. He walked over the smooth, refulgent hull, held to it by magnetic soles. Nowhere was it broken, though he found scars where small meteoric particles had scratched the brilliant polish. So no meteor had wrecked the ship. What then was the matter? Soon he would know. The Red Dragon was not large. 130 feet long, Thad estimated, with a beam of 25 feet, but her trim lines bespoke design recent and good. The double ring of black projecting rockets at the stern told of unusual speed. A pretty piece of salvage, he reflected, if he could land her on Mars. Half the value of such a ship, unharmed and safe in port, would be a larger sum than he dared put in figures. And he must take her in, now that he had lost his own rocket. He found the life tubes, 6 of them, slender, silvery cylinders lying secure in their niches, 3 along each side of the flyer. None was missing, so the crew had not willingly deserted the ship. He approached the main airlock at the center of the hull, behind the projecting dome of the bridge. It was closed. A glance at the dials told him there was full air pressure within it. It had, then, last been used to enter the rocket, not to leave it. Thad opened the exhaust valve, let the air hiss from the chamber of the lock. The huge door swung open in response to his hand upon the wheel, and he entered the cylindrical chamber. In a moment the door was closed behind him. Air was hissing into the lock again. He started to open the faceplate of his helmet, longing for a breath of air that did not smell of sweat and stale tobacco smoke as that in his suit always did, despite the best chemical purifiers. Then he hesitated. Perhaps some deadly gas from the combustion chambers. Thad opened the inner valve and came upon the upper deck of the vessel. A floor ran the full length of the ship, broken with hatches and companionways that gave to the rocket rooms, cargo holds, and quarters for crew and passengers below. There was an enclosed ladder that led to the bridge and navigating room in the dome above. The hull formed an arched roof over it. The deck was deserted, lit only by 3 dim blue globes hanging from the curved roof. All seemed in order, the firefighting equipment hanging on the walls and the huge metal patches and welding equipment for repairing breaks in the hull. Everything was clean, bright with polish or new paint. And all was very still. The silence held a vague, brooding threat that frightened Thad, made him wish for a moment that he was back upon his rugged ball of metal. But he banished his fear and strode down the deck. Midway of it he found a dark stain upon the clean metal. The black of long-dried blood. A few tattered scraps of cloth beside it, no more than bloody rags, and a heavy meat cleaver, half hidden beneath a bit of darkened fabric. Mute record of tragedy. Thad strove to read it. Had a man fought here and been killed? It must have been a struggle of peculiar violence, to judge by the dark spattered stains and the indescribable conditions of the remnants of clothing. But what had he fought? Another man or something? And what had become of victor and vanquished? He walked on down the deck. The torturing silence was broken by the abrupt patter of quick little footsteps behind him. He turned quickly, nervously, with a hand going instinctively to his welding arc, which he knew would make a fairly effective weapon. It was merely a dog, a little dog, yellow, nondescript, pathetically delighted. With a sharp, eager bark it leaped up at Thad, pawing at his armor and licking it, standing on its hind legs and reaching toward the visor of his helmet. It was very thin, as if from long starvation. Both ears were ragged and bloody, and there was a long unhealed scratch across its shoulder, somewhat inflamed, but not a serious wound. The bright, eager eyes were alight with joy, but Thad thought he saw fear in them. And even through the stiff fabric of the osprey's suit, he felt that the dog was trembling. Suddenly, with a low whine, it shrank close to his side, and another sound reached Thad's ears. A cry, weird and harrowing beyond telling. A scream so thin and so high that it roughened his skin, so keenly shrill that it tortured his nerves. A sound of that particular frequency that is more agonizing than any bodily pain. When silence came again, Thad was standing with his back against the wall, the welding arc in his hand. His face was cold with sweat, and a queer chill prickled up and down his spine. The yellow dog crouched whimpering against his legs. Ominous, threatening stillness filled the ship again, disturbed only by the whimpers and frightened growls of the dog. Trying to calm his overwrought nerves, Thad listened, strained his ears. He could hear nothing, and he had no idea from which direction the terrifying sound had come. A strange cry. Thad knew it had been born in no human throat, nor in the throat of any animal he knew. It had carried an alien note that overcame him with instinctive fear and horror. What had voiced it? Was the ship haunted by some dread entity? For many minutes, Thad stood upon the deck, waiting, tensely grasping the welding tool. But the nerve-shattering scream did not come again, nor any other sound. The yellow dog seemed to half forget its fear. It leaped up at his face again with another short little bark. The air must be good, he thought, if the dog could live in it. He unscrewed the faceplate of his helmet and lifted it. The air that struck his face was cool and clean. He breathed deeply, gratefully, and at first he did not notice the strange odor upon it. A curious, unpleasant scent, earthly, almost fetid, unfamiliar. The dog kept leaping up, whining. "Hungry, boy?" Thad whispered. He fumbled in the bulky inside pockets of his suit, found a slab of concentrated food, and tossed it out through the open panel. The dog sprang upon it, wolfed it eagerly, and came back to his side. Thad set at once about exploring the ship. First, he ascended the ladder to the bridge. A metal dome covered it, studded with transparent ports. Charts and instruments were in order, and the room was vacant, heavy with the fatal silence of the ship. Thad had no expert's knowledge of the flyer's mechanism, but he had studied interplanetary navigation to qualify for his license to carry masses of metal under rocket power through the space lanes and into planetary atmospheres. He was sure he could manage the ship if its mechanism were in good order, though he was uncertain of his ability to make any considerable repairs. To his relief, a scrutiny of the dials revealed nothing wrong. He started the gyromotors, got the great wheels to spinning, and thus stopped the slow end-over-end turning of the flyer. Then he went to the rocket controls, warmed 3 of the tubes, and set them to firing. The vessel answered readily to her helm. In a few minutes he had the red fleck of Mars over the bow. "Yes, I can run her all right," he announced to the dog, which had followed him up the steps, keeping close to his feet. "Don't worry, old boy. We'll be eating a juicy beefsteak together in a week. At Comet's place on Helion, down by the canal. Not much style, but the eats. And now we're going to do a little detective work and find out what made that disagreeable noise, and what happened to all your fellow astronauts. Better find out before it happens to us." He shut off the rockets and climbed down from the bridge again. When Thad started down the companionway to the officers' quarters, in the central one of the 5 main compartments of the ship, the dog kept close to his legs, growling, trembling, hackles lifted. Sensing the animal's terror, pitying it for the naked fear in its eyes, Thad wondered what dramas of horror it might have seen. The cabins of the navigator, calculator, chief technician, and first officer were empty, and forbidding with the ominous silence of the ship. They were neatly in order, and the berths had been made since they were used. But there was a large blood stain, black and circular, on the floor of the calculator's room. The captain's cabin held evidence of a violent struggle. The door had been broken in. Its fragments, with pieces of broken furniture, books, covers from the berth, and 3 service pistols, were scattered about in indescribable confusion, all stained with blood. Among the frightful debris, Thad found several scraps of clothing of dissimilar fabrics. The guns were empty. Attempting to reconstruct the action of the tragedy from those grim clues, he imagined that the 5 officers, aware of some peril, had gathered here, fought, and died. The dog refused to enter the room. It stood at the door, looking anxiously after him, trembling and whimpering pitifully. Several times it sniffed the air and drew back, snarling. Thad thought that the unpleasant earthy odor he had noticed upon opening the faceplate of his helmet was stronger here. After a few minutes of searching through the wildly disordered room, he found the ship's log, or its remains. Many pages had been torn from the book, and the remainder, soaked with blood, formed a stiff black mass. Only one legible entry did he find, that on a page torn from the book, which somehow had escaped destruction. Dated 5 months before, it gave the position of the vessel and her bearings. She was then just outside Jupiter's orbit, earthward bound, and concluded with a remark of sinister implications. Another man gone this morning, Sims, assistant technician. A fine workman. Odin swears he heard something moving on the deck. Cook thinks some of the doctor's stuffed monstrosities have come to life. Ridiculous, of course, but what is one to think? Pondering the significance of those few lines, Thad climbed back to the deck. Was the ship haunted by some weird death that had seized the crew, man by man, mysteriously? That was the obvious implication. And if the flyer had still been outside Jupiter's orbit when those words were written, it must have been weeks before the end. A lurking, invisible death. The scream he had heard. He descended into the forecastle and came upon another such silent record of frightful carnage as he had found in the captain's cabin. Dried blood, scraps of cloth, knives, and other weapons. A fearful question was beginning to obsess him. What had become of the bodies of those who must have died in these conflicts? He dared not think the answer. Gripping the welding arc, Thad approached the after-hatch, giving to the cargo hold. Trepidation almost overpowered him, but he was determined to find the sinister menace of the ship before it found him. The dog whimpered, hung back, and finally deserted him, contributing nothing to his peace of mind. The hold proved to be dark, an indefinite black space, oppressive with the terrible silence of the flyer. The air within it bore still more strongly the unpleasant fetor. Thad hesitated on the steps. The hold was not inviting, but at the thought that he must sleep, unguarded, while taking the flyer to Mars, his resolution returned. The uncertainty, the constant fear, would be unendurable. He climbed on down, feeling for the light button. He found it as his feet touched the floor. Blue light flooded the hold. It was filled with monstrous things, colossal creatures such as nothing that had ever lived upon the earth, like nothing known in the jungles of Venus or the deserts of Mars, or anything that has been found upon Jupiter's moons. They were monsters remotely resembling insects or crustaceans, but as large as horses or elephants. Creatures upreared upon strange limbs, armed with hideously fanged jaws, cruel talons, frightful saw-toothed snouts, and glittering scales, red and yellow and green. They leered at him with phosphorescent eyes, yellow and purple. They cast grotesquely gigantic shadows in the blue light. A cold shock of horror started along Thad's spine at the sight of those incredible nightmare things. Automatically, he flung up the welding tool, flicking over the lever with his thumb so that the violet electric flame played about the electrode. Then he saw that the crowding, hideous things were motionless, that they stood upon wooden pedestals, that many of them were supported upon metal bars. They were dead, mounted, collected specimens of some alien life. Grinning wanly and conscious of a weakness in the knees, he muttered, "They sure will fill the museum if everybody gets the kick out of them that I did. A little too realistic, I'd say. Guess these are the stuffed monstrosities mentioned in the page out of the log. No wonder the cook was afraid of them. Some of them do look hellishly alive." He started across the hold, shrinking involuntarily from the armored enormities that seemed crouched to spring at him, motionless eyes staring. So, at the end of the long space, he found the treasure. Glittering in the blue light, it looked unreal, incredible, a dazzling dream. He stopped among the fearful things that seemed gathered as if to guard it, and stared with wide eyes through the open faceplate of his helmet. He saw neat stacks of gold ingots, new, freshly smelted, bars of silver-white iridium, of argent platinum, of blue-white osmium, many of them, thousands of pounds, Thad knew. He trembled at the thought of their value, almost beyond calculation. Then he saw the coffer, lying beyond the piled gleaming ingots, a huge box 8 feet long, made of some crystal that glittered with snowy whiteness, filled with sparkling, iridescent gleams and inlaid with strange designs, apparently in vermilion enamel. With a little cry, he ran toward the chest, moving awkwardly in the loose, deflated fabric of the osprey suit. Beside the coffer, on the floor of the hold, was literally a mountain of flame, blazing gems heaped as if they had been carelessly dumped from it. Cut diamonds, incredibly gigantic, monster emeralds, sapphires, rubies, and strange stones that Thad did not recognize. And Thad gasped with horror when he looked at the designs of the vermilion inlay in the white, gleaming crystal. Weird forms. Shapes of creatures, somewhat like gigantic spiders and more unlike them. Demoniac things, wickedly fanged, jaws slavering, executed with masterly skill that made them seem living, menacing, secretly gloating. Thad stared at them for long minutes, fascinated almost hypnotically. 3 times he approached the chest to lift the lid and find what it held, and 3 times the unutterable horror of those crimson images thrust him back, shuddering. "Nothing but pictures," he muttered hoarsely. A 4th time he advanced, trembling, and seized the lid of the coffer. Heavy, massive, it was fashioned also of glistening white crystal and inlaid in crimson with weirdly hideous figures. Great hinges of white platinum held it on the farther side. It was fastened with a simple, heavy hasp of the precious metal. Hands quivering, Thad snapped back the hasp, lifted the lid. New treasure in the chest would not have surprised him. He was prepared to meet dazzling wonders of gems or priceless metal. Nor would he have been astonished at some weird creatures, such as one of those whose likenesses were inlaid in the crystal. But what he saw made him drop the massive lid. A woman lay in the chest, motionless, in white. In a moment he raised the lid again, examined the still form more closely. The woman had been young. The features were regular, good to look upon. The eyes were closed. The white face appeared very peaceful. Save for the extreme cadaverous pallor, there was no mark of death. With a fancy that the body might be miraculously living, sleeping, Thad thrust an arm out through the open panel of his suit and touched a slender, bare, white arm. It was stiff, very cold. The still, pallid face was framed in fine brown hair. The fair, small hands were crossed upon the breast over the simple white garment. A queer ache came into his heart. Something made him think of a white tower in the red hills near Helion, and a girl waiting in its fragrant garden of saffron and purple. A girl like this. The body lay upon a bed of blazing jewels. It appeared, Thad thought, as if the pile of gems upon the floor had been hastily scraped from the coffer to make room for the quiet form. He wondered how long it had lain there. It looked as if it might have been living but minutes before. Some preservative. His thought was broken by a sound that rang from the open hatchway on the deck above, the furious barking and yelping of the dog. Abruptly, that was silent, and in its place came the uncanny and terrifying scream that Thad had heard once before on this flyer of mystery. A shriek so keen and shrill that it seemed to tear out his nerves by their roots. the voice of the haunter of the ship. When Thad came back upon the deck, the dog was still barking nervously. He saw the animal forward, almost at the bow. Hackles raised, tail between its legs, it was slinking backward, barking sharply as if to call for aid. Apparently it was retreating from something between Thad and itself, but Thad, searching the dimly lit deck, could see no source of alarm. Nor could the structures upon it have shut any large object from his view. "It's all right," Thad called, intending to reassure the frightened animal, but finding his voice queerly dry. "Coming on the double, old man. Don't worry." The dog had reached the end of the deck. It stopped yelping, but snarled and whined as if in terror. It began darting back and forth, moving exactly as if someone were slowly closing in upon it, trapping it in the corner. But Thad could see nothing. Then it made a wild dash back toward Thad, darting along by the wall as if trying to run past an unseen enemy. Thad thought he heard quick, rasping footsteps then that were not those of the dog. And something seemed to catch the dog in mid-air as it leaped. It was hurled howling to the deck. For a moment it struggled furiously as if an invisible claw had pinned it down. Then it escaped and fled whimpering to Thad's side. He saw a new wound across its hips, 3 long parallel scratches from which fresh red blood was trickling. Regular scraping sounds came from the end of the deck, where no moving thing was to be seen. Sounds such as might be made by the walking of feet with unsheathed claws. Something was coming back toward Thad. Something that was invisible. Terror seized him with the knowledge. He had nerved himself to face desperate men or a savage animal, but an invisible being that could creep upon him and strike unseen. It was incredible, yet he had seen the dog knocked down and the bleeding wound it had received. His heart paused, then beat very quickly. For the moment he thought only blindly of escape. He knew only an overpowering desire to hide, to conceal himself from the invisible thing. Had it been possible, he might have tried to leave the flyer. Beside him was one of the companionways amidships, giving access to a compartment of the vessel that he had not explored. He turned, leaped down the steps with a terrified dog at his heels. Below, he found himself in a short hall, dimly lighted. Several metal doors opened from it. He tried one at random. It gave. He sprang through, let the dog follow, closed and locked it. Trying to listen, he leaned weakly against the door. The rushing of his breath, swift and regular. The loud hammer of his thudding heart. The dog's low whines. Then, unmistakable scraping sounds outside. The scratching of claws, Thad knew. Invisible claws. He stood there, bracing the door with the weight of his body, holding the welding arc ready in his hand. Several times the hinges creaked and he felt a heavy pressure against the panels. But at last the scratching sounds ceased. He relaxed. The monster had withdrawn, at least for a time. When he had time to think, the invisibility of the thing was not so incredible. The mounted creatures he had seen in the hold were evidence that the flyer had visited some unknown planet where weird life reigned. It was not beyond reason that such a planet should be inhabited by beings invisible to human sight. Human vision, as he knew, utilizes only a tiny fraction of the spectrum. The creature must be largely transparent to visible light, as human flesh is radiolucent to hard X-rays. Quite possibly it could be seen by infrared or ultraviolet light. Evidently it was visible enough to the dog's eyes with their different range of sensitivity. Pushing the subject from his mind, he turned to survey the room into which he had burst. It had apparently been occupied by a woman. A frail blue silk dress and more intimate items of feminine wearing apparel were hanging above the berth. 2 pairs of delicate black slippers stood neatly below it. Across from him was a dressing table with a large mirror above it. Combs, pins, jars of cosmetic cluttered it, and Thad saw upon it a little leather-bound book, locked, stamped on the back, diary. He crossed the room and picked up the little book, which smelled faintly of jasmine. Momentary shame overcame him at thus stealing the secrets of an unknown girl. Necessity, however, left him no choice but to seize any chance of learning more of this ship of mystery and her invisible haunter. He broke the flimsy fastening. Linda Cross was the name written on the flyleaf in a firm, clear, feminine hand. On the next page was the photograph in color of a girl. The brown-haired girl whose body Thad had discovered in the crystal coffer in the hold. Her eyes, he saw, had been blue, like the waiting girl in his old dream of the silver tower in the Red Hills by Helion. The diary, it appeared, had not been kept very devotedly. Most of the pages were blank. One of the entries, dated a year and a half before, told of a party that Linda had attended in San Francisco, and of her refusal to dance with a certain man referred to as Benny, because he had been unpleasantly insistent about wanting to marry her. It ended, "Dad said tonight that we're going off in the Dragon again. All the way to Uranus, if the new fuel works as he expects. What a lark to explore a few new worlds of our own. Dad says one of Uranus's moons is as large as Mercury. And Benny won't be proposing again soon." Turning on, Thad found other scattered entries, some of them dealing with the preparation for the voyage, the start from San Francisco, and a huge bunch of flowers from Benny, the long months of the trip through space, out past the orbit of Mars, above the meteor belt, across Jupiter's orbit, beyond the track of Saturn, which was the farthest point that rocket explorers had previously reached, and onto Uranus, where they could not land because of the unstable surface. The remainder of the entries Thad found less frequent, shorter, bearing the mark of excitement. Landing upon Titania, the third and largest satellite of Uranus, unearthly forests sheltering strange and monstrous life, the hunting of weird creatures and mounting them for museum specimens. Then the discovery of a ruined city, whose remains indicated that it had been built by a lost race of intelligent, spider-like things. The finding of a temple whose walls were of precious metals, containing a crystal chest filled with wondrous gems, the smelting of the metal into convenient ingots, and the transfer of the treasure to the hold. The first sinister note there entered the diary. "Some of the men say we shouldn't have disturbed the temple. Think it will bring us bad luck. Rubbish, of course, but one man did vanish while they were smelting the gold. Poor Mr. Tom James. I suppose he ventured away from the rest and something caught him." The few entries that followed were shorter and showed increasing nervous tension. They recorded the departure from Titania, made almost as soon as the treasure was loaded. The last was made several weeks later. A dozen men had vanished from the crew, leaving only gouts of blood to hint the manner of their going. The last entry ran, "Dad says I'm to stay in here today. Oh dear, he's afraid the thing will get me, whatever it is. It's really serious. 2 men taken from their berths last night, and not a trace. Some of them think it's a curse on the treasure. One of them swears he saw Dad's stuffed specimens moving about in the hold. Some terrible thing must have slipped aboard the flyer out of the jungle. That's what Dad and the captain think. Queer they can't find it. They've searched all over. Well..." Musing and regretful, Thad turned back for another look at the smiling girl in the photograph. What a tragedy her death had been. Reading the diary had made him like her balance and humor, her quiet affection for Dad, the calm courage with which she seemed to have faced the creeping, lurking death that darkened the ship with its unescapable shadow. How had her body come to be in the coffer, he wondered, when all the others were gone? It had shown no marks of violence. She must have died of fear. No, her face had seemed too calm and peaceful for that. Had she chosen easy death by some poison rather than that other dreadful fate? Had her body been put in the chest to protect it, and the poison arrested decomposition? Thad was still studying the picture, thoughtfully and sadly, when the dog, which had been silent, suddenly growled again and retreated from the door toward the corner of the room. The invisible monster had returned. Thad heard its claws scratching across the door again, and he heard another dreadful sound. Not the long, shrill scream that had so grated on his nerves before, but a short, sharp coughing or barking. A series of shrill, indescribable notes that could have been made by no beast he knew. The decision to open the door cost a huge effort of Thad's will. For hours he had waited, thinking desperately, and the thing outside the door had waited as patiently, scratching upon it from time to time, uttering those dreadful, shrill coughing cries. Sooner or later he would have to face the monster. Even if he could escape from the room and avoid it for a time, he would have to meet it in the end, and it might creep upon him while he slept. To be sure, the issue of the combat was extremely doubtful. The monster apparently had succeeded in killing every man upon the flyer, even though some of them had been armed. It must be large and very ferocious. But Thad was not without hope. He still wore his osprey suit. The heavy fabric, made of metal wires impregnated with a tough, elastic composition, should afford considerable protection against the thing. The welding arc, intended to fuse refractive meteoric iron, would be no mean weapon at close quarters. And the quarters would be close. If only he could find some way to make the thing visible. Paint or something of the kind would stick to its skin. His eyes, searching the room, caught the jar of face powder on the dressing table. Dash that over it. It ought to stick enough to make the outline visible. So, at last, holding the powder ready in one hand, he waited until a time when the pressure upon the door had just relaxed, and he knew the monster was waiting outside. Swiftly, he opened the door. Thad had partially overcome the instinctive horror that the unseen being had first aroused in him, but it returned in a sickening wave when he heard the short, shrill coughing cries, hideously eager, that greeted the opening of the door, and the quick rasping of naked claws upon the floor. Sounds from nothingness. He flung the powder at the sound. A form of weird horror materialized before him, still half invisible, half outlined with the white film of adhering powder. Gigantic and hideous claws that seemed to reach out of empty air, the side of a huge, scaly body, a yawning, dripping jaw. For a moment Thad could see great hooked fangs in that jaw. Then they vanished, as if an unseen tongue had licked the powder from them, dissolving it in fluids which made it invisible. That unearthly, half-seen shape leaped at him. He was carried backward into the room, hurled to the floor. Claws were rasping upon the tough fabric of his suit. His arm was seized crushingly in half-visible jaws. Desperately he clung to the welding tool. The heated electrode was driven toward his body. He fought to keep it away. He knew that it would burn through even the insulated fabric of his suit. A claw ripped savagely at his side. He heard the sharp, rending sound as the tough fabric of his suit was torn, and felt a thin pencil of pain drawn along his body where a claw cut his skin. Suddenly the suit was full of the earthy feeder of the monster's body, nauseatingly intense. Thad gasped, tried to hold his breath, and thrust upward hard with the incandescent electrode. He felt warm blood trickling from the wound. A numbing blow struck his arm. The welding tool was carried from his hand. Flung to the far side of the room, it clattered to the floor, and then a heavy weight came upon his chest, forcing the breath from his lungs. The monster stood upon his body and clawed at him. Thad squirmed furiously. He kicked out with his feet, encountering a great, hard body. Futilely, he beat and thrust with his arms against the pillar-like limb. His body was being mauled, bruised beneath the thick fabric. He heard it tear again along his right thigh, but he felt no pain and thought the claws had not reached the skin. It was the yellow dog that gave him the chance to recover the weapon. The animal had been running back and forth in the opposite end of the room, fairly howling in excitement and terror. Now, with the mad courage of desperation, it leaped recklessly at the monster. A mighty, dimly seen claw caught it, hurled it back across the room. It lay still, broken, whimpering. For a moment, the thing had lifted its weight from Thad's body, and Thad slipped quickly from beneath it, flung himself across the room, snatched up the welding tool. In an instant the creature was upon him again, but he met it with the incandescent electrode. He was crouched in a corner now, where it could come at him from only one direction. Its claws still slashed at him ferociously, but he was able to cling to the weapon and meet each onslaught with hot metal. Gradually its mad attacks weakened. Then one of his blind, thrusting blows seemed to burn into a vital organ. A terrible choking, strangling sound came from the air, and he heard the thrashing struggles of wild convulsions. At last, all was quiet. He prodded the thing again and again with a hot electrode, and it did not move. It was dead. The creature's body was so heavy that Thad had to return to the bridge and shut off the current in the gravity plates along the keel before he could move it. He dragged it to the lock through which he had entered the flyer and consigned it to space. 5 days later, Thad brought the Red Dragon into the atmosphere of Mars. A puzzled pilot came aboard in response to his signals and docked the flyer safely at Helion. Thad went down into the hold again with the astonished port authorities who had come aboard to inspect the vessel. Again he passed among the grotesque and outrageous monsters in the hold, leading the gasping officers. While they marveled at the treasure, he lifted the weirdly embellished lid of the coffer of white crystal and looked once more upon the still form of the girl within it. Pity stirred him. An ache came in his throat. Linda Cross, so quiet and cold and white, and yet so lovely. How terrible her last days of life must have been, with doom shadowing the vessel, and the men vanishing mysteriously one by one. Terrible until she had sought the security of death. Strangely, Thad felt no great elation at the thought that half the incalculable treasure about him was now safely his own, as the award of salvage. If only the girl were still living. He felt a poignantly keen desire to hear her voice. Thad found the note when they started to lift her from the chest. A hasty scrawl, it lay beneath her head among the glittering gems. This woman is not dead. Please have her given skilled medical attention as soon as possible. She lies in a state of suspended animation, induced by the injection of 50 minims of Zeronel. She is my daughter, Linda Cross, and my sole heir. I entreat the finders of this to have care given her, and to keep in trust for her such part of the treasure on this ship as may remain after the payment of salvage or other claims. Sometime she will wake, perhaps in a year, perhaps in 100. The purity of my drugs is uncertain, and the injection was made hastily, so I do not know the exact time that must elapse. If this is found, it will be because the lurking thing upon the ship has destroyed me and all my men. Please do not fail me. Levington Cross. Thad bought the white tower of his dreams, slim and graceful in its Martian garden of saffron and purple, among the low ochre hills beside Helion. He carried the sleeping girl through the silver door where the girl of his dreams had waited, and set the coffer in a great vaulted chamber. Many times each day he came into the room where she lay to look into her pallid face and feel her cold wrist. He kept a nurse in attendance and had a physician called daily. A long Martian year went by. Looking in his mirror one day, Thad saw little wrinkles about his eyes. He realized that the nervous strain and anxiety of waiting was aging him. And it might be 100 years, he remembered, before Linda Cross came from beneath the drug's influence. He wondered if he should grow old and infirm while Linda lay still young and beautiful and unchanged in her sleep. If she might awake after long years and see in him only a feeble old man. And he knew he would not be sorry he had waited, even if he should die before she revived. On the next day, the nurse called him into the room where Linda lay. He was bending over her when she opened her eyes. They were blue, glorious. A long time she looked up at him, first in fearful wonder, then with confidence and dawning understanding. And at last she smiled. End of Salvage in Space, read by Spencer Bilodeau, Montreal, July 10th, 2024.
Silhouettes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Thomas Copeland. Silhouettes by Jerome K. Jerome. Like most men who have the reputation of being funny, or of trying to be funny, as the genial pressman would put it, I am myself a somewhat gloomily inclined personage. My own favorite reading is pessimistic poetry and stories of a pathetic or tragic tendency. The discovery that I was a humorist surprised me even more, I think, than it did my relations, even more, I think, than it did you, my dear cultured critic. While in the mood for confessing, I will acknowledge that I always fancied myself possessed of a pretty wit, together with humor in a mild and inoffensive degree, but my real strength, I told myself, lay in the direction of the tearful and the terrible. Had circumstances left me free to follow my natural bent, I should now be engaged in writing realistic novels and plays almost gruesome enough for acceptance at the independent theatre. I mention this in charity, hoping it may alleviate the sufferings of those who grieve because I write as I now do. They will be well advised not to stir me too deeply with their complainings. I do not like to seem to threaten, but perhaps it is only fair to them to state that I have, sketched out and stowed away in my desk, a 6-act tragedy, and that it would not take very much to make me hunt it out and finish it. My sympathies are always with the melancholy side of life and nature. I love the chill October days, when the brown leaves lie thick and sodden underneath your feet, and a low sound as of stifled sobbing is heard in the damp woods, the evenings in late autumn time, when the white mist creeps across the fields, making it seem as though old earth, feeling the night air cold to its poor bones, were drawing ghostly bedclothes round its withered limbs. I like the twilight of the long grey street, sad with the wailing cry of the distant muffin-man. One thinks of him, as, strangely mitred, he glides by through the gloom, jangling his harsh bell, as the high priest of the pale spirit of indigestion, summoning the devout to come forth and worship. I find a sweetness in the aching dreariness of Sabbath afternoons in genteel suburbs, in the evil-laden desolateness of waste places by the river, when the yellow fog is stealing inland across the ooze and mud, and the black tide gurgles softly round worm-eaten piles. I love the bleak moor, when the thin, long line of the winding road lies white on the darkening heath, while overhead some belated bird, vexed with itself for being out so late, scurries across the dusky sky, screaming angrily. I love the lonely, sullen lake, hidden away in mountain solitudes. I suppose it was my childhood's surroundings that instilled in me this affection for somber hues. One of my earliest recollections is of a dreary marshland by the sea. By day the water stood there in wide, shallow pools, but when one looked in the evening, they were pools of blood that lay there. It was a wild, dismal stretch of coast. One day I found myself there all alone. I forget how I managed it. And, oh, how small I felt amid the sky and the sea and the sand-hills. I ran and ran and ran, but I never seemed to move. And then I cried and screamed, louder and louder, and the circling seagulls screamed back mockingly at me. It was an unken spot, as they say up north. In the far back days of the building of the world, a long high ridge of stones had been reared up by the sea, dividing the swampy grassland from the sand. Some of these stones, pebbles they called them round about, were as big as a man, and many as big as a fair-sized house. And when the sea was angry, and very prone he was to anger by that lonely shore, and very quick to wrath, Often have I known him sink to sleep with a peaceful smile on his rippling waves, to wake in fierce fury before the night was spent. He would snatch up giant handfuls of these pebbles, and fling and toss them here and there, till the noise of their rolling and crashing could be heard by the watchers in the village afar off. "Old Nick's playing at marbles tonight," they would say one to another, pausing to listen, and then the women would close tight their doors and try not to hear the sound. Far out to sea, by where the muddy mouth of the river yawned wide, there rose ever a thin white line of surf, and underneath those crested waves there dwelt a very fearsome thing called the bar. I grew to hate and be afraid of this mysterious bar, for I heard it spoken of always with bated breath, and I knew that it was very cruel to fisher-folk, and hurt them so sometimes that they would cry whole days and nights together with the pain, or would sit with white scared faces, rocking themselves to and fro. Once, when I was playing among the sand hills, there came by a tall grey woman bending beneath a load of driftwood. She paused when nearly opposite to me, and facing seaward fixed her eyes upon the breaking surf above the bar. "Ah, how I hate the sight of your white teeth," she muttered, then turned and passed on. Another morning, walking through the village, I heard a low wailing come from one of the cottages, while, a little further on, a group of women were gathered in the roadway talking. "Aye," said one of them, "I thought the bar was looking hungry last night." So, putting one and the other together, I concluded that the bar must be an ogre, such as a body reads of in books, who lived in a coral castle deep below the river's mouth, and fed upon the fisherman as he caught them going down to the sea or coming home. From my bedroom window, on moonlight nights, I could watch the silvery foam, marking the spot beneath where he lay hid, and I would stand on tiptoe peering out, until at length I would come to fancy I could see his hideous form floating below the waters. Then, as the little white-sailed boat stole by him, tremblingly, I used to tremble too, lest he should suddenly open his grim jaws and gulp them down, and when they had all safely reached the dark, soft sea beyond, I would steal back to the bedside and pray to God to make the bar good, so that he would give up killing and eating the poor fisherman. Another incident connected with that coast lives in my mind. It was the morning after a great storm, great even for that stormy coast, and the passion-worn waters were still heaving with the memory of a fury that was dead. Old Nick had scattered his marbles far and wide, and there were rents and fissures in the pebbly wall such as the oldest fisherman had never known before. Some of the hugest stones lay tossed 100 yards away, and the waters had dug pits here and there along the ridge, so deep that a tall man might stand in some of them, and yet his head not reach the level of the sand. Round one of these holes a small crowd was pressing eagerly, while one man, standing in the hollow, was lifting the few remaining stones off something that lay there at the bottom. I pushed my way between the straggling legs of a big fisher lad, and peered over with the rest. A ray of sunlight streamed down into the pit, and the thing at the bottom gleamed white. Sprawling there among the black pebbles, it looked like a huge spider. One by one the last stones were lifted away, and the thing was left bare, and then the crowd looked at one another and shivered. "Wonder how he got there," said a woman at length. "Somebody must have helped him." "Some foreign chap, no doubt," said the man who had lifted off the stones, "washed ashore and buried here by the sea." "What, 6 foot below the water-mark, with all they stones atop of him?" said another. "That's no foreign chap," cried a grizzled old woman, pressing forward. "What's that's aside him?" Someone jumped down and took it from the stone where it lay glistening, and handed it up to her, and she clutched it in her skinny hand. It was a gold ear-ring, such as fishermen sometimes wear, but this was a somewhat large one, and of rather unusual shape. "That's young Abram Parsons, I tell you, as lies down there," cried the old creature, wildly. "I ought to know. I gave him the pair of these 40 year ago." It may be only an idea of mine born after brooding upon the scene. I am inclined to think it must be so, for I was only a child at the time, and would hardly have noticed such a thing. but it seems to my remembrance that as the old crone ceased, another woman in the crowd raised her eyes slowly and fixed them on a withered ancient man who leant upon a stick, and that for a moment, unnoticed by the rest, these two stood looking strangely at each other. From these sea-scented scenes my memory travels to a weary land where dead ashes lie, and there is blackness, blackness everywhere. Black rivers flow between black banks, black stunted trees grow in black fields, black withered flowers by black waysides, black roads lead from blackness past blackness to blackness, and along them trudge black savage-looking men and women, and by them black old-looking children play grim, unchildish games. When the sun shines on this black land, it glitters black and hard, and when the rain falls, a black mist rises towards heaven, like the hopeless prayer of a hopeless soul. By night it is less dreary, for then the sky gleams with a lurid light, and out of the darkness the red flames leap, and high up in the air they gambol and writhe. The demon spawn of that evil land they seem. Visitors who came to our house would tell strange tales of this black land, and some of the stories, I am inclined to think, were true. One man said he saw a young bulldog fly at a boy and pin him by the throat. The lad jumped about with much sprightliness and tried to knock the dog away, whereupon the boy's father rushed out of the house hard by and caught his son at air roughly by the shoulder. "Keep still, the young blank, can't he?" shouted the man angrily. "Let 'un taste blood." Another time I heard a lady tell how she had visited a cottage during a strike, to find the baby, together with the other children, almost dying for want of food. Dear me, she cried, taking the wee wizened mite from the mother's arms. "But I sent you down a quart of milk yesterday. Hasn't the child had it?" "There were a little cum, thank ye kindly, ma'am," the father took upon himself to answer. "But they see it were only just enough for the pups." We lived in a big lonely house on the edge of a wide common. One night, I remember, just as I was reluctantly preparing to climb into bed, there came a wild ringing at the gate, followed by a hoarse, shrieking cry, and then a frenzied shaking of the iron bars. Then hurrying footsteps sounded through the house, and the swift opening and closing of doors, and I slipped back hastily into my knickerbockers and ran out. The women folk were gathered on the stairs, while my father stood in the hall, calling to them to be quiet. And still the wild ringing of the bell continued, and above it the hoarse, shrieking cry. My father opened the door and went out, and we could hear him striding down the gravel path, and we clung to one another and waited. After what seemed an endless time, we heard the heavy gate unbarred and quickly clanked to, and footsteps returning on the gravel. Then the door opened again, and my father entered, and behind him a crouching figure that felt its way with its hands as it crept along, like a blind man might. The figure stood up when it reached the middle of the hall, and mopped its eyes with a dirty rag that it carried in its hand, after which it held the rag over the umbrella stand and wrung it out, as washerwomen wring out clothes, and the dark drippings fell into the tray with a dull, heavy splut. My father whispered something to my mother, and she went out towards the back, and in a little while we heard the stamping of hoofs, the angry plunge of a spur-startled horse, the rhythmic throb of a long, straight gallop dying away into the distance. My mother returned and spoke some reassuring words to the servants. My father, having made fast the door and extinguished all but one or two of the lights, had gone into a small room on the right of the hall, the crouching figure, still mopping that moisture from its eyes, following him. We could hear them talking there in low tones, my father questioning, the other voice thick and interspersed with short, panting grunts. We on the stairs huddled closer together, and in the darkness I felt my mother's arm steal round me and encompass me, so that I was not afraid. Then we waited, while the silence round our frightened whispers thickened and grew heavy, till the weight of it seemed to hurt us. At length, out of its depths, there crept to our ears a faint murmur. It gathered strength like the sound of the oncoming of a wave upon a stony shore, until it broke in a babble of vehement voices just outside. After a few moments the hubbub ceased, and there came a furious ringing, then angry shouts demanding admittance. Some of the women began to cry. My father came out into the hall, closing the room door behind him, and ordered them to be quiet, so sternly that they were stunned into silence. The furious ringing was repeated, and this time threats mingled among the hoarse shouts. My mother's arm tightened around me, and I could hear the beating of her heart. The voices outside the gate sank into a low, confused mumbling. Soon they died away altogether, and the silence flowed back. My father turned up the hall lamp and stood listening. Suddenly, from the back of the house rose the noise of a great crashing, followed by oaths and savage laughter. My father rushed forward, but was borne back, and in an instant the hall was full of grim, ferocious faces. My father, trembling a little, or else it was the shadow cast by the flickering lamp, and with lips tight pressed, stood confronting them, while we, women and children, too scared to even cry, shrunk back up the stairs. What followed during the next few moments is, in my memory, only a confused tumult, above which my father's high, clear tones rise every now and again, entreating, arguing, commanding. I see nothing distinctly until one of the grimmest of the faces thrusts itself before the others, and a voice which, like Aaron's rod, swallows up all its fellows, says in deep, determined bass, "Come, we've had enow chatter, master. They mun given up, or they mun get out of the way, and we'll search the house for oursel." Then a light flashed into my father's eyes that kindled something inside me, so that the fear went out of me, and I struggled to free myself from my mother's arm, for the desire stirred me to fling myself down upon the grimy faces below, and beat and stamp upon them with my fists. Springing across the hall, he snatched from the wall where it hung an ancient club, part of a trophy of old armor, and planting his back against the door through which they would have to pass, he shouted, "Then be damned to you all! He's in this room! Come and fetch him out!" I recollect that speech well. I puzzled over it even at that time, excited though I was. I had always been told that only low, wicked people ever used the word damn, and I tried to reconcile things and failed. The men drew back and muttered among themselves. It was an ugly-looking weapon, studded with iron spikes. My father held it secured to his hand by a chain, and there was an ugly look about him also now that gave his face a strange likeness to the dark faces round him. But my mother grew very white and cold, and underneath her breath she kept crying, "Oh, will they never come? Will they never come?" And a cricket somewhere about the house began to chirp. Then, all at once, without a word, my mother flew down the stairs and passed like a flash of light through the crowd of dusky figures. How she did it I could never understand, for the two heavy bolts had both been drawn. But the next moment the door stood wide open, and a hum of voices, cheery with the anticipation of a period of perfect bliss, was borne in upon the cool night air. My mother was always very quick of hearing. Again I see a wild crowd of grim faces, and my father's, very pale amongst them. But this time the faces are very many, and they come and go like faces in a dream. The ground beneath my feet is wet and sloppy, and a black rain is falling. There are women's faces in the crowd, wild and haggard, and long, skinny arms stretch out threateningly towards my father, and shrill, frenzied voices call out curses on him. Boys' faces also pass me in the grey light, and on some of them there is an impish grin. I seem to be in everybody's way, and to get out of it I crawl into a dark, draughty corner and crouch there among cinders. Around me great engines fiercely strain and pant like living things fighting beyond their strength. Their gaunt arms whirl madly above me, and the ground rocks with their throbbing. Dark figures flit to and fro, pausing from time to time to wipe the black sweat from their faces. The pale light fades, and the flame-lit night lies red upon the land. The flitting figures take strange shapes. I hear the hissing of wheels, the furious clanking of iron chains, the hoarse shouting of many voices, the hurrying tread of many feet, and through all, the wailing and weeping and cursing that never seem to cease. I drop into a restless sleep, and dream that I have broken a chapel window stone-throwing, and have died and gone to hell. At length a cold hand is laid upon my shoulder, and I awake. The wild faces have vanished, and all is silent now, and I wonder if the whole thing has been a dream. My father lifts me into the dog-cart, and we drive home through the chill dawn. My mother opens the door softly as we alight. She does not speak, only looks her question. "It's all over, Maggie," answers my father very quietly, as he takes off his coat and lays it across a chair. "We've got to begin the world afresh." My mother's arms steal up about his neck, and I, feeling heavy with a trouble I do not understand, creep off to bed. "What on earth do you have that telegraph machine on your mantel-shelf for? It makes one giddy to see that needle incessantly dodging about like that." "My dear boy, it isn't a telegraph machine. It's a barometer." End of Silhouettes.
First Stage Moon by Dick Etchell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. First Stage Moon by Dick Etchell. What color is the sky? Still black as the place the devils throw their old razor blades. We'll hear it when we hit air. Pretty soon now? A few minutes yet. Man, my foot's working off at the knee. John, awake? Hey, John, you awake? How can I sleep through this? What do you want? Nothing. What's she look like? Earth? Of course. A blue beach ball with a white halo around it. What's below us? Part of Asia, I think. Lots of clouds. I see India. Man, it's hot in here. Hell, where do we hit air? We all awake? Anyone asleep? Say aye, aye. No one's asleep. I heard 4 voices. If anyone can sleep through this, they've got my blessings. Woof, my neck. You think you've got it bad? They've got me squeezed in with the camera equipment. I'm bent at the knees and again at the waist. Ah, but after we land. Ah, after we land. And if we land, of course. If we land? Hell, listen to him. He's still got doubts. Unchain that libido, son. We're men of the world now. Of 2 worlds. Speaking of worlds, we'll rule the world, gentlemen, for a day, maybe a week. 3 rousing huzzas for us. Oops, stand back there, son. These gentlemen just got back from the moon. The first men on the moon, the discoverers of a new world. Hell, Pop, I knew it was there all the time. We'll be famous. Our names will be on cereal boxes. The hell with it, I'm tired. Wish I could see out. What's it like? Same as before. I can see someone's leg and the back of someone's head. Damn this lousy intercom. I can't even recognize voices. What's it matter who we are? We're just a lousy pack of sardines till we hit Earth. Good old Earth. Hell with it. Gentlemen, I would make a speech. Also, the hell with you. I'm going to drown if I keep sweating like this. Shut up. I've got something more important to say than your groaning, if we must. The next speaker will be the Honorable. Who the hell are you anyway, bub? We have just visited the moon. Here is one more important thing we have to do before we land. You mean slow down? One thing to talk over. Look, Williams, I have a strong suspicion you signed on this trip for some reason beside glory, right? Because Earth was getting too crowded for me. How about you, Wong? Needed a change too, I guess. Been breathing fresh air and seeing people too long. Got sick of it. And John? Well, I suppose I know what you're heading at. This isn't exactly a Jules Verne type trip to the moon for the glory and advancement of science. At least it isn't to me. I got sick of science when I was studying for my master's, sick of seeing what people were doing with it. I thought a few new worlds might ease the tension back on Earth before everything gets blown to pieces. That's what I mean. A few new worlds to explore might slow lousy man in his wild race to the backside of heaven. New frontiers, new excitements. It's bound to tie people closer together in spite of their prejudices. But the glory, don't forget the glory, the patriotic zeal. Yeah, the patriotic zeal. I feel the same way you do. Here we're trying to bring the world closer together, and we have to do it in the name of the arms effort of a single nation. War Rocket Experiment 282Z. Well, at least we'll be able to say what we think, and we'll be important enough for a while so that people will listen to us. Yeah, when we get down, they're going to say speech, they are that, And we are going to speak. Heroes for a day, maybe 2 days. And the people will listen to us. Not just America, the whole damn world. Show people a larger goal, one big enough for the planet, and all the little power goals will fall away fast. If we can say the right things, they'll have to listen to us. The US, Russia, all the little countries. Here she comes. I hear something. Atmosphere. We're back home. Crisis number 6. We can't fail now. Before it's too loud to talk, listen to me. When we land, don't say anything. We'll all get a good sleep and a bath before we say a word, right? Right. Just give them the pictures and samples and demand a nod. Everybody ready for the final blasting? Here's where I lose another 2 gallons of blood. I hope we fall in the lake. I'm thirsty as a horse. Man, it's hot. 120 seconds. I'm not at all sure I can last this. That's straight stuff. Be ready to take over mine too, Wong, just in case. Hell, you better last. 60 seconds. Testing light signals. Are they on? Okay, here. Yeah. 30 seconds. Got your lights, Mike? Yeah. Mine too. This is going to be awful. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, here she comes. Well, man. Are we down? We sure hit something. We made it. Oh, God, we made it. We're back. Did we get back? Where did we land? Ocean, Atlantic. Well, break the hull. It's awful in here. Hang on. You may get a ducking. Air. Real air. Whoosh. Don't let anyone go and poison this air with cobalt bombs. Everyone here? Help Joe up there. That a boy. How's it go? Man, we're really here. Where's the reception committee? They were watching us with the telescopes, remember? They were going to clear all ships and planes out of the area we were heading for. Remember, no speeches till we get a rest. Yeah, and then I know what I'm going to say. We can't do much, but we sure can do something. Stage 1, Moon. Stage 2, Earth. Here they come, planes. Look dignified. Man, look at that rocket out there. It's passing all the rest, coming down from above them. Looks practically wingless. It's going to beat the rest by a decade. Hey, it's black. Is it ever fast? What country is it? I can't see any identification. Say, it's going to pass us right by. Look out, it's diving. What's it dropping? Look out, bomb, duck. End of first stage, Moon by Dick Hedgel.
The Snowball Effect by Catherine MacLean. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Snowball Effect. Tack power drives on a sewing circle, and you can needle the world into the darndest mess. All right, I said. What is sociology good for? Wilton Caswell, Ph.D., was head of my sociology department, and right then he was mad enough to chew nails. On the office wall behind him were 3 or 4 framed documents in Latin that were supposed to be signs of great learning, but I didn't care at that moment if he papered the walls with his degrees. I had been appointed dean and president to see to it that the university made money. I had a job to do, and I meant to do it. He bit off each word with great restraint. Sociology is the study of social institutions, Mr. Halloway. I tried to make him understand my position. Look, it's the big money men who are supposed to be contributing to the support of this college. To them, sociology sounds like socialism. Nothing can sound worse than that, and an institution is where they put Aunt Maggie when she began collecting Wheaties in a stamp album. We can't appeal to them that way. Come on now. I smiled condescendingly, knowing it would irritate him. What are you doing that's worth anything? He glared at me, his white hair bristling and his nostrils dilated like a warhorse about to whinny. I can say one thing for them. These scientists and professors always keep themselves well under control. He had a book in his hand, and I was expecting him to throw it. But he spoke instead. This department's analysis of institutional accretion by the use of open system mathematics has been recognized as an outstanding and valuable contribution to... The words were impressive, whatever they meant, But this still didn't sound like anything that would pull in money. I interrupted. Valuable in what way? He sat down on the edge of his desk thoughtfully, apparently recovering from the shock of being asked to produce something solid for his position, and ran his eyes over the titles of the books that lined his office walls. Well, sociology has been valuable to business in initiating worker efficiency and group motivation studies, which they now use in management decisions. And of course, since the Depression, Washington has been using sociological studies of employment, labor, and standards of living as a basis for its general policies of... I stopped him with both raised hands. Please, Professor Caswell, that would hardly be a recommendation. Washington, the New Deal, and the present administration are somewhat touchy subjects to the men I have to deal with. They consider its value debatable, if you know what I mean. If they got the idea that sociology professors are giving advice and guidance... No, we have to stick to brass tacks and leave Washington out of this. What specifically has the work of this specific department done that would make it as worthy to receive money as, say, a heart disease research fund? He began to tap the corner of his book absently on the desk, watching me. Fundamental research doesn't show immediate effects, Mr. Halloway, but its value is recognized. I smiled and took out my pipe. All right, tell me about it. Maybe I'll recognize its value. Professor Caswell smiled back tightly. He knew his department was at stake. The other departments were popular with donors and pulled in gift money by scholarships and fellowships and supported their professors and graduate students by research contracts with the government and industry. Caswell had to show a way to make his own department popular, or else. I couldn't fire him directly, of course, but there are ways of doing it indirectly. He laid down his book and ran a hand over his ruffled hair. Institutions, organizations, that is. His voice became more resonant. Like most professors, when he had to explain something, he instinctively slipped into his platform lecture mannerisms and began to deliver an essay. Have certain tendencies built into the way they happen to have been organized, which cause them to expand or contract without reference to the needs they were founded to serve. He was becoming flushed with the pleasure of explaining his subject. All through the ages, it has been a matter of wonder and dismay to men that a simple organization, such as a church to worship in, or a delegation of weapons to a warrior class, merely for defense against an outside enemy, will either grow insensately and extend its control until it is a tyranny over their whole lives, or, like other organizations set up to serve a vital need, will tend to repeatedly dwindle and vanish and have to be painfully rebuilt. The reason can be traced to little quirks in the way they were organized, a matter of positive and negative power feedbacks. Such simple questions as, is there a way a holder of authority in this organization can use the power available to him to increase his power, provide the key. But it still could not be handled until the complex questions of interacting motives and long-range accumulations of minor effects could somehow be simplified and formulated. In working on the problem, I found that the mathematics of open system, as introduced to biology by Ludwig von Bertalanffy and George Kreiser, could be used as a base that would enable me to develop a specifically social mathematics, expressing the human factors of intermeshing authority and motives in simple formulas. By these formulations, it is possible to determine automatically the amount of growth and period of life of any organization. The UN, to choose an unfortunate example, is a shrinker-type organization. Its monetary support is not in the hands of those who personally benefit by its governmental activities, but instead in the hands of those who would personally lose by any extension and encroachment of its authority on their own. Yet by the use of formula analysis, that's theory, I said. How about proof? My equations are already being used in the study of limited-sized federal corporations. Washington, I held up my palm again. Please, not that nasty word again. I mean, Where else has it been put into operation? Just a simple demonstration, something to show that it works, that's all. He looked away from me thoughtfully, picked up the book and began to tap it on the desk again. It had some unreadable title and his name on it in gold letters. I got the distinct impression again that he was repressing an urge to hit me with it. He spoke quietly. "All right, I'll give you a demonstration. Are you willing to wait 6 months?" "Certainly, if you can show me something at the end of that time." Reminded of time, I glanced at my watch and stood up. "Could we discuss this over lunch?" he asked. "I wouldn't mind hearing more, but I'm having lunch with some executors of a millionaire's will. They have to be convinced that by furtherance of research into human ills," he meant that the money should go to research fellowships for postgraduate biologists at the university rather than to a medical foundation. "I see you have your problems too," Caswell said, conceding me nothing. He extended his hand with a chilly smile. "Well, good afternoon, Mr. Holloway. I'm glad we had this talk." I shook hands and left him standing there, sure of his place in the progress of science and the respect of his colleagues, yet seething inside because I, the president and dean, had boorishly demanded that he produce something tangible. I frankly didn't give a hoot if he blew his lid. My job isn't easy. For a crumb of favorable publicity and respect in the newspapers and an annual ceremony in a silly costume, I spent the rest of the year going hat in hand, asking politely for money at everyone's door like a well-dressed panhandler and trying to manage the university on the dribble I get. As far as I was concerned, a department had to support itself or be cut down to what student tuition pays for, which is a handful of overcrowded courses taught by an assistant lecturer. Caswell had to make it work or get out. But the more I thought about it, the more I wanted to hear what he was going to do for a demonstration. At lunch 3 days later, while we were waiting for our order, he opened a small notebook. Ever hear of feedback effects? Not enough to have it clear. You know the snowball effect, though. Sure, start a snowball rolling downhill and it grows. Well now, he wrote a short line of symbols on a blank page and turned the notebook around for me to inspect it. Here's the formula for the snowball process. It's the basic general growth formula. Covers everything. It was a row of little symbols arranged like an algebra equation. One was a concentric spiral going up, like a cross-section of a snowball rolling in snow. That was a growth sign. I hadn't expected to understand the equation, but it was almost as clear as a sentence. I was impressed and slightly intimidated by it. He had already explained enough so that I knew that, if he was right, here was the growth of the Catholic Church and the Roman Empire, the conquests of Alexander and the spread of the smoking habit, and the change in rigidity of the unwritten laws of styles. "Is it really as simple as that?" I asked. "You notice," he said, "that when it becomes too heavy for the cohesion strength of snow, it breaks apart. Now, in human terms..." The chops and mashed potatoes and peas arrived. "Go on," I urged. He was deep in the symbology of human motives and the equations of human behavior in groups. After running through a few different types of grower and shrinker-type organizations, we came back to the snowball and decided to run the test by making something grow. You add the motives, he said, and the equation will translate them into organization. How about a good selfish reason for the ins to drag others into the group? Some sort of bounty on new members, a cut of their membership fee. I suggested uncertainly, feeling slightly foolish, and maybe a reason why the members would lose if any of them resigned, and some indirect way they could use to force each other to stay in. The first is the chain letter principle, he nodded. I've got that. The other... He put the symbols through some mathematical manipulation so that a special grouping appeared in the middle of the equation. That's it. Since I seemed to have the right idea, I suggested some more, and he added some, and juggled them around in different patterns. We threw out a few that would have made the organization too complicated, and finally worked out an idyllically simple and deadly little organization set up where joining had all the temptation of buying a sweepstakes ticket. Going in deeper was as easy as hanging around a racetrack, and getting out was like trying to pull free from a Malayan thumb trap. We put our heads closer together and talked lower, picking the best place for the demonstration. Appington? How about Watashaw? I have some student sociological surveys of it already. We can pick a suitable group from that. This demonstration has got to be convincing. We'd better pick a little group that no one in his right mind would expect to grow. There should be a suitable club. Picture Professor Caswell, head of the Department of Sociology, and with him the president of the university, leaning across the table toward each other, sipping coffee, and talking in conspiratorial tones over something they were writing in a notebook. That was us. "Ladies," said the female chairman of the Watashaw Sewing Circle, "today we have guests." She signaled for us to rise, and we stood up, bowing to polite applause and smiles. Professor Caswell and Professor Smith, my alias, they are making a survey of the methods and duties of the clubs of Watashaw. We sat down to another ripple of applause and slightly wider smiles, and then the meeting of the Watashaw Sewing Circle began. In 5 minutes, I began to feel sleepy. There were only about 30 people there, and it was a small room, not the halls of Congress, but they discussed their business of collecting and repairing second-hand clothing for charity with the same endless, boring parliamentary formality. I pointed out to Caswell, the member I thought would be the natural leader, a tall, well-built woman in a green suit, with conscious gestures and a resonant, penetrating voice, and then went into a half-doze while Caswell stayed awake beside me and wrote in his notebook. After a while, the resonant voice roused me to attention for a moment. It was the tall woman holding the floor over some collective dereliction of the club. She was being scathing. I nudged Caswell and murmured, "Did you fix it so that a shover has a better chance of getting into office than a non-shover?" "I think there's a way they could find for it," Caswell whispered back, and went to work on his equation again. "Yes, several ways to bias the elections." "Good. Point them out tactfully to the one you select." Not as if she'd use such methods, but just as an example of why only she could be trusted with initiating the change. Just mention all the personal advantages an unscrupulous person could have. He nodded, keeping a straight and sober face as if we were exchanging admiring remarks about the techniques of clothes repairing instead of conspiring. After the meeting, Caswell drew the tall woman in the green suit aside and spoke to her confidentially, showing her the diagram of organization we had drawn up. I saw the responsive glitter in the woman's eyes and knew she was hooked. We left the diagram of organization and our typed copy of the new bylaws with her, and went off soberly, as befitted to social science experimenters. We didn't start laughing until our car passed the town limits and began the climb for University Heights. If Caswell's equations meant anything at all, we had given that sewing circle more growth drives than the Roman Empire. 4 months later, I had time out from a very busy schedule to wonder how the test was coming along. Passing Caswell's office, I put my head in. He looked up from a student research paper he was correcting. "Caswell, about that sewing club business. I'm beginning to feel the suspense. Could I get an advance report on how it's coming?" "I'm not following it. We're supposed to let it run the full 6 months." "But I'm curious. Could I get in touch with that woman? What's her name?" "Searles, Mrs. George Searles." "Would that change the results?" "Not in the slightest. If you want to graph the membership rise, it should be going up in a log curve, probably doubling every so often." I grinned. "If it's not rising, you're fired." He grinned back. "If it's not rising, you won't have to fire me. I'll burn my books and shoot myself." I returned to my office and put in a call to Watashaw. While I was waiting for the phone to be answered, I took a piece of graph paper and ruled it off into 6 sections, one for each month. After the phone had rung in the distance for a long time, a servant answered with a bored drawl. "Mrs. Searle's residence." I picked up a red-gummed star and licked it. "Mrs. Searle's, please." "She's not in just now. Could I take a message?" I placed the star at the 30 line in the beginning of the first section. 30 members they'd started with. "No thanks. Could you tell me when she'll be back?" "Not until dinner. She's at the meetin'." "The sewing club?" I asked. "No, sir, not that thing. There isn't any sewing club anymore. Not for a long time. She's at the civic welfare meeting." Somehow I hadn't expected anything like that. "Thank you," I said, and hung up, and after a moment noticed I was holding a box of red-gummed stars in my hand. I closed it and put it down on top of the graph of membership in the sewing circle. No more members. Poor Caswell. The bet between us was ironclad. He wouldn't let me back down on it, even if I wanted to. He'd probably quit before I put through the first slow move to fire him. His professional pride would be shattered, sunk without a trace. I remembered what he said about shooting himself. It had seemed funny to both of us at the time, but what a mess that would make for the university. I had to talk to Mrs. Searles. Perhaps there was some outside reason why the club had disbanded. Perhaps it had not just died. I called back. "This is Professor Smith," I said, giving the alias I had used before. "I called a few minutes ago. When did you say Mrs. Searles will return?" "About 6:30 or 7 o'clock. 5 hours to wait. And what if Caswell asked me what I had found out in the meantime? I didn't want to tell him anything until I had talked it over with that woman Searles first. "Where is this civic welfare meeting?" She told me. 5 minutes later, I was in my car, heading for Waukesha, driving considerably faster than my usual speed and keeping a careful watch for highway patrol cars as the speedometer climbed. The town meeting hall and theater was a big place, probably with lots of small rooms for different clubs. I went in through the center door and found myself in the huge central hall where some sort of rally was being held. A political-type rally. You know, cheers and chants, with bunting already down on the floor, people holding banners, and plenty of enthusiasm and excitement in the air. Someone was making a speech up on the platform. Most of the people there were women. I wondered how the Civic Welfare League could dare hold its meeting at the same time as a political rally that could pull its members away. The group with Mrs. Searles was probably holding a shrunken and almost memberless meeting somewhere in an upper room. There was probably a side door that would lead upstairs. While I glanced around, a pretty girl usher put a printed bulletin in my hand, whispering, "Here's one of the new copies." As I attempted to hand it back, she retreated. "Oh, you can keep it. It's the new one. Everyone's supposed to have it. We've just printed up 6,000 copies to make sure there'll be enough to last." The tall woman on the platform had been making a driving, forceful speech about some plans for rebuilding Waukesha's slum section. It began to penetrate my mind dimly as I glanced down at the bulletin in my hands. Civic Welfare League of Waukesha, the United Organization of Church and Secular Charities. That's what it said. Below began the rules of membership. I looked up. The speaker, with a clear, determined voice and conscious, forceful gestures, had entered the home stretch of her speech and appealed to the civic pride of all citizens of Waukesha. With a bright and glorious future, potentially without poor and without uncared for ill, potentially with no ugliness, no vistas which are not beautiful, the best people in the best planned town in the country, the jewel of the United States. She paused and then leaned forward intensely, striking her clenched hand on the speaker's stand with each word for emphasis. "All we need is more members. Now get out there and recruit. I finally recognized Mrs. Searles as an answering sudden blast of sound half-deafened me. The crowd was chanting at the top of its lungs, "Recruit! Recruit!" Mrs. Searles stood still at the speaker's table, and behind her, seated in a row of chairs, was a group that was probably the board of directors. It was mostly women, and the women began to look vaguely familiar, as if they could be members of the sewing circle. I put my lips close to the ear of the pretty usher while I turned over the stiff printed bulletin on a hunch. How long has the League been organized? On the back of the bulletin was a constitution. She was cheering with the crowd, her eyes sparkling. "I don't know," she answered between cheers. "I only joined 2 days ago. Isn't it wonderful?" I went into the quiet outer air and got into my car with my skin prickling. Even as I drove away, I could hear them. They were singing some kind of organization song with the tune of "Marching Through Georgia." Even at the single glance I had given it, the Constitution looked exactly like the one we had given the Watershaw Sewing Circle. All I told Caswell when I got back was that the Sewing Circle had changed its name and the membership seemed to be rising. Next day, after calling Mrs. Searles, I placed some red stars on my graph for the first 3 months. They made a nice curve, rising more steeply as it reached the 4th month. They had picked up their first increase in membership simply by amalgamating with all the other types of charity organizations in Watershaw, changing the club name with each fusion, but keeping the same constitution. The constitution with the bright promise of advantages as long as there were always new members being brought in. By the 5th month, the League had added a mutual babysitting service and had induced the local school board to add a nursery school to the town service so as to free more women for League activity. But charity must have been completely organized by then, and expansion had to be in other directions. Some real estate agents evidently had been drawn into the whirlpool early, along with their ideas. The slum improvement plans began to blossom and take on a tinge of real estate planning later in the month. The first day of the 6th month, a big 2-page spread appeared in the local paper of a mass meeting which had approved a full-fledged scheme for slum clearance of Watershaw's Shacktown section, plus plans for rehousing, civic building, and rezoning, and good prospects for attracting some new industries to the town, industries which had already been contacted and seemed interested by the privileges offered. And with all this, an arrangement for securing and distributing to the club members alone most of the profit that would come to the town in the form of a rise in the price of building sites and a boom in the building industry. The profit distributing arrangement was the same one that had been built into the organization plan for the distribution of the small profits of membership fees and honorary promotions. It was becoming an openly profitable business. Membership was rising more rapidly now. By the 2nd week of the 6th month, news appeared in the local paper that the club had filed an application to incorporate itself as the Watershaw Mutual Trade and Civic Development Corporation, and all the local real estate promoters had finished joining en masse. The mutual trade part sounded to me as if the Chamber of Commerce was on the point of being pulled in with them, ideas, ambitions, and all. I chuckled while reading the next page of the paper, on which a local politician was reported as having addressed the club with a long, flowery oration on their enterprise, charity, and civic spirit. He had been made an honorary member. If he allowed himself to be made a full member, with its contractual obligations and its lures, if the politicians went into this too, I laughed, filing the newspaper with the other documents on the Watershaw test. These proofs would fascinate any businessman with the sense to see where his bread was buttered. A businessman is constantly dealing with organizations, including his own, and finding them either inert, cantankerous, or both. Caswell's formula could be a handle to grasp them with. Gratitude alone would bring money into the university in carload lots. The end of the 6th month came. The test was over, and the end reports were spectacular. Caswell's formulas were proven to the hilt. After reading the last newspaper reports, I called him up. "Perfect, Wilt. Perfect. I can use this Watershaw thing to get you so many fellowships and scholarships and grants for your department that you'll think it's snowing money." He answered somewhat disinterestedly. "I've been busy working with students on their research papers and marking tests, not following the Watershaw business at all, I'm afraid. You'd say the demonstration went well and you're satisfied?" He was definitely putting on a chill. We were friends now, but obviously he was still peeved whenever he was reminded that I had doubted that his theory could work, and he was using its success to rub my nose in the realization that I had been wrong. A man with a string of degrees after his name is just as human as anyone else. I had needled him pretty hard that first time. "I'm satisfied," I acknowledged. "I was wrong. The formulas work beautifully. Come over and see my file of documents on it if you want a boost for your ego. Now let's see the formula for stopping it." He sounded cheerful again. "I didn't complicate that organization with negatives. I wanted it to grow. It falls apart naturally when it stops growing for more than 2 months. It's like the great stock boom before an economic crash. Everyone in it is prosperous as long as the prices just keep going up and new buyers come into the market. But they all knew what would happen if it stopped growing. You remember, we built in as one of the incentives that the members know they are going to lose if membership stops growing. Why, if I tried to stop it now, they'd cut my throat." I remembered the drive and frenzy of the crowd in the one early meeting I had seen. They probably would. "No," he continued, "we'll just let it play out to the end of its tether and die of old age." "When will that be?" "It can't grow past the female population of the town. There are only so many women in Watershaw, and some of them don't like sewing." The graph on the desk before me began to look sinister. Surely Caswell must have made some provision for— "You underestimate their ingenuity," I said into the phone. "Since they wanted to expand, they didn't stick to sewing. They went from general charity to social welfare schemes to something that's pretty close to an incorporated government. The name is now the Watershaw Mutual Trade and Civic Development Corporation, and they're filing an application to change it to Civic Property Pool and Social Dividend, membership contractual, open to all. That social dividend sounds like a technocrat climbed on the bandwagon, eh?" While I spoke, I carefully added another red star to the curve above the 1,000-member level, checking with the newspaper that still lay open on my desk. The curve was definitely some sort of log curve now, growing more rapidly with each increase. Leaving out practical limitations for a moment, where does the formula say it will stop? I asked. "When you run out of people to join it. But, after all, there are only so many people in Watershaw. It's a pretty small town." "They've opened a branch office in New York," I said carefully into the phone, a few weeks later. With my pencil, very carefully, I extended the membership curve from where it was then. After the next doubling, the curve went almost straight up and off the page. Allowing for a lag of contagion from one nation to another, depending on how much their citizens intermingled, I'd give the rest of the world about 12 years. There was a long silence while Caswell probably drew the same graph in his own mind. Then he laughed weakly. "Well, you asked me for a demonstration." That was as good an answer as any. We got together and had lunch in a bar, if you can call it lunch. The movement we started will expand by hook or by crook, by seduction or by bribery, or by propaganda or by conquest. But it will expand. And maybe a total world government will be a fine thing, until it hits the end of its rope in 12 years or so. What happens then? I don't know. But I don't want anyone to pin that on me. From now on, if anyone asks me, I've never heard of Watershaw. End of The Snowball Effect. Read by Anthony St. Pierre, Toronto, August 2024.
The Foreordained Attachment of Zena Pepperleigh and Peter Pupkin by Stephen Leacock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by valroth. The Foreordained Attachment of Zena Pepperleigh and Peter Pupkin. Zena Pepperleigh used to sit reading novels on the piazza of the judge's house, half hidden by the Virginia creepers. At times the book would fall upon her lap, and there was such a look of unstilled yearning in her violet eyes that it did not entirely disappear even when she picked up the apple that lay beside her and took another bite out of it. With hands clasped, she would sit there dreaming all the beautiful daydreams of girlhood. When you saw that faraway look in her eyes, it meant that she was dreaming that a plumed and armored knight was rescuing her from the embattled keep of a castle beside the Danube. At other times, she was being borne away by an Algerian corsair over the blue waters of the Mediterranean and was reaching out her arms toward France to say farewell to it. Sometimes, when you noticed a sweet look of resignation that seemed to rest upon her features, it meant that Lord Ronald de Chevereux was kneeling at her feet, and that she was telling him to rise, and that her humbler birth must ever be a bar to their happiness. And Lord Ronald was getting into an awful state about it, as English peers do at the least suggestion of anything of the sort. Or if it wasn't that, then her lover had just returned to her side, tall and soldierly and sunburned, after fighting for 10 years in the Sudan for her sake, and had come back to ask her for her answer and to tell her that for 10 years her face had been with him, even in the watches of the night. He was asking her for a sign, any kind of sign. 10 years in the Sudan entitles them to a sign, and Zena was plucking a white rose, just one, from her hair, when she would hear her father step on the piazza and make a grab for the Pioneers of Tecumseh Township and start reading it like mad. She was always, as I say, being rescued and being borne away and being parted and reaching out her arms to France and to Spain and saying goodbye forever to Valladolid or the old grey towers of Holden-Brandwein. And I don't mean that she was in the least exceptional or romantic, because all the girls in Mariposa were just like that. An Algerian corsair could have come into town and had a dozen of them for the asking. And as for a wounded English officer, well, perhaps it's better not to talk about it outside, or the little town would become a regular military hospital. Because, mind you, the Mariposa girls are all right. You've only got to look at them to realize that. You see, you can get in Mariposa a print dress of pale blue or pale pink for $1.20. That looks infinitely better than anything you'll ever see in the city. Especially if you can wear with it a broad straw hat and a background of maple trees and the green grass of a tennis court. And if you remember, too, that these are cultivated girls who have all been to the Mariposa High School and can do decimal fractions, you will understand that an Algerian corsair would sharpen his scimitar at the very sight of them. Don't think either that they are all dying to get married, because they are not. I don't say they wouldn't take an errant knight or a buccaneer or a Hungarian refugee. But for the ordinary marriages of ordinary people, they feel nothing but a pitying disdain. So it is that each one of them in due time marries an enchanted prince and goes to live in one of the little enchanted houses in the lower part of the town. I don't know whether you know it, but you can rent an enchanted house in Mariposa for $8 a month. And some of the most completely enchanted are the cheapest. As for the enchanted princes, they find them in the strangest places where you never expected to see them, working, under a spell, you understand, in drugstores and printing offices and even selling things in shops. But to be able to find them, you have first to read ever so many novels about Sir Galahad and the Errant Quest and that sort of thing. Naturally, then, Zena Pepperleigh, as she sat on the piazza, dreamed of bandits and of wounded officers and of Lord Ronalds riding on foam-flecked chargers. But that she ever dreamed of a junior bank teller in a daffodil blazer riding past on a bicycle is pretty hard to imagine. So when Mr. Pupkin came tearing past up the slope of Anita Street at a speed that proved that he wasn't riding there merely to pass the house, I don't suppose that Zena Pepperleigh was aware of his existence. That may be a slight exaggeration. She knew perhaps that he was the new junior teller at the Exchange Bank, and that he came from the Maritime Provinces, and that nobody knew who his people were, and that he had never been in a canoe in his life until he came to Mariposa, and that he sat 4 pews back in Dean Drone's church, and that his salary was $800. Beyond that, she didn't know a thing about him. She presumed, however, that the reason why he went past so fast was because he didn't dare to go slow. This, of course, was perfectly correct. Ever since the day when Mr. Pupkin met Zena in the main street, he used to come past the house on his bicycle just after bank hours. He would have gone past 20 times a day, but he was afraid to. As he came up Oneida Street, he used to pedal faster and faster. He never meant to, but he couldn't help it, till he went past the piazza where Zena was sitting at an awful speed with his little yellow blazer flying in the wind. In a second, he had disappeared in a buzz and a cloud of dust, and the momentum of it carried him clear out into the country for miles and miles before he ever dared to pause or look back. Then Mr. Pupkin would ride in a huge circuit around the country, trying to think he was looking at the crops, and sooner or later his bicycle would be turned towards the town again and headed for Oneida Street, and would get going quicker and quicker and quicker till the pedals whirled round with a buzz and he came past the judge's house again like a bullet out of a gun. He rode 15 miles to pass the house twice, and even then it took all the nerve that he had. The people of Oneida Street thought that Mr. Pupkin was crazy, but Zena Pepperleigh knew that he was not. Already, you see, there was a sort of dim parallel between the passing of the bicycle and the last ride of Tancred the Inconsolable along the banks of the Danube. I have already mentioned, I think, how Mr. Pupkin and Zena Pepperleigh first came to know one another. Like everything else about them, it was a sheer matter of coincidence, quite inexplicable, unless you understand that these things are foreordained. That, of course, is the way of foreordained affairs, and that's where they differ from ordinary love. I won't even try to describe how Mr. Pupkin felt when he first spoke with Zena and sat beside her as they copied out the endless chain letter asking for 10 cents. They wrote out, as I said, no less than 8 of the letters between them, and they found out that their handwritings were so alike that you could hardly tell them apart, except that Mr. Pupkin's letters were round and Zena's letters were pointed, and Pupkin wrote straight up and down, and Zena wrote on a slant. Beyond that, the writing was so alike it was the strangest coincidence in the world. Of course, when they made figures, it was very different, and Pupkin explained to Zena that in the bank, you have to be able to make a 7 so that it doesn't look like a 9. So as I say, they wrote the letters all afternoon, and when it was over, they walked up Oneida Street together, ever so slowly. When they got near the house, Zena asked Pupkin to come in to tea, with such an easy offhand way that you couldn't have told that she was half an hour late and was taking awful chances on the judge. Pupkin hadn't had time to say yes before the judge appeared at the door, just as they were stepping up onto the piazza, and he had a table napkin in his hand, and the dynamite sparks were flying from his spectacles as he called out, "Great heavens, Zena! Why in everlasting places can't you get in to tea at a Christian hour?" Zena gave one look of appeal to Pupkin, and Pupkin looked one glance of comprehension and turned and fled down Oneida Street. And if the scene wasn't quite as dramatic as the renunciation of Tancred and the Troubadour, it at least had something of the same elements in it. Pupkin walked home to his supper at the Mariposa house on air, and that evening there was a gentle distance in his manner towards Sadie, the dining-room girl, that I suppose no bank clerk in Mariposa ever showed before. It was like Sir Galahad talking with the tire-woman of Queen Guinevere and receiving huckleberry pie at their hands. After that, Mr. Pupkin and Zena Pepperleigh constantly met together. They played tennis as partners on the grass court behind Dr. Gallagher's house, the Mariposa Tennis Club, rented, you remember, for 50 cents a month. And Pupkin used to perform perfect prodigies of valor, leaping in the air to serve, with his little body hooked like the letter S. Sometimes, too, they went out on Lake Wissanotti in the evening in Pupkin's canoe, with Zena sitting in the bow and Pupkin paddling in the stern. And they went out ever so far, and it was after dark, and the stars were shining before they came home. Zena would look at the stars and say how infinitely far away they seemed. And Pupkin would realize that a girl with a mind like that couldn't have any use for a fool such as him. Zena used to ask him to point out the Pleiades and Jupiter and Ursa Minor, and Pupkin showed her exactly where they were. That impressed them both tremendously, because Pupkin didn't know that Zena remembered the names out of the astronomy book at her boarding school, and Zena didn't know that Pupkin simply took a chance on where the stars were. And ever so many times they talked so intimately that Pupkin came mighty near telling her about his home in the Maritime Provinces and about his father and mother, and then kicked himself that he hadn't the manliness to speak straight out about it and take the consequences. Please don't imagine from any of this that the course of Mr. Pupkin's love ran smooth. On the contrary, Pupkin himself felt that it was absolutely hopeless from the start. There were, it might be admitted, certain things that seemed to indicate progress. In the course of the months of June and July and August, he had taken Zena out in his canoe 31 times. Allowing an average of 2 miles for each evening, Pupkin had paddled Zena 62 miles, or more than 100,000 yards. That surely was something. He had played tennis with her on 16 afternoons. 3 times he had left his tennis racket up at the judge's house in Zena's charge, and once he had, with her full consent, left his bicycle there all night. This must count for something. No girl could trifle with a man to the extent of having his bicycle leaning against the veranda post all night and mean nothing by it. More than that, he had been to tea at the judge's house 14 times, and 7 times he had been asked by Lily and Drone to the rectory when Zena was coming, and 5 times by Nora Gallagher to tea at the doctor's house because Zena was there. Altogether, he had eaten so many meals where Zena was that his meal ticket at the Mariposa lasted nearly double its proper time, and the face of Sadie, the dining-room girl, had grown to wear a look of melancholy resignation, sadder than romance. Still, more than that, Pupkin had bought for Zena, reckoning it all together, about 2 buckets of ice cream and perhaps half a bushel of chocolate. Not that Pupkin grudged the expense of it. On the contrary, over and above the ice cream and the chocolate, he had bought her a white waistcoat and a walking stick with a gold top, a lot of new neckties, and a pair of patent leather boots. That is, they were all bought on account of her, which is the same thing. Add to all this that Pupkin and Zena had been to the Church of England church nearly every Sunday evening for 2 months, and one evening they had even gone to the Presbyterian church for fun, which, if you know Mariposa, you will realize to be a wild sort of escapade that ought to speak volumes. Yet in spite of this, Pupkin felt that the thing was hopeless, which only illustrates the dreadful ups and downs, the wild alternations of hope and despair that characterize an exceptional affair of this sort. Yes, it was hopeless. Every time that Pupkin watched Zena praying in church, he knew that she was too good for him. Every time he came to call for her and found her reading Browning and Omar Khayyam, he knew that she was too clever for him. And every time that he saw her at all, he realized that she was too beautiful for him. You see, Pupkin knew that he wasn't a hero. When Zena would clasp her hands and talk rapturously about crusaders and soldiers and firemen and heroes generally, Pupkin knew just where he came in. Not in it. That was all. If a war could have broken out in Mariposa, or the judge's house been invaded by the Germans, he might have had a chance. But as it was, hopeless. Then there was Zena's father. Heaven knows Pupkin tried hard to please the judge. He agreed with every theory that Judge Pepperleigh advanced, and that took a pretty pliable intellect in itself. They denounced female suffrage one day, and they favored it the next. One day the judge would claim that the labor movement was eating out the heart of the country, and the next day he would hold that the hope of the world lay in the organization of the toiling masses. Pupkin shifted his opinions like the glass in a kaleidoscope. Indeed, the only things in which he was allowed to maintain a steadfast conviction were the purity of the Conservative Party of Canada and the awful wickedness of the recall of judges. But with all that, the judge was hardly civil to Pupkin. He hadn't asked him to the house till Zena brought him there, though, as a rule, all the bank clerks in Mariposa treated Judge Pepperleigh's premises as their own. He used to sit and sneer at Pupkin after he had gone, till Zena would throw down the pioneers of Tecumseh Township in a temper and flounce off the piazza to her room. After which the judge's manner would change instantly, and he would relight his corncob pipe and sit and positively beam with contentment. In all of which there was something so mysterious as to prove that Mr. Pupkin's chances were hopeless. Nor was that all of it. Pupkin's salary was $800 a year, and the exchange bank limit for marriage was $1,000. I suppose you are aware of the grinding capitalistic tyranny of the banks in Mariposa, whereby marriage is put beyond the reach of ever so many mature and experienced men of 19 and 20 and 21, who are compelled to go on eating on a meal ticket at the Mariposa House and living over the bank to suit the whim of a group of capitalists. Whenever Pupkin thought of this $200, he understood all that it meant by social unrest. In fact, he interpreted all forms of social discontent in terms of it. Russian anarchism, German socialism, the labor movement, Henry George, Lloyd George, he understood the whole lot of them by thinking of his $200. When I tell you that at this period Mr. Pupkin read memoirs of the great revolutionists and even thought of blowing up Henry Mullins with dynamite, you can appreciate his state of mind. But not even by all these hindrances and obstacles of his love for Zena Pepperleigh would Peter Pupkin have been driven to commit suicide. Oh yes, he committed it 3 times, as I'm going to tell you. Had it not been for another thing that he knew stood once and for all and in cold reality between him and Zena. He felt it in a sort of way as soon as he knew her. Each time that he tried to talk to her about his home and his father and mother and found that something held him back, he realized more and more the kind of thing that stood between them. Most of all did he realize it with a sudden sickness of heart when he got word that his father and mother wanted to come to Mariposa to see him, and he had all he could do to head them off from it. Why stop them? The reason was simple enough, that Pupkin was ashamed of them, bitterly ashamed. The picture of his mother and father turning up in Mariposa and being seen by his friends there and going up to the Pepperleigh's house made him feel faint with shame. No, I don't say it wasn't wrong. It only shows what difference of fortune, the difference of being rich and being poor, means to this world. You perhaps have been so lucky that you cannot appreciate what it means to feel shame at the station of your own father and mother. You think it doesn't matter. That honesty and kindliness of heart are all that counts. That only shows that you have never known some of the bitterest feelings of people less fortunate than yourself. So it was with Mr. Pupkin. When he thought of his father and mother turning up in Mariposa, his face reddened with unworthy shame. He could just picture the scene. He could see them getting out of their limousine touring car with the chauffeur holding open the door for them, and his father asking for a suite of rooms. Just think of it, a suite of rooms at the Mariposa House. The very thought of it turned him ill. What? You have mistaken my meaning? Ashamed of them because they were poor? Good heavens, no, but because they were rich. And not rich in the sense in which they use the term in Mariposa, where a rich person merely means a man who has money enough to build a house with a piazza and to have everything he wants. but rich in the other sense. Motor cars, Ritz hotels, steam yachts, summer islands, and all that sort of thing. Why, Pupkin's father, what's the use of trying to conceal it any longer, was the senior partner in the law firm of Pupkin, Pupkin, and Pupkin. If you know the Maritime Provinces at all, you've heard of the Pupkins. The name is a household word, from Chedabucto to Cheetahbecto. And for the matter of that, the law firm and the fact that Pupkin Sr. has been an Attorney General was the least part of it. Attorney General? Why, there's no money in that. It's no better than the Senate. No. Pupkin Sr., like so many lawyers, was practically a promoter, and he blew companies like bubbles. And when he wasn't in the Maritime Provinces, he was in Boston and New York raising money and floating loans. And when they had no money left in New York, he floated it in London. And when he had it, he floated on top of it big rafts of lumber on the Miramichi, and codfish on the Grand Banks, and lesser fish in the Fundy Bay. You've heard, perhaps, of the Tidal Transportation Company and Fundy Fisheries Corporation and the Paspebiac Pulp and Paper Unlimited? Well, all of those were Pupkin Sr. under other names. So just imagine him in Mariposa. Wouldn't he be utterly foolish there? Just imagine him meeting Jim Elliot and treating him like a druggist merely because he ran a drugstore. Or speaking to Jefferson Thorpe as if he were a barber, simply because he shaved for money. Why, a man like that could ruin young Pupkin in Mariposa in half a day. And Pupkin knew it. That wouldn't matter so much, but think of the Pepperleighs and Zena. Everything would be over with them at once. Pupkin knew just what the judge thought of riches and luxuries. How often had he heard the judge pass sentences of life imprisonment on Pierpont Morgan and Mr. Rockefeller? How often had Pupkin heard him say that any man who received more than $3,000 a year, that was the judicial salary in the Missinaba district, was a mere robber, unfit to shake the hand of an honest man. Bitter! I should think he was. He was not so bitter, perhaps, as Mr. Muddleson, the principal of Mariposa High School, who said that any man who received more than $1,500 was a public enemy. He was not so bitter as Trelawney, the postmaster, who said that any man who got from society more than $1,300, apart from legitimate increase and recognition of a successful election, was a danger to society. Still, he was bitter. They all were in Mariposa. Pupkin could just imagine how they would despise his father. And Zena! That was the worst of all. How often had Pupkin heard her say that she simply hated diamonds, wouldn't wear them, despised them, wouldn't give a thank you for a whole tiara of them. As for motor cars and steam yachts, well, it was pretty plain that that sort of thing had no chance with Zena Pepperleigh. Why, she had told Pupkin one night in the canoe that she would only marry a man who was poor and had his way to make, and would hew down difficulties for her sake. And when Pupkin couldn't answer the argument, she was quite cross and silent all the way home. What was Peter Pupkin doing then at $800 in a bank in Mariposa? If you ask that, it means you know nothing of the life of the Maritime Provinces and the sturdy temper of the people. I suppose there are no people in the world who hate luxury and extravagance and that sort of thing quite as much as the Maritime Province people. And of them, no one hated luxury more than Pupkin Sr. Don't mistake the man. He wore a long sealskin coat in winter, yes, but mark you, not as a matter of luxury, but merely as a question of his lungs. He smoked, I admit it, a 35-cent cigar, not because he preferred it, but merely through a delicacy of the thorax that made it imperative. He drank champagne at lunch. I concede the point, not in the least from the enjoyment of it, but simply on account of a peculiar affection of the tongue and lips that positively dictated it. His own longing, and his wife shared it, was for the simple life. An island somewhere with birds and trees. They had bought 3 or 4 islands, one in the St. Lawrence and 2 in the Gulf and one off the coast of Maine, looking for this sort of thing. Pupkin Sr. often said that he wanted to have some place that would remind him of the little old farm up the Aroostook, where he was brought up. He often bought little old farms just to try them, but they always turned out to be so near a city that he cut them into real estate lots without even having time to look at them. But, and this is where the emphasis lay, in the matter of luxury for his only son, Peter, Pupkin Sr. was a maritime province man right to the core, with all the hardiness of the United Empire loyalists ingrained in him. No luxury for that boy, no, sir. From his childhood, Pupkin Sr. had undertaken at the least sign of luxury to tan it out of him, after the fashion still in vogue in the provinces. Then he sent him to an old-fashioned school to get it thumped out of him, and after that he put him for a year on a Nova Scotia schooner to get it knocked out of him. If after that young Pupkin, even when he came to Mariposa, wore cameo pins and daffodil blazers and broke out into ribbed silk saffron ties on payday, it only shows that the old Adam still needs further tanning, even in the maritime provinces. Young Pupkin, of course, was to have gone into law. That was his father's cherished dream, and would have made the firm Pupkin, 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 and Pupkin, as it ought to have been. But young Peter was kept out of the law by the fool system of examinations devised since his father's time. Hence, there was nothing for it but to sling him back into a bank. Sling him was, I think, the expression. So his father decided that if Pupkin was to be slung, he should be slung good and far, clean into Canada. You know the way they use that word in the maritime provinces. And to sling Pupkin, he called in the services of an old friend, a man after his own heart, just as violent as himself, who used to be at the law school in the city with Pupkin Sr. 30 years ago. So this friend, who happened to live in Mariposa, and who was a violent man, said at once, "Edward, by Jehoshaphat, send the boy up here." So that is how Pupkin came to Mariposa. And if when he got there his father's friend gave no sign and treated the boy with roughness and incivility, that may have been, for all I know, a continuation of the tanning process of the maritime people. Did I mention that the Pepperleigh family, generations ago, had taken up land near Aroostook, and that it was from there the judge's father came to Tecumseh Township? Perhaps not, but it doesn't matter. But surely after such reminiscences as these, the awful things that are impending over Mr. Pupkin must be kept for another chapter. End of the Foreordained attachment of Zena Pepperleigh and Peter Pupkin.